But we can still talk about that. We can still talk, right? Let's count them down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can still hear each other.
Yeah, because I see the 20. Oh, well, I think it's starting in 20 seconds. What? I think it froze. Oh, it's down to 5 now. There we go, boys.
Now, the next trick is going to be figuring out if what happens next is that if it actually goes on the playback. That's going to be the fun part. We're going to see if that works.
Yippee.
So, Bobby.
Yeah.
Eric looks a little different.
Yeah. You grow a beard real fast.
Yeah, it's a little odd. Seems a little strange.
I'd say.
He's wearing the right hat. He's got that going for him. He does look a little younger, though. It's like he's de-aged a little bit. It's weird.
I think a bit.
Interesting. Interesting. All right.
Kind of weird.
Works out. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Nonetheless, back. Longest running episode of this. Oh, well, that's awkward.
Get the hell out of my chair.
Fine.
Awkward. Good Lord. Jeez.
I only stepped out to go to the bathroom and Jesus Christ.
You're late.
Can one of you guys please come down here and get him and bring him back?
Well, you keep talking all tough. You deal with him yourself. Deal with your own security.
Duplex said hot mic. Really?
Live from Mississauga. It's Friday night. That's right. Well played. That is right. All right. So Paul here. Evening, gents. Almost asked with Sports World account on IG since it's 20% off framed items. How much that'd be to frame and ship Eric? They probably do that shit for free.
Deals.
Yep, 25% off, I think. It was on framed items, I believe, today. I wasn't in work today. I was off doing other fun things.
Fun.
And Duvex here is asking the valid question. Black Friday show, does that mean 50% less serious? It is always 50% less serious. But no, actually, the Black Friday door crasher for folks in the first hour is 85% off the like button rate. Eric has generously, and by that means by force, has agreed to completely pay the difference. So it is 85% off the normal like button fee.
Get it now. Christmas is coming.
Listen, we almost can't afford not to press the like button at those prices.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying. Pirate says, I think Eric framed and shipped. It's Black Friday after all. They'd be paying you $299.98. Maybe $299.99. And Dufex confirms here. Hot mic, which means they can hear you during the countdown.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of the little weird quirks about the whole EV Mux thing. I had to be honest, I had a feeling, but I was curious. It's like, so maybe next. So just remember, guys, don't incriminate yourselves during the countdown timer because just throwing it out there. You know, you can be heard.
I noticed. I could hear Bobby.
Yeah, I knew you could. I knew you could, but I was curious if it would go over to the broadcast because I know on the recording it doesn't do it. So there is a slight difference between a recording when you do a pre-record and then a live, obviously. So in a live, it is a hot mic. So now you know. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh. Some good comments off the top, though. Good on you guys for getting here quick. Dufex says some of that Indiana Jones de-aging CGI. That's right.
I wish.
You wish.
Yeah. Getting me Orlando.
Doesn't work on Eric.
No,
not so much. Bob says the show is on tour. Who does this card shop belong to? Listen, we don't even know, man. So the background today is another one of those AI generated ones. I actually said Black Friday in a card shop, and this is what it came up with.
That's it.
Yep, that's it. That was the prompt. Black Friday in a card shop. I usually keep the prompt simple because I'm always curious, Bobby, what it comes up with. I keep the prompt very short. I keep the prompt very short on purpose just to see, like, let me see what you could be super detailed. You could write out a whole paragraph and try to really be detailed if you want to. But I'm like, no, let's see what you come up with. Let's see.
It's almost a game.
Yep. Even Jeff. Good stuff. We're all caught up. But yeah, it was obviously Thanksgiving yesterday. It was for me. It was funny because I was just enjoying it because for me it was triple header football, basically, or as it's known in Canada, Thursday. So I was online chatting away with folks, but then on the other screen I got the football games going on and I'm watching them as they go through.
You're welcome.
Yep, no problem.
It works out. But the important thing, Eric. So the critical things. So these are the important questions. First one is, all right. Let's start off with the standard. We got to do the food topic, Bobby. It's very important.
I love food.
All right. Thanksgiving. What's the go-to? What's the first thing that goes on the plate? What are we doing?
For me, it's stuffing. Get right out of the bird onto the plate.
Not the stovetop type, right?
Oh no.
All right. That's
Dark
good.
meat.
All right,
Mine
Yannick.
would be the white meat with gravy and a little bit of cranberry. Jelly, not sauce.
There you go. Hello, Frank. And you folks in the chat can do the same. I was actually I'll abstain because I always make the joke even at a dinner that I was having this week when at work. It's like, yeah, I don't get excited by food nearly as much as the rest of y'all do. It was if Thanksgiving dinner would be wasted on me. It actually usually is. Thanksgiving dinner is wasted on me because I'm like, I want the one plate, I want the dessert, and I'm good. Let me go get my beer and leave me alone.
Yep.
It's like it's two things I don't like: family and excessive dinner presentation. I'm like, guys, I just want to eat the damn thing. Get out of here. That's all I want. I want to go watch the football game. Leave me alone.
And again, welcome.
Indeed. Bob Jackson says, how much for Yannick to punch Eric in the arm? He'd have done that for a Klondike bar.
Start an auction.
And it's Black Friday, so you don't even need a full Klondike bar.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It has to be with almonds, though.
I get sent to the hospital enough on my own. I don't need his help.
Sure.
I believe in you. You can do more. Bob Jackson says, I see you already lost a bet. Is forced to wear the Beckett hat. That's right.
Thank you. It's off now.
At least Yannick was able to maintain the flat bill that we need. Everybody's agreed to keep the flat bill going. $1 face, $100. There you go. Paul's already got a price menu. Amazing.
Hey,
Amazing.
write it down.
So Yannick, did you partake since you're there? Did you partake in the Thanksgiving dinner? Or is the answer the same for you, or do you have a different answer?
I totally did. For the first time, actually, I never realized that they celebrate Thanksgiving on lunchtime here, which is usually
Okay. I'm pretty sure Thanksgiving is like an all-day thing at that point.
Basically.
yeah, at this point. But you eat the whole big deal at 1 p.m. So that was already a twist for me, but I loved it. I got the heads up the night before, so I stopped eating for about almost 20 hours before it was mealtime. So it was just like, let's go. So we went dark meat, stuffing, gravy from scratch, not the pouch thing or powder thing or something. Cranberry jam, not the jam. It was like out of a can, but it was great. And
All right.
what else? The taters, the whole sweet potatoes. Yeah. And dessert, pecan pie, and
Apple
I was
pie.
going to ask. So we've established that the only thing I really care about is the dessert. So the question: so what do you have for dessert there? What are the dessert options there, Eric, on the menu? What do we got?
We had assorted cake, apple pie, pecan pie.
Ice cream cake.
no.
What is a
The Burrell will come down there. He
What
will go
is
down there.
Assorted cake. That sounds like something you buy in the store.
Yes,
Yes.
it was.
Like you made the gravy from fucking scratch. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, when you go,
Thanksgiving is ruined now, Eric.
when you go shopping with mom and she says, "Put that in the cart," you go, "Yes, ma'am."
Assorted cake.
So it's
Assorted cake.
it's picture like a big cake, but it's really like 4 giant slices of different cakes. So you have an assortment, and you can slice it all up. And
I got
So you got cake medley.
So
You
they
got a
take
cake
one
medley
from
going on there.
each and then just make 4 different.
Cake madness all over the place.
so it was an assortment of cake.
Good.
Interesting. That is a thing, I guess. I suppose.
I preferred just having the apple pie. I was good.
Apple pie is
And-
a solid choice. Apple
and-
pie is a solid choice. If it's warm and you've got a scoop of vanilla ice cream,
We had that.
solid choice.
And
Solid choice.
since it's American Thanksgiving, you got to have apple pie because America.
Oh, I go pecan pie, man. That's like a butter tart. Wait, man.
I always appreciate Eric's attempts though to try to convince us he's a real American. There's nobody less American. There's
He
nobody.
tries.
Eric likes hockey. We know he's not American. That's the fakest American there's ever been.
Yep.
Yeah, an absolute lie.
Isn't
No
it baseball and apple pie and
self-righteous
Cracker
American.
Jack?
Every American knows in the Constitution it says thou shalt hate hockey.
What was pumpkin?
Hockey is trash. That's the American way. America.
America.
Baseball, apple pie, and Cracker Jack or something.
That's right. Nobody ever talks about the hockeys. Get out of here, Eric.
No.
I'm
Let me none
watching
of that
the
hockeys.
Bruins to play in Pittsburgh right now, so you may see my head turn.
I just assumed you were trying to get a quick glance, staring at Yannick's luscious beard. You know, now you have to make it a little more obvious before you do it on the screen, and you think, oh yeah, I'm paying attention to the scrreen. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
And
Now it's
no-
like I see what's going on. Yannick, like my eyes are up here.
I might just get mesmerized.
My eyes are up here, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Don't say cough.
Man.
I got mesmerized. I couldn't help it.
Indeed. Bob was checking out the Devil's Wings game. There you go. Good stuff. All right. So I know we're chatting amongst ourselves, so we can chat about whatever you guys want to chat about. Obviously, you guys just came off Thanksgiving holiday, but I want to ask the question. Same question for the chat. Like, you guys stayed quiet during that entire bit. The food bit is the part that we always get the participation on. I want to know, what's the favorite Thanksgiving dish? I want to know the dessert. We've got questions. We need answers.
Do people do ham for Thanksgiving there?
That was a question for you, Eric.
I was watching Pittsburgh score against the Bruins, and I didn't hear anything any of you said.
I said, what's the score?
It's 1-1. Just now, 1-1.
All right.
Bruins scored in the first minute of the first, and Pittsburgh just scored with the last couple of seconds at the end of the second. So it's now 1-1. And as you know, you never want to let up a goal in the first minute of the period or the last minute of the period. But these guys were able to do both.
There's a beating coming. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. No, do they serve ham for Thanksgiving, or is it more of an Easter or Christmas thing?
Well, only if Eric catches him with his wife.
Yeah, ham's more of an
Then he takes care of the ham. Oh, no, that's not what you meant. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what you're referring to. My bad. I got confused. I'm sorry. I got confused.
Every time in Florida is ham day.
Yeah. Yannick, I don't know if he was supposed to tell me this, but he made it sound like my wife is not actually in New Hampshire, but maybe in a more southern state. And I don't know if he was joking or not at this point. I'm a little.
Who can say? We really don't know.
I'm not saying a damn thing.
Interesting.
Disney World.
Yeah. She's going on the ham ride.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes. Anyways. No
But
answer
the good
to the
news
ham
is-
question, I guess. So.
but we had
Pretty much.
we had a good day today, Yannick and I, and I've talked about my son, a couple of times here on the show, and I remember one night he was in the chat trying to convince everybody he was real. So the three of us went to a card show today in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's right on
And
the.
did you buy some cards?
I did buy some cards. He bought some cards, and I bought my son's very first card. I got him a Paul Pierce card with an autograph on it because that's his favorite player. Now, by the way, my son's 34, so I don't want to make it sound like I brought a 9-year-old to a card show and bought him his.
Oh,
first.
heaven forbid! Who would bring a 9-year-old to a card show? That's
No,
downright child abuse.
That is.
So he's 34. So anyway, three of us had a great time. But the main draw and the reason to go was because former Bruin Flyer, Maple Leaf, 2-time Stanley Cup champ, and Hall of Fame player Bernie Parent was in town doing a signing at the show. So I had a bunch of stuff from the shop I needed to get done for work, plus my own personal stuff. And I got to spend some time with him, and super, super nice guy.
Yeah, we did. We had a van with candy.
It all comes together. We've been alluding to it for the long. Look, Bobby, I didn't want to say anything in the first hour. In the first hour, I'm trying to be a little, we're trying to be a little more professional. Just
First time I was like, why is Eric has a big white van in the driveway?
And
it
I'm
explains a lot.
not doing anything nefarious. I just like to bring kids to card shows. Let's not cross the line. I just like to grab up all a bunch of random children,
Yeah.
pack them in the white van, and bring them to a card
But
show.
you don't need the balloons and the music and the
Well, you got to
Music, exactly.
drive.
See, Bobby, for legal purposes, I can include this in the year-end review, even though I really want to.
Oh,
For legal purposes, it would probably be like, I'll get my lawyer on this. I'm pretty sure they will clear it. They will not clear this clip for the
I'm just
year-end.
saying, it was nothing
Paul,
nefarious.
let's
I
go.
just like to round up a bunch of children and bring them to card shows. That's all. There's nothing wrong with
Nothing
that.
wrong with that.
The next time he comes up to the card show next year in Toronto, you guys can question. If you do see Eric, you can ask him some questions, some pointed questions. Some pointed questions will need to be asked.
How many kids in the van?
This is the border security
Not
that
one
people
of
are worried about.
16 person passenger vans. I load that thing up.
Yeah, but
See, this is the border security, Bobby, that they're supposedly worried about.
there's
This
no
is it.
seats in the van.
They can sit on the floor. It's a
Unbelievable.
U-Haul van.
Unbelievable.
But let's see.
Ain't nothing like a Diddy party.
Here's a couple of things I had assigned today. I had this one from Derek Sanderson hanging around, and I had Bernie sign the bottom of it today. So now it's a dual sign picture, so that's pretty cool.
Did he remember that pose?
He knew that was him. I don't think he remembered. He's like, I played Marble League with Derek. He's a great guy. I'm like, yeah, he sure is, you know. So he was telling me about them playing in juniors together or something. I got a Hall of Fame puck, Bruins 100-year puck.
Holy jack.
Now this is just my
You
stuff.
know, Eric hold the line for about 30 minutes for
Probably.
people.
I got a reprint of his rookie done. I got a Upper Deck Masterpiece canvas card. I love getting canvas card signs. I don't know about anyone else in the chat.
Nobody.
I love getting these canvas cards signed when I can. And I have this book that I don't know, some guy gave me up in Canada. This guy here gave me. Might want to see it's like to Eric.
The little short guy.
Yeah, the little short guy in the Kings jersey. To Eric, all the best, Marcel. Okay. So he gave me this book.
No big deal.
No big deal. He's like, Eric, I love you. Here's a free book. And now I get all these goalies that are in this book, goalies that he scored against in his 731 goals, to sign the book. And I have a bunch of them. And today I was able to add Bernie to it. I got to find it. And then
It's weird, Yannick. I seem to remember the story a little differently. I seem to remember it along the lines of, Eric, please stop harassing my family. I'll give you the fucking book. Just go away.
It was something like that.
Something like that.
I don't know.
Just saying.
But so now
Bob's got the right idea.
So I got Bernie in here. I got Andy Moog. I got Jerry Desjardins, Gilles Meloche, Grant Fuhrer.
Andy.
Yeah. So we're definitely
Getting there.
we're getting there. We're adding more and more. So today was a lot of fun, and bringing my son to a card show was a ton of fun too. He asked a ton of questions, and it's if you ever bring a newbie to a card show, it's amazing how much is going on at a card show that we take for granted. He had so many questions. He wanted to know, what, these graded card things were. Why are some cards, in these and other cards are in these, and what does this mean? And what are the number scale? Is that till 10? And why is this one in red and this one's in black? And he was very
Drawn.
Yeah, he was completely interested and asked 1,000 questions about why all these things are the way they were. And it just, I really had a lot of fun kind of talking about it all, because I forget that, we've all been doing this for so long, and we are so, educated in this hobby that we're in, that there really is a lot to it. And to have fresh eyes go into, and that was a pretty big card show, wouldn't you say? Good size, lots of people, right?
At least 50 vendors, I would say.
It was really a good size.
Yeah.
Lots of people, great turnout.
Hotel lobby was full.
And so there's just a lot going on, and he just thought that was the coolest thing, having never been to one before. So it was fun trying to explain it all. And he was asking not only about cards, but some of the other magazines that were there, and knickknacks and doodads, and oddball items and like what is this and why is that and how do you know what this costs versus this, and we're explaining about centering and corners and surface and all these different. He's like, why these cards are the same? Why is this one $100 more? Well, to the untrained eye, why would two cards that are exactly the same sitting next to each other in a case have two different price tags on them? When you go to Target and you look at blankets,
Target.
Target,
Yes.
you look
Get some
at
goddamn class.
You're right, and I apologize to all the viewers. That was wrong, and if I offended anybody, I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay, I am sorry. So if you go to Target and you look at the same two blankets for sale on the shelf, they don't have different prices.
They don't.
No, right. Well, to the untrained eye, you come into a card show, go to a guy's table who's selling stuff, exact same thing, two different prices. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't.
So, it was a lot of fun, kind of talking to him about it and things. And I know Yannick talked to, they talked a lot too. And, I don't know if he asked you any questions or anything today, but
He speaks French, does he not?
He actually did brought a point, and I was trying to tell him, like, just let it go, ignore it. But he's like, why is Eric talking to the janitor? Like,
Yeah, it was weird. Like it's become like a really sad thing. He rolls up in his little white van, harassing children, and then after he's done all that, then he finds a local man, and sitting there doing his mopping business. He's like sitting there like, "Sir, I'm working."
the guy was trying to tell him in Spanish that he's not Bernie.
No
It's like
conquista, senor.
that's Bernie Perrant.
Did he speak French?
Yes.
I don't know. That looks like a man who knows his way around a mop. That looks like a man who knows his way around a mop.
He's got 2 Stanley Cup rings on his hand.
Oh my God! The janitor kidnapped the Stanley Cup winner,
All
stole his rings.
So
I know, eh?
and
Terrible.
so of course, right? I'm over there working, getting this stuff done, and who comes over?
Who?
This clown, and of course, bonjour, and then of course Bernie,
Eric, blah blah blah.
and of course Bernie then completely starts ignoring me, which is like
Correctly so.
I am just disgusted because it's all about me.
I actually apologized to the guy. I said he needs his pills. Like, we won't bother you again, sir. Please remain on your janitorial jobs.
Yeah.
They're now going back and forth, blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, and I'm just listening for my name because I know they're talking about me.
Well, the problem with this story, the concern I have here, Bobby, is that I believe chunks of what Eric is saying, but the thing is, Eric is trying to pretend that they're speaking French, they're speaking Spanish, they're speaking anything. They're actually just speaking normal English. And being from New England, Eric doesn't understand normal English, so it may as well be German to him.
The dialect is, so far.
Yeah. He's not used to. He's like sitting there like, "What are cards? I only know about cats." Like,
that's it.
And he's just confused.
When people throw that R in there, I don't understand what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Bob Jackson here saying, Yannick, can you explain to Eric which direction cards go in holders? He may be confused since he puts them in how he lands when he crashed his bicycle.
I tried, actually started to flip him back up. He doesn't know yet, but I got another week probably to go. So
amazing. Oh, yeah. Sensational. Did you already inform him that like the packages that he's received for you that he complains about so much, that's like, load 1 and the tractor trailer's coming with the rest?
More came today.
More today. I actually said hello to the mailman and I said, thank you so much, sir, for your work.
There's Bernie. Look at that. Now, is that a bank?
No, it's actually a planter. So you in the 70s, you would deliver a plant with this, and then you could use it for pencils or whatever. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, nice mask. Nice.
It's on an app. You can know all about it.
What? Is it what?
It's one of those doodads.
Trinkets.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
Good times.
Oh, I was gonna say you should have mailed it down to me. I would have had him sign it, but you guys don't have mail anymore, so never mind.
True enough.
Well, actually, it's funny. It's funny you bring that up. So I was actually kicking around a little bit of something that I'm gonna have to figure out. So this week, midweek was the release of the Upper Deck AEW. So I had that. I bit the bullet and I bought a box and I recorded it and put the box break and everything on the wrestling channel. Put it on there, and it's actually done pretty well. It's been good, but I very much had kind of a standard high end Upper Deck box experience. If you understand what I mean by that, you understand exactly what I mean by that. I was sitting there going like, yep, that sounds about right. Yep. So anyway, I gave my little review about it and everything. It's the video's done well. I've actually been pretty pleased with it. But it's kind of what I was expecting. But the reality is, I pulled a couple of cards there that I'm probably going to have to put up on eBay and sell. So what I may end up doing, and Bobby, you know this one, I probably will end up having to see if I can use Chit Chats. I think I've got an office near me.
Chit Chats goes through Canada Post, so you're going to have to either do Pure later.
They actually do have. They actually have one service that they can still do it because they'll use it through third party. So there is a third. They're utilizing some third, because on their website they've updated it. They are using some third party couriers to do last mile. So the last mile is the key.
Yep.
And then obviously if it's to the U.S., not a problem because they'll just take cross border and just hand it to the USPS. So in that situation, it's fine.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll think about Chit Chats. Yeah, that might be better for U.S. regular post. I wonder if I could do that.
Yeah, it's an option. So the reason I brought it up is that right now, in the meantime, that's kind of for me, for a new product, it behooves me to move some of the better cards while the iron's hot, because that's the time when people are looking for the singles.
Sure.
So if the price point is at, I want to go take a look at run through some of the numbers and because you can punch in weight, size of package, and all that, and try to get a calculation on it. And if it makes sense, then I might use that option. And it allows me to at least still be able to get the cards out the door. That's the important thing. I need to be able to get the cards out the door to send them over where they need to go.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into Chit Chats. Interesting.
Can I show a few pickups I got today?
By all
But
means.
Pure later is giving a discount to the U.S. 40%.
Bobby can't hear you.
I can see it.
This is a nice Willie Ori leaf, but with patches and some leather, I guess, from their gloves or pads and stuff. So on card autograph, very nice. I was kind of drawn to that one. I was like, I need this, which is, by the way, we're going to meet Mr. Ori tomorrow at the shop.
Perfect.
And then there's another one I thought was pretty cool. Like
Field of Dreams.
all pop culture-ish, baseball, Field of Dream.
Nice.
It's a 1990 order now pay-per-view, like Universal Studio, but they're basically telling you now there's a new thing called pay-per-view that you can order movies from.
Isn't that what Bobbles was doing, collecting those type of things?
We'll also be meeting Kevin Costner at the shop tomorrow.
And a last little one, they're fun, but it's basically a little comic book for Bobby Orr, first goal. And
nice.
Yeah, that's it.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Those are the ones you already had.
Don't touch the ore, please.
Bob Jackson was talking about here. You can use that Bernie Perron item as a hot dog holder.
It can. Yes.
I think it can. That's
pencils, stationery, you name it. It holds everything. It was a great item. So what happened with a lot of these items, they were made in very much like the bobbleheads. They were made in Japan. The importers through most of them through California. This was Neko. There's a lot of different names for the different ones that they did, and they will all import most of the artwork, the pottery and the artwork, which was hand done from Japan, and then they would distribute it throughout the United States, maybe a little bit in Canada, but very popular items, planters. It was almost like, remember those? Well, you don't remember those commercials, but they had these flower things, and it always came in something nice. You could always send. What was it? That florist commercial. What was it called? Do you remember, Eric?
Was it like on radio or TV?
TV.
Vaguely. I don't remember specifically.
FTD.
FTD. Yes, that's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So FTD did these things, or you could get this nice bouquet within this ceramic, whatever. So, but they not hockey wise, but you see other different things, and you could select different ones. So it was kind of nice that you could do that for a young kid. Would get a little cactus or maybe a little planter or something if he's sick in the hospital or sick somewhere and get his tonsils out. Then you send him this, and then after that, he can clean it out and use it for whatever else. It was really kind of neat. Actually, very very nice looking, very well done, well painted piece.
Now we just got to get like a either an artiste or get a sticker and put a Flyers patch on his chest.
Not over my dead body.
Ruined it.
Actually,
Wow.
they come in blue and red only, which is interesting. There's
Oh.
actually there's
Hey,
other
Leafs.
ones. It's in the app, wherever that thing is. App, yeah.
At Thanksgiving
Cheese
dinner, you can
sticks.
find an appetizer.
I want
There's
cheese
appetizers.
sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese sticks. I want cheese sticks. Are we ordering apps?
Yes.
I want cheese sticks with marinara sauce.
Interesting.
Why marinara? Like, who wants? Like, that's like, why have spaghetti sauce? Doesn't make sense.
Marinara with my cheese sticks.
You gotta have mayo dip. Come on.
Oh, you're disgusting.
I know. I am
Oh,
disgusting.
well,
Here's
talk to
another
me.
item. Here's another item that maybe Michael Ham will want this.
Well, Bobby, since you brought it up, though, I
Nice.
think that Eric is a fake American. Doesn't have an appreciation for the heritage of his nation. He doesn't even care about the traditions of Thanksgiving because that's a real thing. The
Yes.
traditions that the settlers enjoyed a good mayonnaise as part of their
Oh,
celebrations.
there it is.
Gross.
See?
I'm not-
That's like American. Yannick, you know about Heritage Minutes? You remember the Heritage Minutes? This right here is American Heritage Minutes.
America.
Mhm.
America. That's right.
There you go.
Go ahead, Bobby. As you were. Please continue.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
And
keep
there you
talking
go.
about my wife having an affair with Ham. Go ahead, continue.
This is a garter belt that was put out by Raw. They usually did pin back buttons and what have you, but these are very hard. I've seen a Canadians. I owned a Canadians maybe about 10 years ago. Finally, a leaf came up, and I picked it up. So it has a little pin back button on there for the Leafs, and then you just put this around their leg and take it off with
Wow.
your teeth or something.
There you
like
go.
that.
Every
And then-
dream.
And you can put
Not
it
far.
in there.
Not far enough, Amanda. Not far enough. I have yet to even warm up. And, by the way, for the record, I didn't make that AI generated. We have a cast of thousands that
Oh, I know.
contribute towards the show.
Oh yeah.
I did. All I do is
You have people.
showcase. We have people. All I do is showcase the wonderful AI generated art, and that is an American heritage moment. Right after Thanksgiving, you should all be thankful that we are here to teach you about the history.
Oh, gross.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
By the way, my favorite part about the whole thing is that as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Oh, that's perfect. I'm definitely going to use it."
Mhm.
And Amanda, if you want, you can put in the chat the link to the episode because she's going to be doing a podcast episode tonight, and Eric will be there. He'll be awake.
Oh,
He'll
well.
be there with bells on.
No.
Super, he'll be there,
Mhm.
totally there,
He's
watching with bated breath
Yeah,
because not only is it the
Yeah.
general excitement
yeah.
that is on
Mhm.
top of everything else,
Yes.
one of his favorite people in
No.
life,
No.
Timmy Two Hats, is
Oh.
scheduled to be there.
Not one.
Not
but
one.
two.
Yeah, what two?
Two hats.
Two
And
hats.
the two hat Taylor.
Dang. It's
Yeah.
craziness.
That's a reason to go to bed early right there, folks.
That's a murderer's row right there, man. I don't know what to tell you. That right there is like, if you go to the absolute mountaintop, the mountaintop is, the Burrell gracing the Gong Show's presence.
Oh yeah.
But this is like right like a half step below that. Like a half step.
I think it's Monday it's going to come out, but I'm not sure. It might be Tuesday.
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
part one, right?
Yeah, there's part 2 will be coming. I have no idea when. Again, the communication is phenomenal.
Check your
What
email.
can I say?
Bobby.
even after they brought you on, the shade, Bobby, the shade. You can
It
still
is
see the
really,
shade.
They send you your
They
message
must have been
on TikTok,
listening.
Bobby. On Snapchat. Snapchat, Bobby. Go check your Snapchat.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I
How
don't
many
have
teams have the
Snapchat.
garter belt? So, Bobby, how many
Instagram.
teams have one of those garter belt things?
We don't know. Actually, that's the only second one I've seen. And Raras is from the United States, so I have seen a few football ones. but I haven't seen any more. That's the second one I've ever seen.
Okay.
So the other one was sealed. This one's not sealed, but yeah, like finding this stuff like this is super crazy rare. Now you can only get so much money for super crazy rare, but to the right Leaf fan, hey, it's an official piece, so to speak.
Want to make her a lady?
Yeah. So, anyways, it's amazing the stuff they have done over the years. See what happens? You get a license, you fuck around. It happens.
Well, I'm pretty sure, yeah. At a certain point there, that for a period of time, that almost every product that you could slap a logo on, somebody did.
Oh yeah, it's something.
Everything.
Like
Whatever you
Kiss.
could come up with, somebody slapped a logo on it.
Mhm.
Like Kiss, like they just, you know.
Yeah,
Look, at this point, Gene Simmons has run out of stuff to put Kiss
I
logos
think
on. He's
so.
starting to put Kiss logos on the Kiss logos. He's like, guys, can we get the guys who write on the grains of rice? Can we get them to put
Yes.
little mini Kiss logos inside the Kiss
Hey,
logo?
They can make
He's
more
probably
money.
done it. He's
Yeah.
probably done it. It probably exists.
Yeah.
I mean, the casket is the one that just always blew me away. It's like,
And by blew you away, you mean you pre-ordered?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
It's
I'm
in his
gonna
will.
be in a Kiss urn, but
But
the
you could
casket,
put the urn in the casket.
Oh
Get
yeah.
on it.
Double dip.
Tomorrow. It's on the list for tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, Eric, I am here. Not only am I a man of peace, I'm a man of ideas.
yeah.
People
Tell him,
like it.
tell him what you brought me today after that.
Where did I bring you today?
Yeah, Alex and I, you took us after the show to see.
The stadium.
I like Eric's hesitation. He's trying to figure
I
out,
don't
like,
think-
for legal purposes, can I answer this question?
Oh, do you remember how many
Is that
concussions I
Bernie's
had?
garage
I don't remember.
We tried to
doesn't
go
even
see
remem-
Tom Brady.
Yeah, like, he doesn't even remember he's sitting there with you right now. Every
Yeah.
couple of minutes, he turns over. He's like,
Every time he speaks,
what are you
it's
doing
like,
here?
Oh yeah.
What did you
Yeah,
get here? What happened?
Eric took the time to. We never, Alex and I, we never asked for anything. But he actually brought us.
There nothing involved. Yannick, so let me pause you for 1 second. Nothing involving Eric is ever asked for. No one ever asks. Literally no one.
So
Please
he
continue with your
decided-
story. Continue with your
This
story.
was Foxborough, and you guys probably never seen it. I said, seen what? He's like, the house that Brady built.
Drew Bledsoe built.
I was like, the house that who? He's like, come baby. He's like, that's the guy I love the
That's
most
not what I said.
after Bobby
In life.
and Bob Jackson.
Chicago Blackhawks, Bobby. Oh, yes, go on.
Chicago Blackhawks, Bobby Orr, and Mr. Bob Jackson. All nine. Eric keeps talking about how much he loves all these guys. So anyway,
Yeah,
he
like,
took us to
it's a
see-
Mount Rushmore. It's a Mount Rushmore. It's Tom
Yeah.
Brady. It's Chicago Blackhawks, Bobby Orr.
Names.
It's Bill Buckner, and it's Roger Clemens.
Mhm.
His favorites of all time.
So we wanted to go check it out and ask Tom actually, because one thing I noticed yesterday is he was actually he's a broadcaster now. I guess he's a commentator for football, and that
Yeah,
was
they pay him a crap ton of money to do that.
it was
too,
actually supposed to be his first third ducking, the John Madden third ducking.
Oh
And
yes, I heard
all,
about this.
all is he grabbing? He's like, oh, and he just grabs the drumstick, and you can tell like he's not even enjoying it whatsoever. Anyway,
It's a turducken, Yannick. It's a turducken. It's an
why he
abomination
never-
against
he
the
never
Lord.
tasted it. You just grab a turkey leg.
You think it'd be
Yeah,
easy?
yeah,
It's not.
turducken is this abomination against the Lord, and I'm not even religious.
I-
That's how much of an
I think
abomination.
you said it
I
right.
know.
That's what it
Yeah.
is. It's
Yeah.
like it's something weird. It's like
So, but anyway, long
Puppy
story
baby.
short, we got to see that. Eric cried a little, and then we
Uh,
told
I'm
him,
sure.
"Hey, it's time to go get your meds anyway, because now the drugstore was reopening. So,
Ah,
and we brought home, put him to sleep.
nice.
So
did
where
s-
where did you guys eat that's so special in Boston? I've seen Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives Guy Fieri, and he's hit a couple places in Boston pretty hot. So did you hit any of those places? Or
Well, we were in Foxborough, so not Boston. I tried to go to a nice restaurant, and they did. It was 11:30,
Yeah, everything was closed.
and they were like, "Sorry, we're closed." I'm like, "What do you mean you're closed? We don't open till noon." I go, "But I'm hungry now." Sorry, we don't open till noon. Okay, so we ended up going to a Five Guys burger joint,
oh,
which
So,
he
Eric,
off
do you
the
think-
Five Guys really?
He-
But
do you think, Eric? Do you
That's
think
not
though
it.
that maybe part of the problem was that you kept trying to get yourselves in. You kept trying to get a reservation, but the problem was that you kept saying, like, "Oh, this is chopped, right?" And they're like, "Sir, this is not chopped." And the problem is that was every single place you went. Every single place you went, you led with. So this is where chopped is, right?
Okay. The guy he's like, I'm hungry. And instead of trying to like come up, okay, let's go towards home anyway, because this is where we're going. And then he had to find me a place to go get my meds. And then once I'm hungry,
We're gonna tell that story?
after I took the meds and now I was on the munchies, I said, let's go for let's go for a bite. And no, but this guy just drives around without knowing, and he just drives until he find a place open, and they were closed, and then finally it was 5 guys. Like, why are you in the parking lot of a freaking football stadium? Like, we're gonna find a fine dining here?
They have fine dining there.
Fine.
Eric
Fine
pretty
in
much.
Boston.
You got to remember,
especially
Yannick.
Foxborough.
Eric regularly hangs out in parking lots. That's kind of his deal. It's not
Meanwhile-
shady at all. I'm sure it's completely legitimate business.
It's
People
kind of
bring
like the
food out.
fan effect thing.
Sorry.
He's gotta be like way out there.
Thank guys.
Anyway,
I don't even know, man.
for 5
I don't know.
guys.
The
Bobby,
burger
I'm almost spoiled.
good.
Bobby, I'm
French
almost
fries
spoiled for
suck.
choice on the jokes. I'm
The
almost
burger's
spoiled for
good.
choice. I got to be honest.
There's a couple-
He's picked it, so don't even start with me.
Well, at a certain point, like your options are either eat at the Five Guys or whatever you can find, or you wind up on the turnpike and then you're done. It's over. For
Then
the
you
rest
end
of
up
your
in
lives.
Atlanta eating at the wing place.
If you're
Right.
lucky, that's if you're lucky, Bobby.
If you're lucky.
You could wind up anywhere.
Oh, they do have an international airport there, though. Hey,
Yeah.
Listen, you go down the wrong turn of the turnpike, Bobby. At that point, it's a time reality
Especially
distortion
Boston.
field.
oh yeah.
It's a time reality distortion field. You wind up with like all of a sudden you drive up and it's like, "Hi, this is Frankfurt, Germany, sir." Oh, come on, brutal.
Okay, I'll take the Wiener Schnitzel. Yes. Or something.
Just throwing it out there, man. I don't know.
Yep.
It could get crazy, get wild.
Kind of crazy.
It was a good day.
Today was a good day.
Wow, look at that. That musical reference was brought to you by AMG. There's a segue for you.
Huh.
There is musical memorabilia at AMG. And today was their Black Friday sale, and tomorrow
was.
will be their card show. Tomorrow will be the card show in the mall as well. So
That'll
Black
be good.
Friday sale, if they survived, then tomorrow there will
We'll
be
see.
a card show in the same location. They will have it on there. You can check out AMG Collectibles and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Links in the description if you check it out. If you're local, you know. But otherwise, we'll do the podcast there. I'll ask them next podcast episode about what kind of wild and crazy stuff they got to. We'll see. We'll see how that Black Friday sale went. Apparently, the 10-cent bins, big hit. Apparently, people like their bargains. Who knew? Shocking on a Black Friday. It's crazy.
I saw her on
Yeah.
their Instagram post. They had a bunch of pictures and stuff, and it was all about Bill and his 10-cent bargain bin
Yep.
area. And Bill has loaded up the 10-cent bargain bin. And there's a picture of Bill in there doing his thing. So
Listen, people like the look. We always joke about it, but people love the ability. Imagine for a lot of folks, especially budgets. You might be a little bit. Eric's all excited, especially with budgets and the things the way they are in the holidays and everything. Being able to get a stack of cards at 10 cents a piece, that can make somebody's day. They're able to still participate in the hobby, get some nice cards, get some fun, maybe for their favorite team, maybe a couple of their favorite players. 10 for a buck, it's pretty good.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
What's the etiquette on, like when you want to complete your set, you're at a show, you get the chair, and now you're going through all these bins.
Yep.
Aren't you aware at some point that you block everyone's way with your one fat ass going through all these boxes for $4? I'm just curious, like what's
You're talking about like when Eric twerks people. It's a little awkward.
yeah.
Fair.
I had one
Like,
person
especially
complain.
when going the 10-cent bin, like it's like
Yeah, like it's a little weird, it happens. So I'll answer it from my perspective. My thing is always I like to go a row at a time. Now I don't do much anymore because honestly, like jokes aside, it actually, and this is even in my 20s, it actually started to bug my neck to have my neck bent down looking at that angle for even a little while. That's why I don't like spending too much time doing it unless if I'm at home and I'm going to do sorting, then I reposition my chair so I'm a lot more comfortable. But the 10-cent bin, you're like going down and going through these cards and
I get that.
my neck can't take it. It doesn't like it. But when I used to do that more, I would start going down a row, and most of the time you got like 5,000 count boxes, so you got all these rows. So I usually leave somebody room if they want to start on the other side of the row. They can go down that row, and then usually there's a little bit, grab a small stack and kind of work your way through it that way. You try to be at least. I'm not going to let somebody just shove their way in, but at the same time, you can make a little bit of room, especially in 5,000 count boxes and such. Basically the old rule of everything else. Don't be a jerk about it. They're trying to look at the same stuff, but realistically, you also stand your ground. Don't let somebody shove you out of the way. Like that ain't going to happen. But will I give you some room if you want to grab a stack from a different row? Go for it. If you get to it first, you get to it first.
Sorry, I misspoke, but that's a good point to make. But what I was actually saying is like the rows in between the tables were so narrow.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Right? And then
Oh, okay.
they were like 10-cent bins all over the place. So now you're just
Oh,
trying
okay.
to walk your way in, man. There's like five
Yeah,
guys.
that's bad planning.
Yes,
That's
then-
bad planning by the show
Yeah.
because
The
it
chair-
is
the chairs.
people
is-
need a chance. Yeah,
I was
people
like,
need a chance to be able to go through it. It takes time. You need, you
like,
need some
I mean,
space to
literally,
operate.
There was families, people on each side waiting, trying to trickle
Yeah.
in because there's 3 guys literally just sitting there to go through. Maybe $4 a card, they'll buy it.
Sure.
Fuck,
Well,
Yeah.
that's up to them. He who's there first wins, I guess.
I guess
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
Yeah, they shouldn't have chairs in the aisle. Scoot in, stand, and
If your table's big enough, it's good to put an
Not
inline.
against it. I was just like, man,
But
the alley always were so
there's just
narrow.
not
It makes
enough
no
room.
sense. It made no sense whatsoever. But
it's just there shouldn't have been chairs in the aisle. That was an issue. I didn't like that.
Hmm.
That's fair. I get it. I
Now,
get
how
it.
do you sell your stuff then?
You have
You got-
people stand and do it. It's you can't
Didn't
take.
you hear Carlos and his bent
Oh
neck?
boy!
You can't do that.
Now my daughter's watching.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Hey, honey.
See, Eric, stop causing trouble. It's okay. He only admitted to one crime in the first hour, so far we're good.
Eric's family show.
Yeah.
That's right. Paul, we don't go straight to it, and we also don't say it out loud. We know what you meant. We know what you meant.
America.
And wherever Eric is from, he claims it's America. It's not America.
America.
it's Boston.
Again, he likes the hockeys. That's fake American.
Hockey.
You know what happens. You know what's going to happen. And this isn't political. It's just facts. What's going to happen is when the next administration comes in, you're the first on the boat back to the homeland. You're gone. It's over for you. You do understand that. Yannick has more of a state claim. He'll probably take over the house for you.
Yeah.
He's much closer to being a real American than you are.
But when they send me back, am I going to have to go to Quebec or Saskatchewan or where are they going to send me?
I have
England.
a very nice spot for you somewhere near Name. And
No.
Name will. Oh, yes. Oh,
No.
yes.
Come on.
Oh, Eric, this is the best thing. We are going to make sure that you and Name are going to get acquainted. You're gonna get to know his 47 kids. It's gonna be sensation. Uncle Eric is gonna watch the kids today.
Watch
They'll pick you up in a dog.
mayonnaise. I'd rather eat mayonnaise.
They'll pick you
And
up in
we
a
can
dog
arrange for
sled,
that.
You'll be happy.
Eric, those are famous last words. I will join the Name train, and we will get you all the mayonnaise. We will have a proper American Thanksgiving with all the mayonnaise.
That clown was texting me today and bothering me. He still hasn't because you're stupid strike up there. He hasn't gotten that package I sent.
Oh
He was
no,
in,
it's
he was
not
in
stuck in
Florida,
the
and
tail.
Eric was giggling like a little girl. Like, ooh, name. Ooh,
Man.
name.
I was
Man.
not.
Yeah, I saw him.
Wow.
I was not giggling like a little girl.
You were.
No, I wasn't.
I don't know what about it, but there was a lot
It's
of
crazy.
No giggling.
Wild. It's just wild. Wild.
Too loud.
But yep, famous in Canada, no doubt. Let me tell you.
big deal.
Eric's famous in a lot of places, let me tell you.
Infamous is more like it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's implied.
He's
Again,
got his-
we're still inside the first hour, Eric. I'm trying to keep it to a certain level. At 1 hour and 1 minute though.
Yeah, I know.
Listen. I am so Eric. I am in rare form right now because I have fully restocked the fridge with beer. So tonight, Carlos will be going for his second beer, probably right after the end of the first hour.
I'm
It's
gonna
gonna
go.
be exciting times. It's gonna be exciting times.
There's some Guinness here. I'm gonna go fill up.
This is pretty exciting right now. It's pretty wild. So, curious folks, I wanted to kind of, I do have a couple of things actually that we can touch on. So, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the card show. That's good. I'm glad you were able to pick up some things, which is nice. Um, I think it is going to be interesting. I did already, we touched on Thanksgiving. I got to be honest, Bobby, I'm a little disappointed that no one took the bait on the Thanksgiving food topic. Nobody touched it.
Nobody.
Disappointment. Like, disappointment, people. You let us down. This was your moment. Moving on. Very well. I
Moment
did
has
enjoy.
passed.
Let me touch on this because I didn't mention this previously. So as I said a little earlier, I had done I did that AEW box and I opened it up. I did the video on the channel, all that. But one of the things that I'd done prior to that is I had talked about, and I did it on the podcast too. I talked about how the price proposition of some of these boxes just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work. But my concern was the price point would actually keep people from opening enough boxes to make the singles available, which is everybody always says, buy singles, right? Buy singles. Well, but if nobody opens the boxes, where are you going to get the singles from? Then the singles become even tougher than normal. So I have noticed if I do a search for the box breaks, right now I've only been able to find about 3 or 4 of them. One of them is mine. That's a little light. It's still early. You know, Wednesday was the release date, but we're going to see going through the weekend. I did watch a case break, but if I had picked my favorite character on the case break, I would have gotten 1 card. That's tough, man. That's a tough scene. The one case break I watched would have been a 1-on-1 printing plate. Nice card. And actually for what they bought the break for, actually would have been a fair price. Not bad. But that would have been the only one. That would have been the only hit out of the entire case. That's tough, man. That's ooh. I can imagine that being that working out very poorly, folks. What was that?
How much would have been a spot?
So every spot is different depending on the character. So it's like in this case you don't have teams. So you're not doing it like a team break. If you do like your box breaks, in this case you say like, okay, so this character, like if you were doing WWE, you'd be like the Hulk Hogan spot, the Triple H spot, the Stone Cold Steve Austin spot. Well, Stone Cold Steve Austin or Hogan or one of those guys would probably be worth more than say an NXT developmental talent. You pick a name there in NXT who isn't as well known is going to be cheaper. Okay, but in this case, the spot ended up selling for about $80, which wasn't terrible. It was a $10 case. Okay, cool. And then the end result was, though, they got a 1-on-1 printing plate. So for $80, 1-on-1 printing plate, that's probably about what I would have offered for it anyway. So you basically got a card for about the correct price. If you had pulled a couple of cards, you would have come out a little bit ahead. But as it was, I think that person did okay. So good for them. I've already bought a couple of singles, one on eBay and one on Facebook. I was able to get the deal done for 2 cards. Those 2 cards cost me less than the price of a box, and I actually got 2 pretty nice cards for it. I did open the one box, and the results were really mixed. I will say they have some nice cards in it. It's like a lot of Upper Deck products. There are some very nice cards in it, but if you get the wrong names, it goes south quickly. So I'll just show real quick here. This is one of them. So this is an exquisite card, an exquisite dual relic. So it's actually a pretty nice card, and this one is numbered. It is numbered to 35. So that's actually pretty good.
Who is that?
So this is a gentleman named Matt Taven. So he's kind of a tag team wrestling specialist. The thing is, he's not a bad wrestler. That's not the issue. The issue is that Matt Taven I would rank on the lower end of a. If I gave you a hockey equivalent, Eric, this is like a 3rd or 4th liner.
Uh-huh.
It's not. They're in the league. They're a professional. They're clearly. There are people who can't even make the show. So he's a professional.
Yes.
But he's not what you want. And this is exquisite. This exquisite is like the tippy top of what a lot of what Upper Deck does. This is good. The problem isn't that the card itself is actually nicely designed. It looks good. My picture there didn't show it justice. It actually is very nice looking. The problem is Matt Taven. That's the problem.
Right.
And then the autograph I got a short print autograph as well. And the short print autograph was for a color commentator.
Oh.
And I'm like sitting there, and basically my takeaway here was this. I looked at the cards that I pulled in it. I actually did pull some good names in there. The problem is the good names I pulled on some of the base cards and some of the low end kind of the exquisite base card. And they have manufactured patches, and I pulled a good name on the manufactured patch. Well, the manufactured patches hold no value. Right. The base cards are nice. They look nice. But, that's not the hit, so to speak. The problem is my 2 biggest hits were both nice looking cards. But the problem was the name that I got for it. And what I was saying is, and I may have reached out to someone I know at Upper Deck and been like, are these hand packed? Because if they are, I gotta have words. Because if it was me, if you're gonna give me a box that's designed this way, that's configured this way, then one of these needs to be at least a lower number parallel, or swap out one of the names. So I'll actually answer this one. So Paul, it was Matt Menard. So Matt Menard, and he's not even the full-time commentator, but he does come in and do a lot of commentary. So Matt Menard, he is a wrestler technically, but he doesn't really wrestle anymore most of the time. So he's predominantly used as kind of a character and kind of a commentator. He kind of swoops in and out. So the problem is my short print autograph is Matt Menard, and my exquisite card is Matt Taven. So I'm sitting there like, so basically my two biggest hits, you're talking about a product where in US dollars, it's the equivalent of $50 per card is the price. It's a 6-card box. It's 300 US. So you're looking at $50. It's like, guys, you right there. I was like, so I said, and the problem is I'm convinced that the box that I got is probably not even far below average. It's probably average to slightly below average, which means there's going to be a lot of boxes like that. They're going to be good boxes too. There's going to be somewhere somebody's going to pull an amazing card, but not great. Not what not the way I'd have drawn it up.
No.
It's pretty rough. Last search I did, 4 Darby Allin cards listed on eBay. Yeah, right now it feels like it's been very lightly broken. Very lightly broken. And I can't blame them. Like, go look at what's coming out of these boxes. The Black Diamond Break was brutal. Yeah, they look nice, but the character selection, yeah. And the problem is the good characters that I got, I did get a couple of good characters, but it was the lesser cards. The better card, the hits were the ones where I didn't get the good names. Yeah, so let me quickly scroll through. Here we go. Bob's got the right idea here. If it was hand-picked, they forgot the lubrication. That's right.
Oh, wow, boy.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Bob really has a way with words. You know what I mean?
He does. But look, the point was this. When I did the video, what's funny is I think I got some comments back from people. I was like, well, you didn't really sound that angry about it. It's like, well, I can't really be that angry when I half expected it. I literally said when I did my conversation with another collector, I joked about it. And I said, well, I'm going to do a box for the channel for sure. And I said, my prediction is the Clubber Lang meme, pain. That was my prediction going in. So can I act really angry or furious about this, Eric, when I'm like, I understand what I'm getting into here. The odds are stacked against me. So I know this going in. But hey, we'll do it for the content. We'll do it for the content gods. Let it not be said that I will not act for the content gods. But my point is I was able to get 2 nice cards for the character that I actually want for about the equivalent of a box. And I was able to get, and if I had pulled either one of those cards in my box, I would have actually been very pleased with the box, despite the fact I would have made my money back. I would have been pleased with either one of them. I was able to buy both of them for the cost of about a box. What does that tell you?
That breaking boxes and getting in on breaks isn't good. That's what it tells me.
It's not going to work most of the time. Not for stuff like that. The problem is, though, and the reality is, it's not like the fate was unavoidable. The problem was the price point was too high. There is a price point because one of the comments was like, well, it's always a risk. I said, yes, it is. But there's varying levels of risk. At the end of my video, my conclusion was,
it's always a gamble.
Yes.
Is what it is.
But I said, if this box had been a $200 Canadian box instead of a $400 Canadian box, it still wouldn't have been a great break, but it would have been way more palatable, way easier to absorb it because it literally would be half the cost. So even still, you didn't do great, but okay, fine, you took a shot. But when it's $400, you're really far behind. Again, you're 300 US. It's $50 average per card.
Yeah.
And you're getting a manufactured patch. Well, that isn't going to do it. So now your average suddenly went up. You're going to need more you're getting a base card. Some of the base cards are going to do really well out of the market because the base cards are numbered to 149. So there's going to be a couple of folks that are going to try to do the base set. And actually, those base cards are probably going to be very expensive. I think a Sting right now, Eric, I think is going for over $100 right now on eBay for a Sting base card.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You're not going to get that, by the way, in a couple of weeks. But for the immediate moment, if you have one of those, I would definitely list it because you're probably going to get your strongest result early for a lot of those base cards as people tries to put together the set. They're going to pay a premium to try to get the singles early. So that's going to be who's going to get it. That's my recommendation. Otherwise, just enjoy the break. You cheersing somebody, Yannick?
No, you, buddy. You got one there.
Yep. Cheers.
You
Get
get
my refill in a minute. So it happens.
Yeah, it's 9:01.
Yeah, it's the refill time.
It is true. It is true. We'll get that taken care of here in a minute. So it works out.
It was actually snowing outside for a second.
No way.
No shit.
Oh wow.
Wow, look at that.
I told you.
There
it
you
was
go.
cold.
Like 3 seconds.
I
But
told
just
you,
on
yep.
the barbecue, you could see.
Yep, I told you it was cold.
There you go.
You're
So
welcome.
Ben here was asking, how about a Diddy? No, fortunately, we were able to avoid that one. We're okay. It's like, did you have to say it, though? He says, sorry, I had to say it. Did you, though? Did you? They don't have to say it, Bobby, but they wanted to. I
I'm
understand.
going to stay silent. I'm going to stay silent.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, bottom line is, yeah, chase after the singles, but my concern, what I'm going to be looking forward to and what I'm going to be curious about is if enough of the case breaks don't go super well, does that make the singles really hard? How long before the boxes go on clearance? That's going to be. So here's the thing, Eric. I was thinking I'm done opening boxes, but I did put the caveat. If that thing gets slashed really hard, there are nice cards in it. It would be then worth the gamble. Like at that point, if you bring the price down enough, all of a sudden, then I think we can get back in and be like, okay, fine. For this price point, I'll take another swing at it.
AEW gamble.
Yeah, it really is. It's all about the the cost of the box or the case that determines whether or not you feel you got something good out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we were at a the
Card
great
Vault.
yeah the
The
best
greatest
card
voted-
shop in America.
America. So
America.
it's called Card Vault, and basically around those football stadiums, they have like outlets, little kind of like mini malls, and with like
Okay.
restaurants, all kinds
Like
of
a kiosk kind of deal.
yeah, like you can go play bowling, you can like, go to a movie, restaurant, everything you want, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's a crumble cookie like right across the way,
Okay.
and then there's a place called Card Vault.
Okay.
Voted blah 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 blah. So we go in there. It was like the saddest thing I ever seen in my life. But they voted himself best shop in the
In the country.
and there's like I don't know. It looks like all decked out, but there's nothing. Like it's all like wooden, like almost like wooden steel and checkered plate, like industrial genre. And then like there's like 3 shelves behind the guy with some wax. And there's like their big vault that you look in it, and there's a Boston Red Sox ticket. There's like a Babe Ruth something, and that was it. Like I mean, I could have picked the whole place. There was less than 100 items in that whole shop. Like we're talking here, like from singles to wax to, and we stayed. I don't know, 3 minutes. We saw a cup.
Yeah, a hobby box of the cup for like
900 US.
920.
Yeah. And that was it.
The sad part is that's only a little bit high because I think it was like 1,200 Canadian at one point. So that'd be like 700 and change, 800 US. So it's not like 900 is like crazy compared to that.
It's like 928 for the hobby box.
Yeah, it's high, but not like ridiculously high compared to normal.
But being at 928, where's the 28 come from?
I don't know.
So it was sort of like Sports Cards HQ.
Oh, it was bad. It was like the shittiest airport
That's small.
before you can get on the plane, and you forgot to buy whatever, and there's 3 things on the shelf. That's what it looked like.
It's the best
How
card
do they
shop
make
in
money?
America.
To me,
You basically described the sports card equivalent of the MGM Grand Detroit. That's still my favorite thing in the world. I think I said the story on the podcast on the live stream before, but we're in Detroit. We're going to Joe Louis Arena while Joe Louis Arena was still around. We went to go check out a Wings game, so we go there. So we basically spend a couple of nights there just to hang out at the game and grab a bite. But then before we go to the MGM Grand, because obviously I like a casino, and the MGM Grand is actually pretty nice. It's not bad. They kept it up with the name brand and everything. The inside, beautiful. I walk in and I'm looking brand new everything. Everything's brand new. It's all shiny and new. And I'm looking around and they got all these slot machines, they got card games, they got all the stuff that you expect. But I'm looking around and I see a bunch of people sitting there who basically look like Eric after the 86 Red Sox lost. All of them.
Bad. That's bad.
And I'm sitting there like, I love gambling and I love being in a casino. This is depressing. This is a buzzkill, bro. Like, I'm like, everything's brand new. It looks beautiful, but this is depressing.
It was.
My buddy was like, well, you're going to, it's like, dude, I can't. No. Like, it's like, all right, then, this place is a buzzkill. I'm getting out of here because I think someone's about to commit suicide somewhere. I think somebody's going to slit their throat any minute. I'm done.
I asked
We're
him
getting
a
out of here.
question.
We actually forgot to ask them how much was it to submit, just to check it out. Because you could submit, you can trade, you can.
Oh, yeah?
I asked them one question. Where's
Where's the bathroom?
where's there a
The
bathroom?
bathroom. Yeah.
Look at you, asking the serious, the hard-hitting questions.
That's right.
Paul here is saying, opening wax right now is such a dumb bet. Paul is always about the singles. Seems like Upper Deck gets it more than Panini and Topps to bring down the price if it doesn't sell. Not true. Factually incorrect. I can tell you definitively that the biggest problem is that Upper Deck has already sold out of the product, so they're out of it. At that point, the one who has to bring down the price is either the distributor or the dealer who are stuck with it. Because if it doesn't sell, they're the ones who have to slash that price.
Mm-hmm.
And that's happened already a lot. And a lot of these, the one product, the one AEW product, when I did a ranking, the AEW product that I put at the absolute bottom rung, because I said it was a terrible value back then. It's just, the cards don't look good. They're repetitive, all that stuff, was 2021 Spectrum. So that product, I just didn't like it. It never resonated with me. There are some nice cards in it, but for the most part, not great. And I think it started at like $250 a box. And it was unjustifiable. That price was also too high. I found out that one of the shops in Toronto now has it for $99.
Eek.
From $250 to $99. And I was like, well, for $99, then it's almost workable. Like, that's actually because you could get a couple of. So basically, for the price of that Black Diamond box, I could get 4 of those Spectrum ones.
Okay.
That actually gives you more chances because you're getting seven cards per box. So you would actually be able to get 28 cards, and you're getting 4 autographs because you're getting 1 autograph per box, 1 memorabilia per box, and you're getting a configuration and you could get a second autograph or second memorabilia. Well, in 4 boxes, you got a better chance of pulling one of the lower numbered ones. At 100 per, that's actually almost workable. But all you had to do was take it from 250 to 100, aka you had to drop it substantially, and now it's almost workable.
And then you can get a couple boxes as opposed to paying $400 for a box.
That's exactly it. That's the point. Now you can space out your risk over multiple boxes, and it actually gives you a better chance of actually getting something decent that may make it interesting for you, as opposed to buying one box, and if you get nothing, you get nothing. That's it.
Yeah, it's $400 is like
Yeah. So that it's just such a high starting point, and the brand I didn't think had enough strength to be able to do it, and I was like, we're gonna see. I don't buy it. It doesn't work. So good luck. Well, I look forward. I want to see if more people open the product. I want to see it because I want to buy the singles, so I need other people to open the product. But that's a tough one, man.
Okay, Eric's gone right now, so it's just the 3 of us.
Yeah, it's all good. Brock Bowers, his rookie's promising. I cannot speak to that. I will leave it open-ended. I don't know, Paul, if you got any comments on that. I know Paul's got a little bit more invested in some of these prospects, so he might be able to say a little more. Good evening, Baz. But yeah, Paul. No, the Upper Deck sells it at full price, full price. And if they get it out the door, then it's not their problem anymore.
Mom, meatloaf.
That's right. Absolutely. So the point is, so maybe I'll just put it this way. Box breaking is always a gamble. It's never a positive ROI situation ever. However, if you are going to do that and you are going to take a calculated risk, if the price point falls far enough, then at least you mitigated your risk. That's the important thing. If you mitigated your risk, that's okay. But if you start off at a super high price point, well, then you got to hit or else. You're so far behind, you're done. Like, you're done. So for me, it's the price point. So that same Black Diamond product, if they had made it $199, Bobby, okay, it's still expensive, but you know what? $200. Guess what? So many boxes are like $200 now.
Yeah.
It blends into the crowd. It doesn't feel so egregious. It doesn't feel as bad if you miss. And for the same $400, you could honestly buy 2 boxes and at least take 2 kicks at the can, and at least you feel like your risk was spread out a little bit more.
Well, 400 is close to five. Five is half a grand. When
It
you
is.
think of it, it's
Yeah.
like, damn.
Damn.
It's a lot of money. That is.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. That is the most money I have ever spent on a single hobby box of anything.
Wow.
I have never bought a single box that prior to that went over like $250.
And you probably never will again now.
Well, not with that thing. Well, here's the thing. I've opened at least one box of all the AEW products they've released. The next one is not at that price point. The next one I think is Allure, and I think that's like 140 bucks, 150
Oh,
bucks.
that's fair.
Which is more palatable. And the last Allure I did fantastic with. And honestly, I like the
You
product
did.
better.
Yeah.
I like the product better personally. So it's a better product I like more. The price point is more reasonable, and all that works in its favor. This one, I kind of knew was like, oh, this is going to turn out very badly. That's why I gave the whole Clubber Lang meme. It's like, I know what's coming.
You knew it.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for the people. I'm gonna do it for the content gods. You're welcome. But my sacrifice has been made.
Hope is a wonderful and a horrible thing.
Yeah. I watched a couple of the other breaks, so I was like, I'm not seeing any of those cards that would make me excited to spend this price point. Even before my box came in, I was like,
Maybe
ooh.
I'll pull them.
I didn't have that much optimism.
Okay.
So thank you, Paul, for the breakdown on Bowers. Appreciate that. Hopefully that helps, Ben. Zach says, good evening. Any thoughts on the GameStop fanatics teaming up? Seems like GameStop could be the way to being direct to consumer and squeezing out the LCS. Well, I don't think it's going to squeeze out the LCS. I think they are.
It'll be good.
Yeah. GameStop right now is trying to enter into everything. They're literally trying everything they can.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't blame them because at this point, now Neo
They have
did a
retail
video.
locations.
It's on their board now, right? You know,
Yeah,
just
they got Nat Turner on the board. Neo did a video though that they were talking about. Apparently, they have a couple of $1 billion in cash.
Yep.
So they can afford to invest in a variety of different things potentially. So if you're at GameStop, the video game thing is going to become more difficult because now digital games is such a big thing. The physical games don't really do what they once did for you.
Well, did they not grade them and sell them there too?
They do, but it's one of those things where that business has steadily declined year on year. So it's just become tougher and
Yeah,
tougher.
but adding the cards might help. The grading might help. All
there's
this
no more physical games per se. Like all now you games. I don't.
Yeah.
It was
I
used
don't
games for a
know.
while. Used games was where they were trying to make it work for a while.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So I think that worked.
You
But
already
the end
have
result though,
distribution with all the, you already have all those shops. Like how many GameStops are in America?
so Yannick, that was the point. So part of the argument for that video was kind of what Dufex is talking about here. The capital raise from the meme stock run injected a lot of capital in the company.
Sure.
The end result though is realistically, if you want to think about this, GameStop right now currently is basically a real estate company.
Mm-hmm.
Because basically what they've got is they've got access to a ton of locations, a lot of retail locations and a variety of different things that they could do all kinds of things with, potentially. So for them, it's like they're literally just sitting there like, we're called GameStop, but dude, we will sell anything that will turn a profit,
Perfect.
whatever it is, whatever it takes. And we're basically everywhere. If you've got a GameStop nearby, there you go. You want to submit your cards for grading? Here you go. You want to do this? Go ahead.
I actually saw and registered in my brain today because being Black Friday, of course, around every mall there's just a nightmare. And yeah, like twice I saw a big sign at GameStop. I was like,
Yeah. So convenience locations, there is value to that. So the question that they're asking themselves, what can we sell in these locations to make us the most money? Because if they can figure that out, having all those locations then becomes an asset. It becomes something they can use. Because they're like, okay, so now you have accessibility. Hey, you got one across the street, you got one down the road or whatever.
come on, man.
It'll be whatever. Whatever they can think of that they can make some money on, they'll go for it. They'll probably try it.
Like there's
Yeah.
enough slabs here in this room that you could start a little,
GameStop. Yeah.
Well, little do you know, Eric hasn't gotten the sign up yet. Yeah, apparently he is the local GameStop.
Well, they might be supplemental to the LCSs that are not really coming into business at this point. So they're kind of sitting there, like you said, real estate, that's McDonald's and Tim Hortons, real estate
Yeah.
companies, because they all
Yeah.
make sure they purchase the land that they're on. They never rent. So they can't be put out of business. So, anyways.
Yeah. Right now, it's just access to locations. For them,
Yeah.
it's convenience and locations. That's what they have currently. There is value to that.
Location,
Even if they
location.
wanted to sublease it or do something with it, there are things you could do if there's money to be made there. So that's what they're looking at. And I could imagine with having some cash reserves, they could at least look. You could look at your options and make some money with it one way or the other if you use it correctly.
Yeah.
So Baz was saying, small talk in the market game stock may try to buy PSA. So that was the subject of Neo's video. The idea. See, here's the thing: collectors. Nat Turner is not dumb. He would 100% sell it. He and Steve Cohen and those guys would be like, "Wait, you want to spend how much on collectors?" They're like, "Well, we bought collectors for this.
Mm-hmm.
You give us a couple of $1 billion and it's not our problem, bro."
Bro,
Rocking. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like they'll pocket the cash and be done with it.
Yep.
It works out. So here you go. Justin says, "Yep, absolutely." So Ben here says, their retail footprint in a world where physical footprints are becoming less and less necessary. To a degree, yes. But don't just think about what the store is selling, because for what the store is selling, yes, Amazon can deliver it faster and to your door. That's true. But the thing that Amazon cannot do currently is they can't take in items. That's the whole grading thing, is because having the physical store there is where somebody who doesn't understand this, they don't even want to fill in a form. Just having the convenience of being able to be like, for $20 or $25 or whatever it is, yeah, we'll send it over to grading. You can come back here and pick it up, and boom, you're done. So bring it in. We'll fill out the paperwork. You pay the amount. Boom. When it's back here, we'll let you know. And here, go pick up your stuff. For some folks, that's basically the convenience of it. That's really it. Because yeah, stores that have physical, as long as you can ship it to me, whatever. Most of the time, that replaces a lot of the retail. Two different things, though. And there are some people who refuse to send anything in the mail. They would rather drop it off and let somebody else deal with the liability of it.
Mm-hmm.
That is where they've got something. We'll see.
And plus, people do still like physically going to a store rather than being online. There is
That's exactly it. That's the market you're catering to. That is the market you're selling to. Because otherwise, yeah, then get rid of it and move on. But I think some people really like that, because otherwise, again, if you want to deal with PSA, then you have to ship it out yourself directly. Fill in the forms, put it in the box, and take care of all that. Make sure you've insured it and done all your business. Get it to them, and then their job is to get it back to you. But you still have to get it to them.
Oh, yeah.
And anything you do to make that section of it easier, there are some folks that want that convenience, and they'll pay a premium just to have somebody else do it.
Oh yeah.
So this thing about GameStop.
Yep.
I've been thinking about this, and video games. Actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Tactile,
physical. Yeah.
physical video games.
Look at this man with tactile.
Oh my
Damn.
god.
Are dying. All right, you can just download them online, off your computer, off the video game console. So the physical game itself is dying out. So now that Nat Turner is bought into GameStop,
Mm-hmm.
I honestly see a transformation that may happen over the next few years, where these become PSA stores filled with PSA slab cards at high end, low end. Everything in the store is slabbed. Every single one is a submission center, and maybe in the corner there'd still be a couple of of the newest video games that come out, and have a handful of those in the corner.
Oh, they can cover it all.
But I honestly see, because the physical games are dying, I honestly see these becoming PSA stores, and a possibility that it could happen.
Well, I see the
Well, I
X-Gens
think-
are still holding on, though, right, for the next 10 years at least, because they're only 45 to 55 right now. So there's still another 10, 15 years that they have left. I mean, the baby boomers, we don't care because we grew up with fucking Pong. But anyways, the X-Gens are still there. And even the what's that, millennials after that, I guess? Or is it? Whatever.
Oh, after Generation X, you mean?
Yeah.
Generation X, yeah. I think it's millennial after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and then you have a slight touch of the millennials, and there is still that historic nostalgic thing about physically owning something, and touching it, opposed to just playing video games. So there's still a good base there for GameStop to go forward for at least another 10, 15 years, and actually looking forward with a company that you can look 10, 15 years ahead. That's actually kind of good, opposed to just taking it year by year and seeing what's going to happen. So
Well,
they're
I think the biggest problem, just speaking on that piece, the biggest problem is that the current state of video games is that even the physical, that disc is just the key to a download server. It's not even the game. The game is just a piece of software that loads on the machine. The machine then
yes.
downloads it, and if the server's down, then your disc is basically a coaster.
Well, it's sort of like opening junk wax for a lot of guys. They don't mind, so they don't mind going buying the games, grabbing it, and going, "Oh yeah, I still got the old system." And that's just like junk wax. They're doing that in the same way, and I think people will want that physicality still to remain there because that's their nostalgia. That's
No, I
their
get it. But what I'm saying is,
physical.
at a certain point, the discs themselves become unusable without that server connection. Because the most recent run, this is probably going about in 10 or 15 years now. The last 10 or 15 years, a bunch of those discs basically are coasters without the server. As soon as the server gets disconnected, you can put it in the machine, nothing will happen. It will
Why would
not
you need
work.
this? Oh, okay, for online playing. Yes, I meant for
No,
personal.
it's not even online playing. Literally, you need that to connect just to actually download the thing onto the disc. Doesn't have anything other than a key confirming ownership. The software is not on the disc anymore.
Oh,
For some
really?
reason.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So literally, the disc you may as well throw the disc in the garbage can. There's nothing. It doesn't do anything other than just confirm
I was
ownership.
thinking more console games, but any which way, yeah.
Yeah, the console one, the last generation of console is basically 20 years ago now. And
Yep.
so that's basically the generation you're home. Everyone that immediately came after that, right around PlayStation 1 and beyond, which PlayStation 1 now is quite a ways quite a ways in the past now.
But
That goes
it's
back to the 90s.
Going on 30 years, yeah.
understand it's the retro for the people who do collect still physical copies. So it's sort of like me who still collect, like the baby boomer who's still collecting, cards and what have you of the vintage, what have you. That vintage turns to the X gens actually right now until the next 10, 15 years. So they still have that time. But getting into physical games, I understand the key and everything, but still the original games, that the Nintendos and what have you can still play them, and there's still that nostalgia there, because it takes time to get to that nostalgic place, and people want to recapture that, and that's why they're paying 20, $30 for a box of junk wax. I was just at the show on the last weekend. Guy had a whole bunch of junk wax gone. So the guys were going, yeah man, it's fun just to open, 15, $20 a box. What are they getting out of there? Nothing.
Nothing.
It's just for nostalgic purposes. That's it.
Like, yeah, why would you buy and open a box of 1991 score?
Because you remember opening it when you were a kid, and
Yeah.
you just want to recapture that
Yeah, but
that
people
youth.
still buy them.
And people will still buy them. And they haven't stopped buying them. Actually, when junk wax came back, man, it's still there. Like, honestly, I see guys with tons of junk wax, and they're selling it because guys go, hey, it's only 20, $30, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll have some fun when I go home. Then I have to open $400 boxes of anything. Anyways, just saying.
I don't regret any of it. I'd have done it again.
I didn't say anything directly.
No, I got it. I like though. It's like I'd have still done it. I'd have spent it over a trinket. I preferred it. Dufek says, can't wait for the first report of stolen and lost cards from GameStop submission. That already happened. There's a guy who claimed $375,000. He came up with that valuation though on his own. That's valuation is a little questionable.
Any
but
more
yeah,
to that
alright.
story?
All that's come out of it so far that I'm aware of is he made the claim, and apparently the issue was it was basically a partial theft. This is the last thing I heard, and that's become kind of a common thing in general.
Though, right?
No idea. It's
okay.
been very vague. The problem is, again, the number came from nothing. So that's what I was sitting there like 375,000. It's a good headline grabber, but I was like, so 375,000 according to you?
The guy he came out of there and went into his car and recorded that immediately. So
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So the thing, my biggest question on the whole thing when that came out, again, I haven't looked into it too deep, but my biggest question is like, okay, let's say for the sake of argument, it is 375,000. Let's pretend. For the sake of
Sure.
argument.
Oh,
He's
like
one of those PSA guys who
You
puts it on
you
Right.
could you could
eBay.
literally go to any shop that has a PSA account, and they would take care of. Why did you go into a GameStop?
Because they do it too.
Yeah, with the
If you're in
minimum
the
wage
know, you
employee.
know. If you don't, then you don't.
It's not even that. If you supposedly have 300, again, if you know that this is 375,000 worth of it, it's like you can talk to somebody and they'll be like, yeah, don't take it to a GameStop. It's literally a minimum wage kid that's sitting at the front counter who doesn't give a shit.
No.
Like,
doesn't.
the last person in the world you're handing off anything of value to. Get out of here.
What
So
are you gonna do?
that was the thing. It's not at that point. It's not even a knowledge thing. It's a common sense thing.
Oh, Carlos.
Yes.
Look up the $79. See what it's doing. Case. Sorry.
Oh, the case. Yeah, yeah. I'll look it up here in a second.
Yeah.
Beckett Stores. There you go. Put that in there.
That's it.
Yes.
Beckett
Now
PSA.
we're going
Store
Yes.
down the middle and bada bing.
Fight.
Boom.
Wait till someone takes over Beckett. Something's coming with Beckett.
Eric's trying to get his pennies together as we speak.
I know.
I'm going to have a friend.
Just hit the like button. Why don't you give him a 2-month break and then he'll be able to afford it?
Never.
I'm going to have a franchise.
Never.
It's going to be awesome.
Listen, I gotta recoup my cost from my AW Black Diamond box, so I'm doubling his like button.
True. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm getting it from. Why do you think I can afford to spend so extravagantly and not give a shit about $400?
That's probably it.
It's all the like button money, man. With the like button money, I'm living large here, Bobby.
Oh yes.
All right, so let me see here. I'll look up this case, see if I can find it. Heritage.
Heritage.
Salty.
Yeah.
So Zach says it's like Geoff and Cards HQ talks about being a future LCS instead of mom and pop having a chain of Cards HQ in every city. What if Fanatics did that with GameStop? So it would require somebody like a Fanatics to enter into it, but right now they've got too many things going on. They've got too many irons in the fire.
Oh,
It's
I
just-
got
Go ahead.
something. GameStop HQ. Oh,
GameStop HQ.
there it is. You know it's coming. Get ready,
Wow.
Jeff. We're coming to get you.
There's a question for you, Eric. You can see you want to opine on that one.
Yes. They suck.
Bold. Bold.
Both teams suck. Today, the Penguins sucked a little less.
Happens.
Bold statements. All right, so the 79 O-Pee-Chee case that has been
Yes.
re-auctioned has 6 days left currently.
And the
I
last
will
time
say-
we checked, it was at I think 1,000,003,
Yeah, right thereabouts. 1,000,003, 1,000,004, right in that range.
and now
And currently it is, I'll share here.
1,003.5.
You're actually not far off.
No, it's got to went up more than that.
You'd be surprised.
No, the case is that case is worth a lot more than people think.
1.62. Barely moved.
Yeah. Well, 300,000 is not like paying $400 for a box, but I'm just saying.
That 300,000 is with the juice. It required the juice to get that. It barely moved.
Oh, damn the juice.
The
Yep.
juice.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going to go. I think that's a great investment for somebody, to let those boxes go. They're the best boxes out there for 79 Gretzky. If you're talking about wax, you can't get a better box anywhere. And if you're top tier talking that way, then whatever they go for, I don't know. Last time what was it, 200K? I think something like that. I don't even know if that's relevant anymore. Or if a box has even come up in the last year or so. But yeah, I think those boxes are really something. If they're sold properly and it's understood. Like everyone said, 3.7 was too much money. It's like, whatever. There was still underbidder, even if the first guy was a flub. So whatever.
What would you do?
Well,
Bob?
like we talked about, though, the key is the third guy. If the two guys went
Yes.
all the way up to 3.7 and the third guy is at like 1.8.
Where was the third
If-
guy is the question.
Yeah, if the
We don't
third
know.
guy is like at 1.8 million, then the thing is literally going to cut in half.
But then again, it's the perception. And it was a negative perception going forward. I noticed that on the internet that it was taken down. And I actually think it's probably, in my experience, if you're looking at buying a Gretzky box, why would you buy any other but that? I can't see anybody investing 200K into a regular box that might have been searched and the packs might not be good in there, where this box is mint, unsearched, wrapped right from the case. You cannot get better. There is no better. So of 200K, it should be going for 300, 350, something like that. If it maintains its price. I mean, in the overall wax pricing of packs and stuff like that. It should really be higher, or should it go for 4 million? I think so. I think it should be up around there, but regardless, whatever happens, happens. Like I said, there's a lot of people squawking out there, and the squawk was very negative. So, and people really like to squawk when they don't know f all about freaking wax and what to look for. The one thing being a wax collector is we're always looking for the best secure place to get it. Where did you get this? Where did it come from? Did you buy it originally? All those questions are answered. And that is your biggest negative about being in wax is like, where did it come from? What's inside? Has anybody searched it? Has it been Frankenstein? Those are the questions. These clean. It's a PSA 10 opposed to PSA 7 that most boxes could barely reach at being a full box. And you don't know who's placed what packs in there. And you don't even know the condition of them. You at least know these conditions. No one's touched them. I think they're the superior. I think they're the top of the tier. Anyways, that's my opinion as a wax.
So, quick question about it. So what's the best outcome that could go with this box? Or what should anyone do with this box, whoever buys it? Like break it, keep it, forget
No,
it?
you should break it. You should break it and bring it back into the marketplace and bring it back a box at a time, one per year or something like that. And I think it should hold strong. It depends how the wax prices hold up over the next few years. We have all the scanning, and this is the best part, is no one's going to scan those boxes because you're going to get 1.38 Gretzky's in every box. So why bother? But condition or resealed or whatever that's in there. Remember, Steve Hart is in business giving you his best guess. These are not a best guess. These are an absolute. When you have an absolute over a best guess, what's your money on?
I like absolute. That's more
GameStop. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I'm only interested if Steve Hart will agree with me that my AW Black Diamond box that we all got duped agreed.
Oh no,
that's that's what I need. I need him to retroactively. The problem is I got duped from Upper Deck. I got duped from Source
directly.
Yeah, directly. But we can confirm that actually came directly from the source. That's kind of why I would tease individuals that remain nameless at Upper Deck. I was like, this is not hand packed, because if it is, we're gonna have words. Because then I need to know I need names.
Yes.
I need names. I need badge numbers. I need all of it.
Yeah. I'm not trying to upsell that box, but I'm just saying, if you're looking for the best of the best, that's the best right there. And it should go for a premium, because everything in this hobby goes for a premium. That is the best of the best. So, and that box, that case is it a one of a kind? I doubt it. I've heard other stuff over the years. Until the next case comes out. If another case comes out, then you're beat. But as far as those boxes go, when he was taking them out, I just went, oh, wow, they're so clean, so nice. Nobody searched them, nothing. It's just perfectly done. Remember, all those boxes were taped, like O-Pee-Chee taped their boxes sealed. He said a couple were compromised, but even still, he shrink wrapped them, so it doesn't matter if it's compromised or not. It's still sealed. It's still, nobody's touched them. Nobody's looked inside. No one's, Frankensteined it up with a few here, a few from there. And I'm sure any other box cannot hold that hierarchy of cleanliness. There's no way. So if you take every box that's out there, I'll take that one.
There you go. Hobby Champs here says, we've all been duped agreed, can be used with most ultra-modern oven. This is fair.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep. But it's a great meme. I'm not gonna lie. No matter what, I just look for excuses to use that meme, because it gives me. I gotta be honest. It gives me joy. It gives me joy. It really does. I always appreciate it.
Yep.
But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now, since it is 6 days, we've got a little under a week. So I think by the time we get to, if it's 6 days, does it actually end on the Thursday or the Friday?
I think we made some estimates, did we not? I think around 4 million or something.
We did the first time. The second time we haven't touched any numbers.
I talked to, did we? I'm sure, because someone said 4 million. I agreed. Who was that?
I didn't pick any number for this one.
No,
I know we did.
I figured it would go for a little bit more, but it would have to be written about, and somebody would have to explain this to maybe the collectors, sort of like how they explained the Baltimore News about Babe Ruth, but on an honest basis this time around.
Oh my God! Hold on. I didn't realize
Oh,
this.
easy.
I hadn't bothered to scroll down at all because we had
Oh,
just looked at the first one. So on the site itself, Heritage site, it says here. So Heritage later brokered a sale of a Gem Mint 10 example Gretzky for record 3.75 million. Offer this information in the interest of providing a degree of perspective. It's just profoundly rare and important. The offered lot is within the post-war trading card community. I do enjoy them laying it on thick. That is nice. Now, I like, if I scroll down, it says here, if this lot looks familiar, there's good reason for that. Oh, no kidding.
Really?
As it was originally offered in the February 2024 Platinum Night auction, the subject of a spirited bidding war, spirited, I like that,
they're so
that ended
good.
at a final price of over 3.7 million. The case is not being relisted due to non-payment by the winning bidder. It is important to emphasize that this is not a different case, and no other case has since come to light. So the singular rarity of this outrageous find, it's outrageous, remains intact. There's every reason to believe that the enormous media attention in the United States and Canada would have brought any other such survivor to our attention if it existed. We believe this is the only original 1979 O-Pee-Chee hockey wax box case on Earth.
No, it is not.
No, probably not.
But
I know. I happen to know
it's
that I
not.
traded one. I traded one for a box of AEW Black Diamond. So
You ever
honestly,
notice that Bobby never lets us see around that garage? I'm convinced there's a couple of pallets
I
of
think
this
he's
shit.
sitting on one.
I think he's
well,
sitting.
Yannick is right. Yeah, Bobby's
Yeah.
literally sitting on a case of it right now. He had an
Yeah.
extra. The side of the box is a little scuffed, so he's like, screw it.
yeah,
Puts a little cushion on top. Boom, done. Great seating arrangement.
He's got wrapped pallets up against that back wall. I know he does.
you can barely fit a car in here. Fuck.
Yeah, at least you got the treadmill in there in the garage of knowledge.
Well,
So
the
at least you got that
treadmill,
going.
the car, and a little storage over here. I got some nice display boxes over here. There you go. Rack pack boxes. There you go.
There you go.
Nice. We get
So
those
Ben here
in-
says it's fascinating to hear you talk about unbroken wax. Perfect, and it's valid. The hobby's not dead. Yeah, Bobby literally wrote a book on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm kind
so
of guilty of that. And nobody else did. Well, sorry, Mark Murphy did, but he didn't get into writing too much about anything beyond himself.
Oh boy.
Not that I don't like Mark Murphy, but I don't like Mark Murphy.
Oh,
shocking.
Yeah.
Maybe you should spend time in the hockey, Bobby. If you ever go back on the Gong Show after your beloved appearance,
Actually, round 2's coming up, so whenever that freak is.
but what I'm saying is maybe you should just hijack it and just start talking about Mark Murphy and think
I
people
could
you
do
don't
that.
like. Just go like, you know what, Mark
There's a
Murphy.
few. We could put Steve Hart, Mark Murphy, and who else would be in there? We'll leave a few other names out for now. Oh,
Hey, great. JW here. Good evening. Gretzky price is going to tumble with Ovechkin approaching records. Sell Gretzky now. Listen, it'll be like pennies by the end of the
yeah.
pennies.
Yep. I know everyone's talking about selling the Ovechkin rookie already, and Miwa's got a broken leg. Tibia, whatever it is. Tibia. Anyways, everyone's going, well, wait till he breaks the record, and then they're going to sell it, and then there's going to be $50 million on the marketplace, and then what? It's just going to tank after that. I don't think.
Oh, could you imagine having a
How many is
podcast
there?
that we talk about that somebody would make that argument?
I can't believe it.
It's shocking. Anyway, what I was going to say was that the reality is, in all seriousness, if somebody wants to sell an Ovechkin, you've got a couple of windows here. You've actually got a multiple opportunity. It has already gone up a
We
fair
got
bit.
2 windows. Yes, it's going to go.
But I'm saying, if your goal is just profit, if your goal is to try to like nail the exact, then
That's
whatever. You got a
everybody's
couple windows.
goal, is it not?
No, for sure. But I'm saying, but if you had bought into the Ovechkin at a reasonable price already, you can literally lock in some gains. Especially if you got copies, because some people are sitting on copies. You could have already done very well making a little bit of money now.
Sure.
Because there's already been a sizable increase, especially since he started the year off hot. He actually has gone up a fair bit. And if you were in at a low price point to begin with, because again, young guns are pretty abundant. So there was a good chunk of time where you could get your hands on one pretty cheap, especially relative to today. So some folks could make 4 or 5x on their investment right now, literally easy money in their pocket, and just sit back and hold a couple of copies to try to get the exact peak.
The problem is that potential thereof, and everybody likes to go, I'm guaranteed it, it's fine, I know it's going up a little bit, but I'm going to hold out for the big money. I don't know where the big money is. I don't think there'll be this big surge. I think it'll be so quick to go up, but then there'll be so many out there, it'll go down. It's sort of like when somebody dies and their card goes up really quick and then it goes down.
If you're going to do your biggest surge, it has to be on the really tough ones. Like the Young Gun is too common. It's too
Oh, I'm just
readily
talking about
available.
that one. The other ones are
Yeah,
different.
yeah,
We don't
but
know what's
like
going to
the
happen.
cup,
with those.
the cup,
Yeah.
you would do well. Regardless, I think you would
Oh,
do
yeah.
well,
Yeah.
especially with that because the people that want that are
But
interested
the
in paying
selling
big money
time
for. It.
has to be the same time as the regular ones too. That timeline has to be right in there.
Yeah, it's one of those
Unless
things.
you think afterwards it's going to be worth more. That's a tough call on those.
It just becomes a matter of availability, Bobby.
Yeah.
If there isn't one for sale in the run up to it, then the person who wants one still wants one. So then, regardless, even if it's just they won't be waiting on they're not worried about the exact date and time. They're going to be like, he is now the record holder. Now everybody else is chasing, another credential to add to the rest of it. So it's one of those things you got to play
But
around with it.
if his rookie card drops after he breaks the record, because there's so many the influx would be so abundant that would
for the
it
Young Gun it
hurt
will.
the other
Yeah,
cards too? Because it's
Not the
not going
cup.
up; it's coming back down.
Yeah.
So you might get a little bit. Selling the other ones might be more difficult of a call, but the other ones, I don't know, a few months before, a couple months before. I don't think going right up to the end because then there'll just be too many people jumping the gun.
Yeah, I don't think it'll affect too many for the higher end stuff. For the Young Gun, then the
Yeah.
run up to it is always the best.
Yeah.
Honestly, we talked about it before. If I was trying to be, you're not going to get it till the second. But for me, when he's about 4 or 5 goals away, I would sell a good chunk of them because he's close enough.
Well, that's actually way too close, I think. But anyways, I think
He's not
about
going to
10
score 5 goals in
away
one
with
game.
enough
He's not going to
games.
score 5 goals in one game. It could take him a couple of weeks. You'll have plenty of time to sell the card.
Yeah, but there's how many did they make? I don't know. Quite a few.
Well, the thing is, people are buying them right now, and they've already gone up 5x in like a year and a half. So it's like
I
so
understand.
as we go through it, there's still a little room on there, but it's not gonna
It's-
quadruple in price right now.
No, not even close.
Yeah, it'll be a couple of grand more. It'll be one of those deals, and that's still more money, but you'll still do very well right now. If you've already in on a good price, I would honestly take some of the cash and take it off the table.
The funny part, who wants to buy it when he broke his record?
There'll be a guy.
There's a guy.
His name is Eric.
His name is Eric.
I honestly don't think that there's one Ovechkin card
There you are.
in all of this.
So you literally have actively avoided good hockey players in that room.
Mm.
Honestly, hold on a second. I just want to double check and make sure I didn't lie. No,
You should check.
there's a McDavid and a Matthews that somehow ended up here because somebody sent me like filler cards with some stuff I bought. So no, I don't have any Ovechkin cards anywhere. I don't
Everybody's going to sign a 79 Gretzky rookie? Yes. Increase the value.
have any.
He can inscribe it real goal scoring king. Hobby Champ says, sitting in the car watching you guys while my girlfriend is shopping at Michael's, send therapy.
Oh, dude, you're gonna be out there forever.
Dude.
Well, Eric, what a coincidence. We've got a live stream that lasts forever.
Oh no, we're gonna have to go to save him. We're gonna have to go pandemic hours.
The funny
We'll
part,
leave it
I started reading it and it goes, sitting in the car watching you guys while my girlfriend is shopping at Michael's. Okay, so he's like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Yeah, we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to go old school.
Down-
7 hours. 7 hours.
Yannick, when we're done, just lock the door and leave Eric here. I'll leave him on the screen. He
Perfect.
can entertain us all. In the meantime, we'll all go over to Amanda's stream at that point. So BGS 10 says, should be ran off if time right. BGS 10 should be ran off if time right. Only 55 copies. As long as BGS is still afloat. Well, that's still an ask. That's still the
Something big's happening with BGS soon.
There you go.
And then when is Brian going to be telling? He said a few weeks away or something.
It could be Brian Gray Services.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
BG.
Oh wow! I
By
never thought about
BG.
that. BGS, holy
Brian
Brian
Gray
Services.
Brian Gray.
Damn,
Yep.
damn.
Yep. He's gonna drive down to the prison.
Yes,
Gonna get that felon to sign over the company to him for like $1.
there you go.
Eric, that is boss to you. He's still your boss.
Wow.
Be nice.
All right.
All right.
It is Christmas time.
Yes,
Do you
no.
want your bonus or not?
Yes.
Mr. Felon. I'm sorry, I wasn't showing the proper respect to Mr. Felon.
Correct. That's
Yep.
right.
You're lucky you don't get shanked over that.
That's right.
I know.
But you got enough knives. You're okay.
See, what do I
Well,
have?
look, do you realize that the irony is going to be at some point Eric is with all the injuries he's had. There's going to come a day where it's going to be like, hey, what happened? Eric's in the hospital. Eric's always in the hospital. No, he got stabbed, and it's going to be like that fucker got stabbed with
Yeah.
what?
I probably
Ten.
myself. did it
10.
myself.
What's going to be great, Bobby, is that he's going to be stabbed, and then everybody's going to ask, it's like, all right, with which? Oh, it's a butter knife. What? Really?
You got some-
5,000 knives, and it was the butter knife that did him in.
Yeah.
No, it would be a pen.
Those are dangerous. Those sporks. Those sporks will get you.
Oh,
Damn
yeah.
sporks. Dang.
Come at you with it.
Yeah,
Good
man.
Lord.
You don't mess with those sporks.
Don't take my shank away, Grandma.
I freaking love that movie.
That was so funny that I saw
Yeah.
that part. I almost laughed.
Oh, not my prison shank.
Come on, Grandma, not my prison shank.
Wow,
that
he's got him
hillbilly
precious today.
accent.
He's got him precious today. Damn. All right.
I could watch that movie once a week. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
You probably do watch it once a week. Let's be honest.
I do own it. I could.
This is a fair call out. Bass is on the ball here. He says, Yannick, watch your love handles. Eric's like an Inuit looking for seal meat with that knife.
Oh,
There's a lot of things you should be worried
named
about.
doing that one.
Eric, what are we going to do with you? With you two wacky kids hanging out there. So
Yeah.
who gets the other one? Because one of you has to sleep sometime, and then the other one actually gets to do horrific things. So what's going to happen? What should we like do an over under? Like what are we going for here?
When I go sleep down there, there's mom between us. Like,
Yeah, she
between
keeps
up
an
and
eye.
down,
She
so-
keeps an eye and makes sure that
Who gets to sneak
You
into
want
the
to
fridge
kill
for
me.
the midnight snack?
What was that, Bobby?
Who gets to sneak into the fridge for the midnight snack?
I think that's mom too. I think.
Oh my God! Okay, she's the one.
Yeah, it's her fridge.
Oh, it's her fridge. Damn.
Yeah. So
Oh,
She's
you're
the
lucky.
guardian. She's the keeper. She's the keeper of the things.
Yannick, you're good.
she runs the house, man.
I got the whole downstairs to myself, living room wise, and then she's got her own place, and this idiot is right above.
Oh, nice. Go get some dressing. We'll make a little
And-
sandwich. Toast it
And
up.
my daughter's out for the night. My wife's out for the night. I
She's in New Hampshire.
New
Interesting.
Hampshire, Florida.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Look, so
Capital.
Yannick, does this
So
mean
we're
that we're
actually
going to...
left without supervision right now.
Just
really.
mom.
Just mom.
I was about
Mom-
to say, like, this
I-
sounds like a sitcom waiting to happen is what I'm hearing. But one thought that I'm having right now,
Two fools and Kathy.
It's the facts of life.
is this a situation where now Eric's going to be sitting there at night and we know he's got his troubles sometimes sleeping, and all of a sudden he's going to hear in the background mayo 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 mayo
Or
just up and down the hallways, and he's like no
come and knock on my door.
mayo mayo mayo
Oh,
mayo,
What is new?
like a Gregorian chant mayo mayo
Yes.
mayo.
Like, yeah. Like I don't have a hard enough time sleeping. That would pretty much end it.
I'm just saying that sounds like nightmare fuel for you, Eric.
Yeah, it's bad.
Go steal a Hellsman truck.
Yeah, back to,
Park it in your driveway.
oh my god.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
No, it wouldn't. That'd be bad.
Come on.
Well, you gotta
So
have a
you're,
turkey sandwich. You gotta have freaking like bacon and mayo.
No, neither one of them.
Lettuce, tomato. It's a bloody turkey club. Fudge.
Dang.
The best.
Ben here says the point I was trying to make about the Fortnite skins, accessories, vehicles is value. Sounds crazy. These releases will be valuable with the late Mel's and Gen Z. So the thing with the Fortnite skins is that it's basically the idea of putting value on like a digital asset, like a digital thing. And if those kids start putting the value in that long term, and they don't care about the physical as much, well, then that's it for a lot of those physical items. They're just not going to have the
We're in
Because-
NFT land again.
yeah, basically. So it's on them.
And you know how that worked out.
Hey, it worked. Tremendous. My thing is always, I don't worry about it. I never concern myself. It's one of those things where we've talked about this before. You've got about a generation. If you're really that worried about it, well, it makes you clear your stuff within about a generation, and if we're right, well, then you can buy back super cheap if you want. You honestly could get it dirt cheap. You could get your value out of it, enjoy it, pay off your house, do a bunch of other stuff, and then come back and be like, "Hey, I'll take that Boobior." It's like, what? Here's $1.
Mm-hmm.
Done. Problem solved.
Yeah, after this is over, I'm locking up this room again. I don't trust him in here.
Oh.
He got
I'm
the
saying, I think these are valid questions, man.
He's sitting right beside you.
He got the stinky
I got
fingers.
chips fingers right now.
Wow. Ever sleep on a pile of raw Boobior cards? Tell us, Yannick.
I don't know. Tonight I'm gonna explore a little more.
Okay.
Baz, I think I know where you're going with it. This is a Freudian slip. Did Yannick bring a jar across the border of Cool Whip? You mean Miracle Whip?
Cool.
Well, Cool Whip.
Cool Whip Eric is into.
Yeah.
Cool Whip Eric would be like, you know what? I can accept this.
I actually brought packets.
It's
and
like
I'm leaving
fluff.
them all around the house, but I'm not telling him where.
Oh, that's weird.
There you go.
It's not even funny.
I'm hoping this whole thing is a setup so Yannick can dump mayonnaise on Eric's head while he's sleeping and video.
I would pay to see it.
Mayo.
I would pay to see it.
The Gregorian chanters are spoken.
I got a list from his son, daughter, wife, and more. Basically,
His
telling
minister, his local neighborhood watch,
Yeah. Like,
Is that me, Ma?
local dock workers. Get that fucker. Okay. Got it.
Billy
Jeez.
LG.
That
That
seems
was
a
my
little.
mother who said that.
I was gonna say that seems a little aggressive, but okay, fine. Jeez, Bobby, I gotta say I'm proud of us. We've milked a lot of time on this episode, and I honestly can't think of anything valid any of us have said.
Very little. Really.
I'm not convinced
Even
we said anything of
sports-wise.
value.
Sports-wise, it's been very low.
So can I interject a possible actual topic that if we may? Almost 2 hours in, why not? So I actually, and Eric, you'll appreciate this. So I would actually like to briefly touch on an article written by Cardi C. You do know this gentleman.
Yeah, he's great.
Chris.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
So I will touch on this, and I will leave a link in the descriptions of this article, but I'll give you the general thesis of it, but then also I'll offer it as an open kind of question, an open kind of conversation. So here is the article in question. See, guys, sometimes I do come prepared with some stuff. Just sometimes. So we got something here, and I'll share it with you guys. So it is from his website. He started up a website called The Smarter Collector. Some of these articles are, so it's got a little bit of a blog kind of thing where he writes some articles about different topics about collecting. The thing is, some of these articles are talking a little bit more of the psychological side or strategy side, a little bit more related to that. This one here is actually called When to Stop a Player Collection and When It's Okay to Move On. So exactly as it sounds like, it's touching on the idea of being a player collector and what happens. And I won't read you this article because I do want to encourage you, if you're interested, to actually go read it. It's not a long read. It's fairly light. But here, it's different spots for collector burnout. If the thrill is gone, endless new releases, overwhelmed by quantity, expense overload, different reasons you may think like, you know what, this has become more of a chore than something I'm doing for fun. And as a player collector,
comfortable shoes in there too.
maybe. But the idea here is always that this player collector is kind of the category that I'm always involved in. But regardless, you can encounter those things in any kind of collecting. If it becomes more of a chore and you kind of get separated from the thing that made it fun for you in the first place, that can always happen. So the idea here isn't to stop collecting. The idea here is look at it, figure out why, what about it isn't working for you anymore, and then maybe adjust and be like, okay, maybe the idea here is maybe streamline the collection, focus on more things that interest you. Which part of it interests you more? Which other things might be of interest? And then maybe do that instead.
Yeah, I mean,
See, you can collect garter belts if that's your deal.
I know that I think I've touched on this probably mostly jokingly, but obviously I collect Reggie Lumlin stuff. Picked up another 8x10 today. I'm gonna have Ray sign it next time he comes in.
Could have Bernie Perrant sign it too. Fuck.
I should have. So
You could get Johnny Bauer to do it. He's dead, but he'll still do it.
he'll still definitely still sign it. The whole Leaf thing this year with all of his cards, it was exciting in the beginning. I'm over it now, and I'm not getting those proof cards. and paying the money that people want for them on eBay, um, printing plates from Leaf, different color. I mean, I'm done. Uh, I'm not going to put the money into it.
Spoken like a man who needs printing plates,
No,
multiple.
I don't own a printing plate
You
of it.
started.
Oh,
Not
but
yet.
you will, allegedly.
No. So I am not investing any more money on Leaf Reggie Lumley cards. The picture is the same,
Hashtag invest.
Invest.
and yeah, because the profit margins are huge. Buy
You know,
low, sell high to myself because I'm the only collector in the world. So I buy them from myself. But
the hobby's
I'm totally burnt out on the amount of Reggie Lemlin Leaf cards that came out, and
yes.
now it was one thing when I was like, all right, I'll try to chase the serial numbers and get whatever. But now with this newest release of like again of all the proof cards and printing plates and all, no, screw you, I'm done. Don't want it. I'm not spending $15 to $25 a piece on these things.
It's all
No,
shiny new stuff, man.
yeah, I have no interest. Um,
Traditionally, most people have with their collection they change every 5 years. Like there's usually the regular stuff they're usually into, but they always shift and change. They find either a new star or something different to collect. They find something and then that motivates them to collect something else. Not to get into knickknacks and trinkets and doodads. That's a new one. We'll give that one Eric credit for that. But we all need to change, and I think it's even faster now. Is you need to find something else, like either pucks or pennants or whatever. Just something to get away from the regular collectible to really keep you going. And I think people need that. You just can't keep collecting the same player because every year they're just going to keep putting out the same stuff, and it's just really a matter of money, to acquire. So if you
right.
find something different, a little sideline away from it, be it bobbleheads or whatever, of your player or teams or something like that. Those other things I find a lot of people have really gotten into. I know when I wrote my book in 2006 that a lot of people got into the food issue because they said I never even knew this stuff was really out there.
Right.
And then the guys would go, I'm getting everything in this book, and it was great. It
Oh,
stimulated the marketplace, but people don't know what they want until they sometimes see it. And most shows, do have cards, but then it's that odd piece you see and go, hey, that's kind of neat. I like photographs. Huh. And then you learn a little bit more about photographs, and then you buy a few. Maybe you can get some Lemlin or even Bobby Orr photographs, or
yeah.
just something to accompany. Maybe even they match the card. The photograph match the card. A lot of people do that too. So there's so many different things that happen along people's. Even Carlos has some different stuff. He's picked up over the years. It's all hanging up behind him and over there. It's not all in the Z folio. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the approach that I've taken, and actually Bob Boozle has a great comment here that I like. So the reason I like the article is not because it doesn't necessarily apply to me, because for a player collection standpoint, I have found ways. I've already been doing it. For me, it's been a constant adjustment. I kind of go with the flow depending on my feelings on it. I never stick at something so long that I get bored of it. I set it to the side
We
for a
have
moment and then
Packard
I do
stuff
some other stuff.
too.
Exactly.
Blue
So
Jays
I
stuff,
shift. I just shift between different
baseball,
things.
vintage. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to have that because you will burn out. A
Yeah.
lot of
So
people
that's
do.
why I say I can constantly keep it interesting, because if I'm getting a little bored of this, I can put it on the side. I literally pause. I don't wait to get bored of it. I say, you know what? This needs a break. Put it to the side for a minute. I'm going to work on this stuff. I'm going to go get myself a Not Swell Fella card, or I'm going to go get a Juan Soto,
Yeah.
or I'm going to go grab a, right now I'm enjoying the wrestling cards right now are what I seek out. I'm looking for a lot of the new series just came out. I'm looking at the singles. I'm checking eBay for it.
And maybe you
So
can sell something too. You can sell a few things and go, hey, listen, I'll use this money to buy this because I was kind of thinking about going there. So this will pay
yeah,
for that. Why not?
yeah.
So
So it allows you to. But Bob
It
Boozle
does.
says the correct thing
I don't
here.
understand. Sound.
Well, what Bobby actually meant in your case was burn.
Burn.
Burn. That's
No, I
different.
don't want to do
Fire.
that.
With fire. With fire.
I don't know what
So
sell means. I have to look that one up.
Yannick, show him the burn thing. It'll work better.
Yeah.
So Bob Boozle says our completionists feel defeated, which is true. So this was actually something funny that I saw, not on Hockey Cards Gong Show, shockingly, a different hockey card podcast.
Oh,
So on that one though, they were chatting about the expo and they were giving their opinion about the whole player collection thing, and feeling like, but it was funny, and I kind of enjoyed. Both of them had been collecting for a while, but the conversation was kind of it was very wholesome in its naivete. It was actually kind of fun. I enjoyed the fact that they were talking about how, like, I feel like it's gotten to the point that there are too many of these cards today for some of these. I'm sitting there like, and they were talking about how the completionist has died off. And I was like, this happened 25 years ago. I was there. I
well, they,
watched him die. I watched him die on the floor.
yes,
When
but
the
they
one of
still
ones
keep
came
making the
out,
cards.
it's not about, but the thing though, that's two separate things though, Bobby.
It
When
is.
it comes to when it comes to being a completionist, is a person who feels obsessive about getting
I understand.
everything.
Yeah.
If you just want to collect the individual, then you can choose the parameters. You can say,
Well,
I only
it's
want
usually
ones like
financial for
this.
the most part, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But you have the option to be able to box it in whatever way makes sense to you. If you like the autographs, well, then you can focus on that. You
Yeah.
like the memorabilia, you can do that instead. You want to incorporate some memorabilia items into it, you can do that too.
Yep.
So you don't, but the idea here is you don't have to go after every single thing without fail and without exception. That's a fallacy. And what happened was the one of ones killed off the completionist,
It
because
did.
at one point you actually could have
You had a chance,
conceivably gotten everything, but as soon as you had the one of one, a second somebody else has one of them and you don't,
and you're pissed.
you can't complete it
Yeah,
unless they die or you arrange an accident or something and then you inherit it coincidentally. But
happens.
that's a lot of extra work. But I'm
It
saying that
is.
but now it's impossible. Now it is mathematically impossible with the sheer volume. It's just too much stuff.
Yeah.
So when new series come out, every single series I look at it on its own merits. My question is always, okay, is there something interesting here for me? If the answer
Mm.
is yes, then great. If the answer is no, then I reject it and move on. There's no requirement on my part to chase it if it does not interest me. I can be like, nope, that one I'm good, thanks. And then I'll go look at something else that is of interest to me and I'll go after that instead. But I still like the article because I still think there is value to it for some folks that are trying to figure it out and they're in that spot. And I like the fact he thought about it. And I like the fact he at least came up with some thoughts about it.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
doing a really good job, in my opinion, on these articles and posts that he's putting out, and they do make you think. And if I don't know if you can put that up again real quick, the one that you had
I
up
will
there,
grab it, yeah.
but
Just one second.
you know, I think out of the four or so points he had, I think three of them I could relate to with my Reggie Lemlin collection. Is that I know one of them was financial, and it's like I'm not putting this kind of money into it anymore. What
Mhm.
for a Leaf anyway. Um, where are
So
the
here, it would probably be this one. Endless new releases
endless new releases? Overwhelmed by the quantity.
and expense
Expensive
overload.
overload. I still have the thrill, but three of those points, Leaf alone has killed the enjoyment of collecting their product, and I'm not doing it anymore.
And here, if you guys can see what I'm highlighting. So again, I do recommend it. It just as a thought exercise, even if it's not something you're worried about or concerned with, just as a thought exercise. I think he brought up the reason I thought it was a good article is he brought up some interesting stuff worth thinking about or discussing, and one of them is here. It's just he's asking a question. He says, "Consider: Are you holding cards that no longer hold personal significance? Do you feel obligated to keep a card because of how you obtained it? Did you purchase a card because you truly wanted it, or do you feel obligated to buy it? Does your collection make sense with your current collecting goals?" All good questions to ask, which will then dictate what you should do going forward. Because if you've answered those questions, then you're going to have a better idea like, okay, where am I at right now? What's going on? That's what I'd like to know.
And and you were saying about expanding and doing other things. I mean, I just picked this up. This is a game used Art Ross Converse puck from the Atlanta Flames. Now, this is this is a piece of hockey history. This thing is, it's rare. Atlanta wasn't around for very long, um, and getting him to sign this, I'm very excited about. I am not excited about another Leaf card in my collection. of this one-on-one press proof crap that's out there, or printing plates and whatever else they're throwing out in the market. I'm much more excited about finding this and looking forward to getting him to autograph this, game used Flames puck. I'm much more excited about this 8x10 I picked up at the show today for next to nothing. I was pumped when I saw this.
Yeah.
So the excitement is still there, which was number one on his list, So I still have the passion, the excitement of it, but oh, good God, he's here.
Do you have the passion and excitement about Slapstrong Tim?
No,
Mr. Two Hats.
I don't have any passion or excitement in regards to Timmy Two Hats.
Well, joke's on you. I happen to think you have a ton of passion. It is mostly directed in a negative sense, but there is a lot of passion. I do feel and sense the passion in you, so don't lie to me, Bougie Eric, you lying bastard. The passion's there. Thought plus exercise plus egg weight equals broken hip.
He's killing me.
Mathematically not wrong.
He's going to get me laughing again. I know it.
But Eric, here's the thing. I have a question for you. This is your opportunity. You can retort to Mr. Two Hats. If he's awake right now, does he make it to Amanda's podcast or keel over and die before he arrives? Because that's in the wee hours. That's in Carlos' time zone.
Yeah. No.
3 a.m. Carlos.
He can do it.
All right.
He gets his second wind. He can do it. This is the guy that, when we were in Toronto one time, decided to stay out until 3 a.m. I went home and went to the hotel and went to bed. He stayed out till 3 a.m. and then realized that the hotel was further away from the bar that he thought, and he ended up walking like 5 miles in the middle of the night after a night of being out and having a good time, and trying to find out where the hell was my hotel. And yeah, he can do it. He can do it.
All right. I like that he says he's got 8 alarms set, so I like that. And Amanda believes in him, fine, fair enough. But I'm going to remind you both, and I'm going to ask you again. Now's an opportunity. One of you should probably throw a link in there to the thing for later on, or at least put in a shameless plug in the chat. I can't do all the work for you people. You got to do some of your own work yourselves here.
That's going to be Amanda who would do that. I don't think Tim knows how to do that, or he has the wherewithal, and then the whole effort thing. The effort thing really gets in his way at times. So you're
saying he's not the kind of man who will throw shoes into a washing machine.
No, that would be too much effort.
That kind of doesn't have quite that kind of determination.
No.
That's just insanity.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
There's no effort is not in his vocabulary. He's completely against that.
How do you wash the hat?
Yeah, he buys a new one.
I think Yannick, here's the thing though. I have a thought. So I'm going to read Bob Boozle's comment, but then now this has prompted me to have a thought. And Eric will appreciate this because he always appreciates my thoughts when I come up with thoughts.
Oh, yeah, I really do.
Bob Boozle says, calling my long-term sports card investment portfolio manager and telling me to dump my one-of-one Leaf acquisitions. Perhaps the time is right, Bob. Perhaps the time is right.
Now's the time. Move those things before they crash.
So Yannick, I have come to an epiphany just now. Eric's words moved me to thinking about this. And it seems obvious to me that Eric has not fully utilized all of the power that could be at his disposal. He throws his shoes into a washing machine and waxes poetic on how they make his shoes so clean.
On spin.
So it seems to me that the obvious move is to upgrade to an industrial size washing machine. And instead of washing his clothes, he should just dive in and wash everything, including his shoes, at the same time.
Now we're cooking.
All of it. He could even wear his hat. He could wear the hat. He could wear it like his shirt, his vest, he could keep the shoes on. Just dive on in, throw some detergent on that shit, shut it down, push the button, clean everything.
That that would save me trips up and down the stairs.
This is called efficiency, man. This is called efficiency, goddammit.
We can actually put the machine in here.
Yes. It might even be, if we get a strong enough detergent, we could almost wash away the impure thoughts that he has while watching Emmanuel in space.
Still don't know
Almost.
what that
I said
is,
almost.
and
Emmanuel.
still not going to look it up. And
Bobby,
Bobby,
you're
you're on mute.
You're muted. You're muted. Still muted.
Still muted. Hasn't
Totally muted. Could not be more muted.
No. No.
Yep, still muted.
Still going. Just can't hear you. Okay. Well,
I'm unmuted.
Hello there.
You were muted the whole time, Bobby. You've literally been moving your lips. We've been saying you're muted.
I wasn't touching. I didn't touch anything.
well,
The moment you came back, you were muted the whole time.
That's weird.
Yeah.
The stuff
That's
I
why
said
we
was
were-
so good. Shoot.
Yeah, that's why Eric was making faces at you and
Oh, we're
everything.
doing the
Like,
YMCA.
he was literally trying to tell you you're muted.
I didn't even touch it. That's weird.
Couldn't tell you. It showed it on there. It
Anyways.
showed you were muted.
I
Go ahead.
just wanted to get back to the article that he wrote. You know, I see those
Sure.
articles all the time, and you know, as repetitive and almost redundant to me that they are, they're important that they do get put out there every once in a while, because everybody needs a little reassurance or boost every once in a while to say, hey, listen, maybe, yeah, okay. You know, it makes you think a little bit. So those articles are good every once in a while. I think I've written them 2 or 3 times in the last 20 years or something like that, you know, because you do get bored with what you collect, or you need to rethink things. And that just happens with people. So it's a good article.
Yeah. Well, I think the point is it comes down to is that sometimes people need it reframed.
But it's nothing
He-
new. But people need to be, you know, you have to hold the hand of the collector, really, when you have a position of somewhat influence, I guess, be it a show or a writer. You know, you have to help the collector first. And sometimes they do get in little spots where they get bored and they just kind of almost want to give up. And then they go, oh, hey, I found something interesting. Okay, that's an interesting way. Maybe I'll do something else. And then you take a break, and then you look forward to coming back to something, you know?
Well, it's the same thing as whenever a sports team, they replace their coach. And what happens half the time, the coach is saying the same stuff. Like they literally haven't changed the message. All it is was a change of the messenger. Somebody else told it to you, maybe presented to you in a slightly different way, but literally the message is the same. The idea was, the concept was the same, but because somebody presented a slightly different way, suddenly it resonated with them. It wasn't clicking, and then it was repeated one more time, and that was the time. Oh, that's what you mean. Yes,
Some
that's
people
what
are
everybody
ready
meant.
for it, and some people aren't at certain times. 'Cause
Exactly.
most people don't read articles for the most part.
Yeah.
I think the most
So it's
views I
just a
got on
different
my
presentation.
article was 800 and something. I guess I got for the Parker's one, but that's my best article, I guess, so to speak. But out of the thousands of people who are registered on the internet for users, 800 is pretty low. Anyways, I'm just saying. My last one was a good one. It'll be an interesting one if you want to read it, but I just posted about it. I put I was shamelessly putting Honus Wagner in there. So, anyways, it's about the
Yeah,
short.
that was the one with the 3 pre-war things, right? The 3 pre-war cards.
Yeah, the 2 short prints, and I threw the Honus Wagner in there with a question mark above his head and stuff like that. So it was kind of cool. You know, you just have to stimulate people, because most people don't want to read. Oh, it's 8 minutes long. Oh my God, I haven't got that time to read 8 minutes. But I'll listen to an audio for 45 minutes. So whatever.
Hey, I build a brain off of that. It works. Half the time, some of the best videos that work really well are just summarizing an article or a source, because people don't want to sit there and read it necessarily. But if you explain it
They
to them,
want to
maybe
mentally break it down. Yeah.
you offer it to them and be like, "Here it is, guys. This is it." You give them the synopsis, and then always offer the article, because there are some folks that are like, "Okay, hold on, I will read it all the way through," and good. That's probably a good thing.
Sure.
You will get more out of it. We'll give you the summary, but if you want the full context, you're better off reading the actual source material.
I know someone actually responded, because I posted it on Facebook, and then one guy goes, I kind of disagree with you with this and that, and I said, I just put my articles out there just to help the hobby, and I do it for free, and I said I'm waiting for your article on your summation of how you feel that I missed something, and he thought another short print should be replaced by the other ones. That's more important, you know. And just people have to be dicks, and I just love responding to dicks.
Well, so I'm pretty sure I saw that. That was on Facebook, right?
Yeah, and this is a guy I've known for 20 years, and it's
Okay.
just that Elliot, you fucking prick. Okay. And then I just got cocky with him, you know. And every once in a while, you have to be a cocky asshole because he's a cocky asshole. So
There you go. Bob says, I'd rather watch Emmanuel's space adventures and read about them. Eric prefers both. He likes to read it for the articles and watch it for the art.
if I had a rocket ship,
I'm never, ever, ever going to look that thing up. I don't.
Oh,
you
but you
can.
are.
It's safe. Actually, what's it? Wikipedia has a write up on it, so just read that.
I don't know. I'm not taking it to my phone. I know it's some kind of scam where my phone's going to blow up. It's going
There's
to.
no scam. Trust me.
There's
Yeah,
no scam. Get out of here.
You guys, I don't trust you.
Listen, City TV back in the day, Baby Blue would not steer us wrong.
Baby Blue. You don't remember that, do you?
I do, actually.
I do.
They kept it going for quite a while, actually. So that was the thing.
That's from the 70s, the Baby Blue. I remember.
They were still doing it in the 90s, Bobby. I assure you.
in grade 6. So you're talking 1970. Oh, so yeah, Baby Blue came out then. I remember, and I always wanted to stay up late and watch it, but no,
I don't know.
Oh,
because I was a kid.
It happens. It happens.
After puberty,
childhood. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, listen, it's an education. It's a piece of education, Eric.
Oh.
it's a piece of something.
Yeah. So Bobby, I got to be honest. Eric, this is not even Tim's A material, and Eric it gets cracked up like
Where does he come up with this stuff? Where does
you're wearing a vest. You're wearing a vest and a shirt.
Yeah,
It's observational comedy. It's.
I don't know. He's just. I don't know. I don't know about him.
Eric wants an Emmanuel in Space pop-up book for Christmas. He already has one.
Oh my!
It's autographed by Johnny Bauer, like everything else. Like everything else. Eric didn't have the heart to tell him not to sign it. It was awkward. It was an awkward conversation. Johnny, you don't have to sign that. That's not even you're not even involved in this.
I can see 3 Johnny Bauer autographs just sitting from my desk.
Yeah, and how many of them actually involve Johnny Bauer? That's the awkward part.
Probably none, but
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Johnny, why did you sign the TV guide? You didn't have to sign the TV guide. Why did you sign the phone book? Johnny, stop it. You don't need to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, I just let him do it. He was having a good time.
yep.
He just insists. That's what he wants to do. I don't even know what to say anymore at this point. It's a tough time. It's a tough season.
Isn't Tim supposed to be on another show somewhere?
Oh, he will be
yeah.
later. Yeah, Amanda's show is like at 1:30 Eastern.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well,
It's
she's
in
she's over in California.
Yeah.
So she's in California, and her co-host is in England. So he's 5 hours ahead. So for him, it's morning. For him, it's morning, and for her, it's late night.
Oh shit! That's insane.
Yeah.
Yes, it
A little
is.
bit.
Which is why I don't stay up and watch it.
Well, Eric, if you were in Europe, it would be perfectly fine.
You would be
Jerk.
normal. Yeah,
Jerk.
I'll move there immediately. I want to support.
You should.
America.
you should.
Eric, you are in New England. The second half of that is England.
No.
You uncultured swine.
You're right. I'm sorry.
You need some Earl Grey tea. You sit there, put down your Emmanuel in Space, and watch the goddamn podcast.
Yes.
You're right. I need to do better.
And dream about the Boston Tea Party of the 1900s.
Yeah, it's not the Boston Coffee Party. It's not the Boston Guinness Party. And by the way, Guinness, also European. Jackass.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
It's not European. It's Irish.
Oh, they're not in Europe, I guess.
I consider Europe there. Yeah. So it's like Eric is failing us at all on all these matters. This is what an American education gets you.
Yes, it does.
What?
Or the lack thereof.
Indeed. It's a tough scene, man. It's a tough scene.
It
This
is.
is why the articles aren't working, Bobby. They can't read.
You can't. No.
I actually think I'll probably propose. So the reason I said I like the article for what it is as a player collector, I appreciate it. I enjoyed it actually for what it was.
Yeah.
Again, doesn't apply to me necessarily in this case, but I like that he wrote it. I like that it's there, so I appreciate that. So I'm very supportive of that. The other, and I also like that he does some collecting guides for some players. Talks about some of their cards, maybe some cards that may be interesting. So there is some good material in there. So I am very supportive of this project, and he's put a lot of time into it. So credit to
No,
him for
it's
that.
good. It's hard to find a good article
Yeah.
unless you read mine. And
Yeah,
they're
well,
all
there you go.
those are the
Of course.
best, of course. But
No,
I'm
they're
sure
mine are
we,
detailed oriented and they're very informative. I would have to say.
Yeah.
If
Whereas
you
a
do
lot
say
of
so
them are just
yourself. If you
talking
do
to
say
hear
so
themselves.
yourself.
and he does.
Yes.
And he does.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
There
sure
you
we
go.
could get Chris on sometime if we wanted to.
I think I was in touch with him.
Yeah,
So
you
I was
could.
in touch with him during the run up when he started doing it. I got a link to that when he was working on that smarter collector thing initially. I thought it was really well done. I appreciated it, and I gave a little bit of feedback early on. So I know he's made the rounds a little bit, but my intention is actually to bring him on at some point because I think that some of those player guides and things are actually well done, and I think it's good. But he's already been making little podcast rounds already. I heard him already in a couple of these things, but we'll see. If I've got some new questions I can add, it would be an interesting conversation. I think we have a little fun with it.
Yeah, I haven't heard back anything from Jeff Morris, which is I don't like. It's been 3-4 days, so 5 days, something like that.
Did you tell him that? Just
Yep.
let him know that that Amish Dave and the other ones will add extra worship. They'll do a couple more Hail Jeffs.
Maybe.
They'll do a couple extras. Yeah, he always appreciates a good Hail Jeff.
It hasn't gotten back to me, which is strange. Anyways, just saying.
JW says here, Sino Tani asked a California judge for ownership of $325,000 worth of baseball cards fraudulently bought by his interpreter, including personally signed items. That could be just one card. So I did like this. I'm going to stand by my original theory. I think Shohei totally did the bets. I think the interpreter is a total fall guy. I think he's like, yes, I want these baseball cards that he purchased fraudulently from me. I've been waiting for so long to get that card.
Mm-hmm.
I think the interpreter, when he leaves, he's like, here's the envelope. We appreciate your service. We appreciate your service. Do not say anything. Now go back to Japan.
There's
One day we'll find out the interpreter was part of a conspiracy.
Yeah, there is a lot of people who are questioning, all of that stuff. So
One of those people are me, Eric. They're me.
I'm saying, yeah, but there's a lot. I'm saying you're not the only one.
Yep. I listen. I just think it's kind of convenient. It's, oh my God! Like I never knew. I had no idea he was doing those things. Good job. This is awful that you place these bets. Next time, pick the better winners.
Yeah, right.
And he definitely needs to go to jail. We'll take care of you. Say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
How interesting. Bubbles will sell. Telling my art and literature buyer to cancel all transactions. I will only be reading Bobby Burrell articles moving forward. Good job, Bob.
At least they're free.
They are. But if you get the printed copy, they're signed by Johnny Bauer.
That's it. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the picture of me and Johnny Bauer, and for the life of me, I can't find it.
Just type in autograph Johnny Bauer and you'll find all of them.
Yeah,
They're all autographed.
I know.
That's the problem. You're looking for the unautographed version. That's why
It might be under John Bauer.
John Bauer or Jay Bauer.
He used to actually sign John Bauer in his early years.
Mister.
Only until the 70s he started Johnny.
It would have been fun if it actually would have been kind of fun if somebody had gotten him to just sign like something completely random, like completely just make up a bunch of names or make up a bunch of middle names and just sign a whole big long version.
That'd be good.
Francesco Beavis Butthead Bauer. You're just messing with me now.
Let's go.
You're just messing up. You're just messing with me now, aren't you? No, I would never.
No.
It was
I
nice.
just don't use that on my ID. It's awkward.
It was nice again today to, like Bernie Parent taking the old school way of like talking and establishing like what do you want and thank you being a fan. Even taking a sec to take a shot or show him the Stanley Cup ring and then okay, where do you want?
Oh, for a second I thought you were saying take a shot. You're like you and Bernie. Boom.
Yeah.
Take a shot.
We have to deal with Eric. It's like the dealing with that asshole. Yeah, I hate that guy.
There you go. We pointed at him. We said, Eric, we had a shot. So.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they were saying, but I
But-
don't trust that it was any good.
Anyway, overall, just to give the good experience and like mainly too, like taking the time to sign properly and have like a nice clear. So everyone for the $40 experience that it was, I think like 30, it was great. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
This is
the older players do such a good
They
job.
take the time. They care.
And we're for those who may not have been, here watching this in the very beginning. We went to a show and saw and had Bernie Perrant sign some things, which was great to see him and everything. And tomorrow we're at my job at Sports World, we're having the Jackie Robinson of hockey, Willie O'Ree.
Why would they call him that?
That's what he'll write it too, if you ask me.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Willie O'Ree is just Willie O'Ree.
I've never asked him to write it, but that's kind of
He's referred as.
he's referred to as, and he will write it if you pay him
He's
enough.
just Willie O'Ree. He's so famous in himself. So I don't know why he needs to carry that.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackie Robinson predated him by about 10 years, so he's automatically going to get that one.
So he's coming into the shop tomorrow. So Yarek's going to stick around and get the opportunity to meet him and get some things signed tomorrow from him. So it's going to be a good weekend. Bernie today and Willie tomorrow. So and the point is that these guys really take the time with everybody they meet. Their autographs are really well done, very legible. And they want to make sure that the people who took time out of their day to come see them get their money's worth and their time isn't wasted with them. And it's nice.
You should write an article about that.
Well, as soon as I learn to read and write, maybe I will.
Yeah.
I was about to say that could be an issue.
Silly.
I think it's very enjoyable to me, and the thing is, there's a lot of truth to that. It is enjoyable to me though. Like I'm completely convinced that half the kids that come up now, the hockey players and the baseball players and everything, I don't think they could write their name even if you put a gun to their head. No. It's not a matter of lack of desire. They just can't. They just can't do it.
They don't learn cursive anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
You don't know how to write it. So.
You know what my favorite thing is. So let me kind of I'll explain it this way, but then I'll bring it back into sports. One of the favorite things that a lot of the wrestling card guys enjoy is the different autographs because you've got different autograph material. Now, in those cases, you're signing for
and they all have stage names too. So
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, so they sign for the character. So realistically, you could sign anything you want. You could do it in whatever way. Your imagination can be your guide because this character is a made up thing, and you can choose how you want to do it. There is one character, and I'm going to find an example because this will actually be very funny. And it is one of my favorites. It's from WWE, and she's one of the developmental ladies in there. And the name itself is very simple, but the reality is that the way the signature is pretty much classifies that even in an example where you're a character name and you could sign anything you want. A lot of them do not put a ton of effort even into that. And WWE is generally very good about this. They really are generally very good because they'll do autograph signings all over the place, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of things. So the young lady is in the developmental talent that WWE has. The character name is Tatum Paxley. So two names, Tatum Paxley. Okay. And the signature that they use is this one. I'm going to show you here. Give me a sec. So the signature is here.
Oh, God.
It's literally the Pax.
Oh, my God. That's like barely.
That is nothing. It's three letters, and the three letters aren't even complete. It's Pax.
Does she not know how to
connect them? Yeah, no, not a clue.
Like who?
And she's not the only one. She's not the only one. She's not even close to the only one.
She's illiterate. That's
obviously
a sign of complete illiteracy.
Well, not complete, but yeah, pretty close.
Pax.
Well, I can see that being a nickname, but and I think a lot of people are discussing this now going forward. So I hope that it has some resonance in the community of the sports stars to let them know that we're really not happy with how they're signing. and I won't pay for it anyway. So, and I think they're going to run into that too. It's like, why would I want to pay for an autograph that's a scribble?
Right.
It's not. And if you're paying big money for a scribble, then hey, I'd rather not.
Oh, these new players, the money they're getting for their autographs,
They shouldn't then.
insane.
Well, the
And
market should.
then and then not to, I know we're not talking about autographs, but then the money they're getting to take a picture with you. So you
Well,
pay for
that's
the
kind of
auto,
cool.
you pay for the autograph, you
Mhm.
have to pay for any type of inscription,
Sure.
and then you have to pay to have the photo taken. So
Oh,
there's three ways for the athlete / promoter to get money out of your pocket.
well,
For
they don't make enough money.
yeah.
This $10 million is not a lot a
So
year,
for
right?
one item, so if you want to get a puck signed, right? You show up. You got to buy the puck, right? Okay, buy the puck. Then I want to buy the puck holder to keep the puck in the autograph safe that I'm about to get. So that's more money, right? Plus, you got the admission fee into the show.
Mm-hmm.
So then now you have this.
Do you see this here?
Mm-hmm.
That's Roman Reigns. That's 2 R's.
In an
Oh,
X.
That is literally 2 R's.
Yeah.
That's the
crazy! Wow,
that card is sold for $2,800.
that's stupid.
That is stupid.
He's one of the biggest stars
Honestly.
WWE has. His signature is 2 R's. It's
Yeah,
glorious.
Well, he is Roman Reigns, so what do you want, right?
It's Roman Reigns. Roman. The thing is, the part that makes me laugh is that you could literally just sign the first or last name. You could literally just be like
Well, you
Roman
could just do
or
an
just
R
Reigns.
Reigns or something,
Yeah, sure. R Reigns would be fine. Yeah,
Just RR, really?
yeah. It's
Like,
R.
Bing, bing, go.
That's
Bing,
it.
bing, go.
Yeah.
Bing, bing, go. And that's disrespecting your collectors. I really believe that that's what it comes down to, and I don't really like that part of it. So, because you're just going, you're not worth my time. I gotta sign. I gotta make more money. Move on. It's just like, I can't stand it.
I
Drives
picked
me
up,
crazy.
I picked up an autograph card today. I've always wanted one. The price
Of
was
who?
right. I'm going
Of
to
who?
show you. So the price was right. So I did it. And
You got Bob Barker?
no, that would be
That's what I was thinking.
all
Price
right.
is right.
This is my very first one. I'm all excited about it.
You can't
Hold on.
see.
Larry Bird.
Oh, cool.
And it
Look
looks
at that. Look at that.
Right?
Okay, there we go. There's an autograph.
right.
Yeah.
So I
If he can do it, why can't these new people do it?
exactly.
Yeah.
So that looks
It's got a
fantastic,
short name, but any which way. But regardless.
right? So yeah, how about a longer name? Phil Esposito.
Yeah.
No
How does-
problem.
See, Phil, well, he's used to doing it from the old days, right? So remember, his rookie's in 65. So
So it's crazy, and I'm trying to see if I have any model ones around here at the moment. That I know I have.
Roman
This
Reigns.
just looks horrible. I mean,
Roman Reigns.
well, no, but look at Mario Lemieux. I mean, I don't think it's
His
gonna.
has changed over the years,
This
though.
sucks.
I
You
know.
can't see it. It totally sucks. But he's older. But his autograph sucks. It looks like he's putting Lulu on it or something.
Lulu.
Yeah,
So he's signing. He's the one who signs for Luka Doncic.
yeah.
It wasn't his mom. It was Mary Lemieux all along.
No, well, what do you?
But-
I like. I like this. So
Jared-
here's one of Eric's new favorites. Jade Cargill.
Oh, good lord! Look at that horrible. What is that? The number 2?
I don't know. that card is only $1,400, so it's a bargain.
Oh well, I don't know who she is, but she can go pound sand.
She is somebody who is right now built up. She was in AEW, and then she's been brought into WWE as this star, and she hasn't really wrestled that much outside of tag teams. Is really what she's doing right now. She's got a great look. The possibilities there, they could do something interesting with her down the road, but she hasn't done anything specifically. But $1,400, as you do.
No, Paul, it isn't, and nor should it be. And you're a sick human being.
Yeah,
Sick.
he had a chip of the clown card.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. I
Yep.
think autographed.
Yeah. Belleville was one of the
Sick.
best out there. Story
Oh.
of us to his mother as to why it was so great. Yes, that is right. And then Maurice Richard has a very excellent auto. That's a big
Yeah.
one. That's a good one. Some of those
I
guys,
have-
those are two guys who have like good full autographs.
You
Guys,
guys probably,
Dante's mom signs Lemieux's auto. I like that. What was that?
yeah, probably. On the way out the door, right there is a Belleville 8x10 signed by him and Derek Sanderson, and his autograph is beautiful.
There you go. Justin says, Eric, I'll take a picture with you. Now, Justin also sent me an invoice, so be careful, Eric. It sounds like a trick.
Do I have to pay $99 like you do for Zdeno Chara? Zdeno Chara is it's $99 for the auto. All right, on a normal piece of a puck or an 8x10, you get something bigger, the price goes up. It's $99 for an auto, $99 for an inscription. So if you wanted to say 2011 Stanley Cup champs, that's another $99, and a third $99 to get a picture taken with them.
Well, Eric, in fairness to his third
And
request
you
for
can't
the
read his
$99,
auto anyway.
you have to bear something in mind. He's 47 feet tall.
He is.
So you actually need a specialized lens to even be in the same shot.
Yeah.
So really, they have to rent a lens, like they have to basically get technology from the Hubble Space Telescope. So honestly, it should be $999 for you to take a picture with them because it takes it's a technological marvel that they've even been able to get you guys in the same photograph where it's not Zdeno Chara and nobody, or you and basically his ankle.
Yeah. I'll never pay to have my picture taken with somebody. I think it's a complete ripoff. It isn't, I can't sell a picture of me and Zdeno Chara. Nobody wants it. Okay. I understand they want their cut of money that's being made off their name. I get it. Okay. I go and get a puck signed by Bernie Perrant today. I could put this on. This thing could have already been bought and sold on eBay already. It's $5. That's true, Paul.
Well, most of the stars I got a autograph from, they give you a free picture, with them. I did that with Achievers, with Gordie Howe, with
Right.
so many others, Johnny Bauer. Now it's really turned into a money game. And you talk about taking $300 out of somebody's, you thought the $400 for the box was something. $300 just to have your picture, an inscription, and an autograph. It's a little bit much. And I think it's gone past that point of, I don't know what they're going to do now from now on.
Plus, and like I was saying, plus entrance into the show, plus you get to the show and you buy an 8x10 and a plastic sleeve to put it in, or you buy a puck and a puck holder, or whatever. So you're putting money up front before you even stand in line.
Yeah.
And then you go stand in line and it's $300.
Mm-hmm. That guy looks like Brian Gray down there in the no, just saying.
Maybe. Listen, the AI is going to do what it's going to do. Bubbles says, I would pay to stand next to a cardboard cutout of Scarlett Johansson.
I would do that.
Fair.
But Billy Cilio would do it for free.
Billy's probably met her 10 times.
Well,
that boy,
right? So.
In fairness, though, hold on. Let's do it here. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair.
Thank you. When it comes to Billy's situation, though, he basically has to do #effort. So I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of effort.
Like it's again, all that stuff is like, wait. Listen, I wouldn't get out of bed to go to the show early to hang out with Badano. No thanks. Like morning, no.
But I wouldn't kick Scarlett Johansson out of bed. So
no, I think that's fair. Like, look, there are levels to this.
Yeah,
Badano, I'm not getting out of bed for that. Jesus, no, I'm out. But the Rapture, no, later. Snooze.
Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson, fine. Hold on. I'll get my shirt.
Yeah.
You do what you got to do, man. You do what you got to do.
Life is that.
Yeah, priorities, man. Priorities.
Yep.
Can't all be fun times and reruns of Emmanuel in Space.
I don't think any of us are going to have to worry about the whole Scarlett Johansson thing.
Why?
Speak for yourself, you ugly bastard.
Wow, that was good.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want him to lump in his. We've seen this, man. Do you have any how many AI filters it is to even get him to that level of tolerability?
True enough. Yeah.
Why do you think I suggested throwing himself entirely into a laundry vat?
Exactly.
It's for his own good.
Yeah.
I'm not just doing it for me.
One
I'm not
wash
just doing it for
clean.
me.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for his kids. I'm doing it for his mother. I'm doing it for the future
Yeah.
Mrs. Ham. Everyone.
Michelle. Yeah.
It's for everybody's good, man. Just doing it. Just trying to help out.
Why do you think Yannick left? Sitting that close to me, couldn't handle the smell anymore.
was awful.
Yeah.
With Sanderson, Richard, and Howe are the great ones. Absolutely. Yep. Gordy had an excellent signature. Very consistent for a long time, especially.
Yeah. Gordie Howe.
Gordy's awesome.
Delpo, Richard, Bauer. You just keep naming them off. They all did great signatures, and I don't know when this change happened. It seemed like with the ultramodern.
They stopped teaching cursive in school.
Yeah.
What's that?
When they stopped teaching cursive in school, it got progressively worse.
Enough, right?
Yeah. I don't blame some of the more popular guys because even like Gretzky's signature isn't anything to write home about. It's kind of
It's
weird.
Full, though. It's
Like,
full.
I understand, but it's like a weird version of a signature. It's not really Wayne or Gretzky. Like it's stuff
It's gotten
associated to it.
That's why I really like this. I know I talk. This is my favorite and everything, but if you compare his signature to a card that came out, this year, it doesn't look this good. So it's gotten worse and worse over the years.
Yeah. At a certain point, some of those guys are like, I don't really care anymore. I'm not going to bother with it. And then once that reaches that point, it's like they're doing it to go through. I don't blame a player for not wanting to do it. I get that part. But like realistically, because for me, if the shoe was on the other foot and I was in that position where people wanted my autograph at that point, it's like, no, I'd shorten the damn thing up. Like I would do it too. Because it's like, no, I'm not interested in writing out my full name every single time for all this, especially since like, oh, but you get paid this amount. Well, my response would be to say, no, I don't even want to do it. I will not take any signings. Oh, but I don't care. Screw you.
Yeah, but writing out your full name takes a week and a half.
It does. Especially the government name, the real one.
That's what I'm saying. Your full name. It's like a week and a half job right there.
At that point, Eric, I am charging people $999 for that shit, no inscription.
Yeah, something that might be fair.
By the hour? That it's deserved.
Yeah.
Rage
Takes an hour to write it out.
Yeah. Rage says, evening, gentlemen. In chat. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope everyone had a great day with family. Absolutely. Thank you. You too. Paul says Gretzky's deteriorated the last 20 years. Yeah. And it happens. It happens.
Yeah, it's not as good as it once was. That's why I'm so happy with that.
Let's see here. For some reason, there was a period like in 2003, it looked like the early 80s auto. Interesting. It seems kind of random, 03. Okay. Interesting. Bubbles says, Carlos signing BIC on his 8x10s? I totally would. 100%. If I could get away with it, damn right. But realistically, in all honesty, probably what I would do in that situation is I'd just sign Carlos. Or I just do the C and last name. Just keep it like that. But yeah, shorten the damn thing. Shorten the damn thing as much as you can get away with. I do not blame these players for that. I just don't. I get the idea. But mind you, if we're being truthful, I do collect Medano and he still writes his name fully. So can't complain.
I mean, and we've talked about this a bunch of times, but the Conor McGregor video is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in the hobby, when it comes to the autograph situation. That was just arrogance and just utterly disgusting. And the promoter should have been like, I'm not paying you for this. You've damaged all these posters that I paid for, these, and we're not paying you. It was complete. It was disgusting. And I get angry every time I see that video and anytime I think about that video. It's horrible. So
Sorry, I was playing around trying to get out of full screen mode and whatever. This one's a complicated one because it has the chat and then you can go without the chat and then it goes into full screen mode and I can't even see Eric. It's like, and I tried to shrink it down.
That's probably so you're saying an improvement.
It was, yes.
Big time. Yeah.
Short-lived, but yes.
Because I'm ugly, no one likes me. I know.
And now you're in the screen.
Yeah,
but
that's
this
correct.
big, I can't even barely see you guys because I got the chat there. So if I get you out of the chat, Okay, so we're at good mode there. And then it went to
Rage
full
says,
screen, but this one's good. Okay. But I can't
yeah,
see the
Rage
chat,
says,
so.
Rage says, you ain't kidding. Shaking my head. I have the Gretzky 93 base card that my cousin got signed at a hockey tournament that I attended with myself. Saw him sign the card, and JSA couldn't certify it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gone downhill.
Well, in 79, when he signed my stick, he signed it Wayne Gretzky. It was really nice, clean, just simple.
Yeah, his early autographs,
It's really nice, yeah.
basic. There's no flair. Then he started to get kind of
No, he was just, he was new. He just signed his
right.
name.
Yeah, I know exactly what his rookie year auto looks like. And then he kind of said, "Okay, I want it to be a little more flashier," and okay. But
Guess who's back?
and then it just
Raheem.
got ridiculous. And it was like a W, a G, a couple of lines.
Yeah, there's a couple lines and a Y and some. Yeah, it's kind of weird. He's
Yeah.
changed it 3 times now.
Yeah, and it's not good anymore.
We're back when people were just signing an X.
Yeah,
Might as well.
we're getting back to that. Absolutely.
Maybe just WG. Because he did the GWG, right? So WG is kind of like almost there.
Dufex here says that was the impetus for inscriptions to manufacture scarcity for oversupplied poor autos. It adds certain things. Bob also says Tom Baby auto shenanigans, Eric's favorite New England athlete ever.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked about him way too much today, and I don't think I should have to talk about him anymore. He's human trash, and I don't like him.
Human trash.
Dang.
Yeah. Well, and again, not just for the auto thing, but I haven't forgotten the whole charity thing. He can go
Yeah.
screw himself.
Richard Petty has one.
This is what I think. This is what I think about Tom Brady. Okay, you ready? Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
This is my clear message to Tom Brady. Me and Johnny Cash have something to say to him.
Johnny Cash. Well, that's relevant.
All right, that's what me and Johnny have to say to Tom Baby.
See, Anik, is it the same in person? Being able to see Eric literally rage go on his phone. He's like, "Arr, middle finger pictures. Wait, no, not in manual space. Close that window. Close that window. I don't want him to see that. Hold on.
Back.
And
Close
then
that
it
window.
got hacked with the Johnny Cash. Here, so
Awful. Just awful.
I know. That's the way it goes.
I'm still trying to scroll and find out where the Johnny Bauer
Johnny Bauer,
picture
he's
is,
still
but I
on
can't find it. But I found a picture of my hip. Want to see my hip?
No,
No, we
already
don't.
saw that before.
Yeah, here you go. There's my hip. Oh, wait a minute.
Listen, you got the tragically hip. We're fine. We don't need your hip.
You
It's
can't,
tragic, all right.
can't see it.
Yeah,
That's-
there's a lot of tragedy over there.
That's nothing. That shows us nothing.
No,
Yeah.
you can't. You can see it though.
I don't want to look at it.
to. It's kind
Yeah,
of
Nick, if you consider the possibility this would be like the perfect time for you to like douse him in mayo and he'll melt like the Wicked Witch of the West.
Maybe.
it's not funny.
Oh,
It
he's
is
going
funny.
to get it. Where's
I
the
will-
package?
I'm melting.
Fridge, if there's
It's
beans.
not funny. Please don't do that.
Mayo. Gregorian chant all the way.
Ew.
I'll
Mayo.
throw up live on the thing here.
Well, that sounds like ratings to me, is what I'm hearing.
I think something like that.
Anywho,
Yeah.
Oh, friggin' time.
Uh-oh.
all right, Eric, fine. Show us this thing, and we can't see it. Anyway,
Oh.
so I was gonna say, so Chad, curious. I brought the article because I wanted to at least invoke that and discuss it.
Yeah.
There is another thing that I wanted to touch on as well, but before I do, is there anything that you folks want to chat on? Anything specifically that you want to touch on? Right now, I think it's kind of quiet for the sports car thing, unless you've got something specific in mind. Like right now, collecting wise, things are busy, but like in general, oh, look at this guy! Look at what he's got!
I'm not
Hold on.
looking.
Oh.
There is some in the house.
Oh,
man.
my God!
And it's Van Helman's.
It's going in the shampoo bottle.
Oh my! Oh my!
The
Eric
conditioner.
knows.
It's the conditioner.
Eric is in danger. He's like the meme from The Simpsons. I'm in danger.
Yeah.
I see what's going on. Look at this guy.
We could talk
But
about
yes.
Hobby Card Gong Show. No. no.
Oh,
I would, Bobby. It would nothing would be more fun for me than if we could find a way for you to be on the show, do that, and get invited back, and just keep slandering them every week, just week after week, and be like, so not only are you there, but you're also like making fun of them while they invite you there.
I am not concerned. If they don't know that I have an app, then they don't know I'm doing your show.
Clear
So-
it up. Well, look, Bobby, the fact is I know they don't know that you're doing my show because they don't know there's a show
No, they don't. No.
because they got Loud Collector doing a live stream on Fridays.
True enough. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Still.
like I know they don't know.
Yes. True. Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're hidden under the radar. The exact same place we've been for 4 years. Very
Yeah.
sneaky of us. Very sneaky of us, I must say.
It was a good show any which way. We had
Well,
very few questions from them. I think they got blown away from the O-Pee-Chee stuff and just didn't know what to say, didn't know what to ask. So it'll be an interesting one. Anyways, part two. I don't know. I think they televise on. I think did they not go on Tuesdays?
There's like a Tuesday and a Thursday show, I think.
I know
There's
this
two- there's two
Thursday is
shows a
kind of
week.
live with Phil and all the other boys.
I don't know what's going on there.
This one's called a what's it called? Going Deep. What's it?
Going deep. Are we talking about
Collective-
Manual in Space again?
Yes.
no.
No. No. We're talking about it's called a deep dive or something like that, or some
Oh, like a hobby deep dive. I think that's a
something
hobby
like
deep
that.
dive.
Yeah. So it's more it's away from their main regular show. So it's a special edition or something like that. So any which way, we'll see what happens. But he said something about Monday, and then I didn't hear much after that. So I guess I'm gonna have to
Okay.
check my Instagram again because I don't know what
I
happened.
was gonna say, yeah, it sounds like that sounds like a bonus episode. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
It'll appear,
Yeah,
it'll appear
part
on the
two's
feed
coming
there
up,
somewhere.
so
It'll appear there on the feed somewhere.
Oh,
it'll be fun.
Rage
Anyway,
was saying here, mine was full name, black Sharpie and black and white card, King's jersey, and they said they believe it's authentic, but too many lift points and ink spits like Marco was running. Got it with the Gretzky auto there.
yeah.
Bubbles says Eric has more vests than Yannick has Mayo. He will survive. Will he though? Will he though, Bob?
I do have a lot of vests.
Well, apparently one comes with all of your shirts per Tim.
I do have a few of these.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to pay for the sleeves, so they're cheaper, right?
Amazing.
Well, that's like
you do
him.
save with a. That's right.
It's Dave on sleeves.
Brendan says
Yeah.
he found Eric's body rub stash. Maybe.
Ooh,
And there's me and Johnny Bauer. I don't care. I got it in.
there you go.
Was he sweeping the floors at the time?
It's okay.
Did you get confused and think he was Peter Forsberg? These
No.
are important questions.
I-
All right, if you say so.
I was with Peter Forsberg.
That's the janitor.
Yeah.
I was with Peter Forsberg.
Nah, looks like a janitor to me.
It's not a janitor.
He's got a very janitor vibe to him.
No, he doesn't.
Janitor.
He's like, sir, I need to get back to my mop. Can you leave me alone, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Sure.
Who remembers janitor and a drum?
Janitor and a drum?
Okay, just saying. Somebody might chime in. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm sure the chat will. Planes, trains, automobiles, pillow scene. Okay, there you go. Now we're bringing the movie references.
Those aren't pillows.
Those are
Yeah.
pillows.
Is there a new PSA slab with inner plastic inserts like SGC's black inserts? So they changed with the newer, I'll put in
Insert?
quotation marks, holder. They changed the way that they position the inside of it for die cut cards for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think they've necessarily changed the insert, but for the die cuts, I know they've got like a different version of it that keeps the die cut from moving around,
Yeah.
which is a good thing for die cut cards. It's good.
As long as it's not crinkled, and I find that some of them are crinkled a little bit. So if they're not sealed, like that insert is sealed exactly with the thing, it kind of so you have that reflection all the time when you're looking at it, so it doesn't look so good.
Yeah,
But that happens.
I agree. Oh, here we go. I like this. Dr. Copernicus, good evening. The doctor is back. Another doctor. We appreciate a fellow doctor in the chat.
Doctor.
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 Do you guys think that we are in a peak autograph value era? Will they slide as athletes simply produce more and more, or will the hobby continue to cherish them over non-auto cards, and this will continue ad infinitum?
I think I have an answer. Well, I have a statement. I think that enough will be said over time that the autographs will change. I think that they will be affected, especially because they're in line with, with the profits and what have you. I think they're gonna start saying, "Hey, listen, you guys got to start signing a little bit better. These scribbles just aren't working."
Unacceptable. So they bring
I think it is unacceptable to the collector. I think they're disrespecting the collector at this for the sake of time, for the sake of saving their time. You know, I know they have to sign 1,000 of them, but I'm sorry you're getting paid for it. I'm very sorry you're getting paid a lot of money for it for your time. Because if you go that RR, it's like how much that cost you, how long that take? It took 2 seconds, and how much you make on that? Yeah.
If
So I think,
if
huh?
a 79-year-old man can do that
He's still got a nice auto.
hundreds, multiple hundreds of times today.
What was his autograph price?
For the public, it was $39 with a
Are you
free.
not the public?
Eric,
No.
we refer to them
Uh,
as peasants. Go on.
Eric,
Please.
Eric had the short bus special.
Yeah.
Oh no, you got the short
Oh.
butt. Okay.
So for the
Hello,
public,
Eric.
like $39 with a free HOF inscription, and then anything else, like if you wanted 2-time Stanley Cup champ, Conn Smythe Trophy winner, whatever, that cost, I think, $10 extra.
$10 extra. Okay, I get that. That's fair. But not this 99 plus 99 plus 99.
No,
That's
that's the Dano
bullshit.
Chara.
That's Charlie. Yeah, I know.
But again, this guy, his next big birthday is 80, and he can still do that.
And he should be able to do that.
And you can give you a handshake and have a conversation with you.
But in 2 languages.
In 2 languages.
And
He's
they'll make fun,
bilingual.
AO will make fun of Eric for free.
He did do that.
That is a fact.
Oh, really?
Here you go.
Tell
Eric
us
pretending
more,
he's a Make-A-Wish kid.
Hmm?
It said here, Bob Wiesel said, Eric pretending he's a Make-A-Wish kid. No,
How
no,
do
my
you
friend.
think I get around all these celebrities? That's the only way to do it.
A lot of people give to the less fortunate. Some give to the unfortunate. And here's Eric. Now, I think it's good that Bernie Perron signs that way. So let me touch on kind of the question as well. So Zach here is kind of touching on one of the points that I wanted to make here. Modern players make so much money now. There's no reason to sign until they're 80. That's going to be one piece of it. Realistically.
True enough,
So,
right?
yeah. So that's kind of what we were chatting about a little earlier. I'm saying, like, it's one thing to look at it from that perspective. If I was sitting in that position as an athlete, like, I'm basically signing nothing. It's like, I don't care what you're paying. I don't give a shit. I'm not signing anything. Regardless. I'll sign one autograph for like $1,000. One. And that's it. And we're done. Because I don't care. And I don't want to sign any. I want to sign zero. $100,000, $1 million, $1 billion.
You talking Ken Dryden?
Yeah.
Well, he
no,
still
but I'm
signs
saying,
nice. He's got
Yeah.
a good autograph.
yeah, but he doesn't sign very often.
No, he doesn't because he doesn't want people making money off of his. But here's a question: as these players get older, so if we take those lousy autographs later in their life, as they're not so much appreciated as they are maybe in today, will they do a better autograph? Because here you're going to have a 65-year-old guy who's signing his autograph and he's just doing a scribble. You're going to sit there and go, nah. You're too old for that. Come on, give me something good. And I think that they will change over time because they will have the time because they'll be 65 and nobody gives a fuck about them anymore. So people will start going, I don't want the scribble. Give me something good. That's what you should have been doing all the time. And I think going forward, these athletes have to learn that you are signing for the people. If it's not for the people, you would not be making the money that you're making. I'd say it right to everybody's face. I don't care. I think that's very disrespectful to a collector. Because we are the fans. We are the people who actually support them. Without us, you have nothing, and you make no money. So respect your fans.
No, I agree.
Give them that extra 2 seconds it's going to take you to sign your autograph, opposed to the 1 second that it's taking to do double initial or something.
It's like you want to say, hey, that Mercedes you drove up in to the show to do this signing? We all paid for that. So,
and if the athlete's smart, he would be like, no, you didn't. He's like,
No.
no, you didn't. The owner paid for it. If you didn't show up, you didn't pay a dime, the owner still has to pay me. Contract's a contract.
Sure enough.
You paid the owner. You paid the owner. You can go talk to the owner. The thing if the athlete's actually smart, he understands where the money's coming from. If you decided not to show up tomorrow, don't spend a dime on anything Boston Bruins for the rest of the time. If the owner signed the contract, he still has to pay it.
but then
So you are not paying for shit.
but then the franchise folds and he doesn't have a job.
I understand, but the owner is the one who actually pays the
All
bills.
right, listen.
It is not your money
Okay.
directly. It's indirect. It's whatever the owner doles out.
The money originates in my pocket.
Some of it does.
I don't care who I have to hand it to. I have to hand it to the person at the gate at the Boston Garden. Then they pass that money off to someone else. Somehow ends up in the owner's pocket, an account, and then it trickles down that. I don't care. The point is, it originated in my pocket, and they owe me, an extra second of their.
No,
debt.
Eric. It's fractionalized based on your share. They owe you a dot. That's what you get. It's fractionalized signatures. You get a dot.
Without fans, these people are nothing. You're not a professional athlete if there isn't fans. If no one's watching,
and no one is in the attendance if the players suck.
What was that?
No one is in attendance. So Bobby is half right, but the problem is the other half of the equation is always thrown out. People throw it out all the time. No one is paying to watch people that are trash. If it's not entertaining, they're not watching it anyway. They could be the nicest guys in the world. They could sign the Declaration of Independence for you with their signature at the end of it. But if I don't want to watch these people, I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about, for the last time, I don't care about the janitor's autograph. Don't care. But the janitor's trying real hard. They're doing a great job, and they'll sign a full signature for you and shake your hand and pat you on the back.
Everything.
It doesn't matter. No one cares. Nobody is paying a dime for the janitor's signature. Not one living soul. So it's both sides. You have to actually be good at the thing for there to be entertainment value, for the fan to be willing to buy a ticket to pay for said thing. The thing is, when you're buying the ticket, and this is where we get a little confused here, you're buying the ticket to watch the player play. When the player is done playing, their obligation is complete. It doesn't say on your ticket, I also get an autograph, unless it does. And if it says that, then great. But it's like, well, the game is over. Leave me alone.
Leave them.
I already did my job. I've checked out. I punched out for the day. Goodbye, sir. Go away.
I agree. Don't bother them at a restaurant or they're out with their kids at the park, okay? Because they owe you nothing at that point. But if you come to a card show, you owe me something. I am paying you again. If I am buying a pack of Upper Deck product, I am paying you again. You owe me something.
Yeah, and I think that going forward, I would hope that someone will walk away and just go, listen, if you can't sign more than a scribble, I don't want your autograph. Keep your money. Fuck you. See you later. And I think if a few
and
people
that is your consumer, as your consumer, that is your right. You can be like, I reject this. I am not going to pay for this. And if enough people do that, that's your influence over the equation. Yes.
Do we need?
I'd like to see that
before
happen.
you go buy the autograph, they'll actually show you a sample of the shitty autograph.
That might be a play. That might be a way you could do it. Yeah, why not?
I'll pay the extra $80 for the real autograph or $10 for the other. Yeah,
for the one that Eric gets, the dot, the fractionalized autograph.
Yeah, fractionalized dot. Sure. And I think that's something that's going to really affect the hobby going forward. I think enough people. I actually heard. Did I read an article about that? I think I did, about the autographs, and I think it's starting to really rumble in the space. I've even seen a couple podcasts where they're just going, this is sad. And some of the basketball autographs are just like, it's like illiteracy or what? Come on, guys, get it together.
Oh, it's no packs.
Like a shaky T or something. This is like, come on, like a T, like really. And Mitch Marner, another one that even when he was in his rookie year, he was doing an MM, and it was just really a scribble. And how do you authenticate a scribble? Honestly, you can't. No, he doesn't scribble quite like that. He's a little higher on the M. So yeah, whatever. Okay, it's a scribble. And at that point,
that's the one where I still have a lot of fun with Carlos Senior's signature. We technically signed the same name. It couldn't be any more different. Awesome. It's literally a C scribble, scribble. Like it's
at least there's a scribble after it, and there's two different
Yeah, but he can replicate it perfectly. Like 70 years old, he can still sign it exactly the same. It's actually
And
very
that's fine,
impressive.
and that's
He's
good. You
consistent.
know, it doesn't have to be legible, but at least it's something that took a little effort and does have some little bit of swing to it. So that's fine. But this one syllable, two syllable thing, it's got to go. Really
And
has to go.
I better at least be able to recognize the first letter of your first name and the first letter of your last name, because you know we see autographs all the time at work and everything.
Sure.
We look at them and say, "How is that?
What's that?
How is that Eric Wade? There's no E, there's no W. How? I mean, what the hell is this? It looks like a J and an X. How is that? It doesn't make any sense. So, if you're going to scribble and be a lazy bastard, can you at least get your first letter of each name visible so we have at least an idea of who the hell this is? You know, because we stare at stuff all the time, going, "All right, it's on a Bruins puck." And this
What
is
era is it?
yeah, it's
And then
supposed
you got to determine who is it.
yeah. We have to, so we look at the number sometimes. Okay, it says 17. All right, well, let's go up and look at all the players that have ever written 17 and take a guess.
We all do this. Yeah, it happens.
That's ludicrous.
Disrespectful.
So we end up taking it and throw them in a bucket for $5 because like we have no idea who the hell this
Should
is,
we make a new rule?
and it's crap. So we throw it in the $5 bin. You know?
Do people buy from the $5 bin?
Oh yeah, little kids love it. And it's like, who's this an autograph of? We have no idea. But for $5, you can go home and say you got a Bruins autograph. And they go, okay.
Someone.
Yeah.
It turns out it's also the janitor. How
Yeah,
many Peter
it might have
Forsberg
been,
autographs do we got here? Like, what do we got? What are we doing? It can't all be Peter Forsberg.
No.
The
It's
inscription says, "Leave my broom alone, sir." I knew it.
But we tell them, we said, listen, it's like almost like an adventure. For $5, you can go home and do your research and find out which Bruin signed this.
I guess.
And some of the kids think that's cool. They start with their phones right away and start trying to figure it out.
That's kind of good.
But
It's an adventure.
Give him a project. Give him a project. Give him something to do.
you should know who the hell the thing is when you look at it.
Rage here says, "I respect them more if they said they didn't care my face and fuck up my card or memorabilia. That's what real men do." That's right.
Yes.
Tom Brady.
True enough.
Tom Baby,
Eric's favorite.
Oh, Tom, yes.
that piece of shit.
So disrespectful.
It is.
Yeah, what do you want from me?
After all he's done for you. The crazy thing that athletes are getting dumber,
Yeah.
but now the children of rich pro athletes. Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds the case for Bob Loblaw, attorney at law.
Oh, yes. Blah, blah, blah.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Kathy Bates is Matlock. Eric loves Kathy Bates as Matlock. And if he doesn't, she has a cabin in the woods, and she'll take care of it.
A cabin in the woods with a manual in
He
space.
did a phenomenal job with that. The Matlock thing, I wish would just go away.
Matlock. Come on.
It's Matlock. It's not the sanctity of Matlock can be besmirched. We'll live.
It's the new
Rage
Matlock.
says, yeah, Rage says it's crazy. If you didn't know, here in the States, they took away cursive from school. That's been done a long time ago. Yeah, it's been done both. I know this because we have an 11-year-old daughter and thought, no wonder we get GA for autos. Yeah. I don't remember when cursive was taken away in school. It's been a while. It's not been it's not a recent thing. I don't remember exactly.
Why
We
did
still
they
had
take it away, though?
What's that?
Why did they take it away?
Because no one
Because
writes.
most of the time the kids are typing. They're not really writing anything.
Yeah, but you still have to learn it for... It doesn't matter. Anyways.
They can print. That's basically
Yeah, they
the
can
only
print,
thing they'll
but
get.
I mean, whatever.
And they don't even have to learn how to spell anymore, Bobby, because of spell check on the phones and the computers and everything. So they don't have to learn to spell. You know, they just got to get close, and then the phone will autocorrect.
True enough.
I like this comment here. Rach says, "How the hell do they sign checks?" First question the kid's gonna ask: "What is a check?"
I'll,
Yeah. True
All right.
enough.
Well, I have asked this question to a good handful of athletes.
Handful?
Yeah,
A good handful.
a good
And
handful.
janitors. Go on.
About
Do you
eight.
have different signatures for when you're doing something like signing a mortgage, buying a car, writing a check, versus your player autograph. And many of them said, yes, I do. So they're doing a hockey puck, they're doing an 8x10, blah, 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 blah. They're signing the mortgage on their new home. And so they are capable of doing better. They choose to have their athlete auto versus their regular person auto. And they are different. And I've actually
Yes.
had a couple demonstrate them to me.
Yeah.
So we know that some of them can do better. They are choosing not to because of the volume in which they have to do it in, the speed in which they have to do it in. They have a long line of people. They're only getting paid to be there for an hour, 2 hours. They got to bang through this stuff. And, it's like Carlos, we were joking. If we had you write your full legal name there's 300 people show up for a signing. You're only getting paid for 2 hours. Are you're putting, initials, right? You're not writing out that whole thing that you have to put on a mortgage.
I already did it. I'm not convinced I ever left. I'm not 100% sure any of this is real. I think I'm still signing those mortgage papers to this very day.
Right. So,
And it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
It's been 10 years.
Yeah, and you're only like halfway through. You're not even finished on your last name yet. So,
By the way, quick
CA
side story on that. Quick side story on that. When I was signing the mortgage papers for this condo, I was actually working graveyard shift at the pharmacy at that period of time. So I actually finished my shift, a 10-hour shift, went over, and I had to go over to the lawyer's office. So I've already finished a 10-hour shift. I'd been up all night. I was very tired. And then I have to sign this thing. And literally I'm sitting there. I'm about to start signing. They're like, oh, by the way, it has to be a legal name. And I'm like, excuse me? And I was like, you have to sign the entire thing, like same as your ID. I'm like, fuck.
Many
And
times.
I'm like, every single time?
Yep.
And they're like, yep, on all of them.
And initials.
And I just start flipping through the pages. I'm like, oh, son of a.
And they got 8 a.m. Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just sitting there. I was furious. I was so angry. It just took forever to sign everything. And I was just sitting there like page after page after page after page. And every single time, full legal signature, the whole thing. 4 names. I'm like, I couldn't even do the initials on any of it. I was like, 4 names.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
And, so that makes a lot of sense for you, not putting your legal name on, items and shortening it. That makes sense. But a lot of these farm boys from Canada, are Bill Smith, and they still can't do it right. And it really is frustrating. And I'm really kind of hoping that the card companies say, listen, we need to do it better. If you want to work with us, the union, we have a deal with your union. The union says you're going to work with us. We're paying you money. You have to do better.
I think so. I don't disagree with you. As much fun as I have, I like being contrarian, especially on this one. It's always fun. But I think the thing that's going to be interesting, and this is where I think some of the players just need to just accept the reality of it. If I was in that position, I was one of the players, I would want to sign 0. I don't care how much money you think you're paying for it. You're not paying me directly for it. You don't need my signature. Screw off. I don't want to even deal with any of that. And you talk about the signings and everything, which is a valid point. Like if you agreed to do a signing, like a real signing, then there's certain obligations I think that are part of that. I think you have to make sure you put that in the contract, whatever it is, to make sure everybody's covered. But the point is, if you've agreed to do that, I think then you have certain obligations. Fair enough. But if it's about like the leagues, as far as the license and all that, please get out of here. Like go away. I don't want to even deal with any of that nonsense. It's foolishness. It's it's not beneficial to, if you're a player who's making that kind of money for a lot of those, then the money that you're offering me to sign these cards isn't worth it. It's honestly not worth my time. Literally not worth my time. I could be doing something else where I could be making more money with less effort and less time doing an endorsement or doing a commercial or whatever than signing this bullshit autographs that I don't care about. Why? Don't waste my time.
Yeah, and and if that's what you've agreed to, but if somehow you have agreed to sign, 400 cards for Upper Deck, you should do it and do it to the best of your ability. I've told this story before, right? But I'll tell you again, and I'll tell everyone again. Maybe some people haven't heard it. We did a signing with Andre Provino. He played for the Bruins for a short period of time. He won some cups with the Canadians, and in his rookie year, he had Maurice Richard was the captain of the team. He had Jean Beliveau on the team, and these veterans back then kind of pulled rookies aside and told them how it was going to be. And the rookies were just like, yes, sir. And one of the things that Maurice Richard did with Andre Provino and his rookie class and rookies that came in with him, he pulled them aside and very sternly explained to them that you will sign autographs. You will take pride in your autographs. The fans are important. It's important to them, and you will do it correctly. And you will take pride in it. And think of the time period, right? This is, the 50s, and Maurice Richard is king, and he's pulling you aside, and he isn't just saying it nicely. He is telling you how it is going to be playing for the Montreal Canadiens, playing for this, original six dynasty franchise. And the King of Kings is demanding this is how you will sign for your autograph for fans. And to this day, who, Andre Provino is like in his 90s, still has a beautiful signature, and he takes his time with each and every one and spends time talking to fans and interacting with them, even though he is still at this age. Maurice Richard is long gone, right?
I think the problem is I don't think he's convinced he's dead.
Yeah.
I think he thinks he's going to get him.
Yeah, I mean, but, Jean
Which player
Beliveau
is
is
this?
gone. I'm sorry, what?
Which player is this?
Andre Provino?
Provino. Really? Very good.
So,
You mean Pronovos?
no.
No.
Are you telling the Burrell how to pronounce it? Listen,
No.
if he wants to talk about Andre Provenost, accept it.
Wait.
So, anyway, it was great to meet him and to hear him tell a story like that about how Maurice Richard and Jean Beliveau demanded this out of them. That's not happening today. You're not going in as a Pittsburgh Penguin and Sidney Crosby's going, this is how you're going to do it. You will take pride in this. The fans are important, and there are going to be major consequences from me if you don't do this right. That's not
The reason for that is because Sidney Crosby. He'll do that, and the player will be like, I will kick your ass.
Pretty
Get
much.
out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck off.
Kid.
That may be the case. I'm just trying to tell you that things were definitely different back then. And that is one of my most favorite stories that I've heard from these players because it really relates to our hobby. That this legend, that's why you were saying earlier on your own before I told that story again, that Maurice Richard's autograph is so good. Jean Beliveau's autograph is so good. That was important to them. And they demanded that and passed that on to the incoming players every single year. So anyone who played with them in that generation was continually getting that message. And that's why, the guys that are still alive still do a good job, and the guys that have passed did a good job up until the end.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I would think, after hearing that story, I would think that Maurice Richard was probably very unhappy with his autograph the last couple of years of his life, because
Shaky.
it was so shaky,
Yeah.
and it really looks horrible, right? In comparison to the beautiful autograph that he had for so long. I bet it really upset him, because it meant a lot to him.
Something
I was inspired in a similar way. I had a mentor who told me that, and that's why I started taking pride in signing my name fully, Peter Forsberg.
Well,
I sign it like that all the time.
Not Zygmunt Palffy?
No, God, no. Zygmunt Paul, listen, Bobby. You don't want to mess with a god.
no, that's true.
You will be smoten.
True. Yeah.
You will be smoten.
You don't want that.
Janitors, we can write their names. It's fine. We're not even worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
Ziggy Palffy, the Zygmunt Palffy.
Zygmunt.
Leave it be. It's like whistling in the graveyard. Leave it be. Don't even tempt those fates. Don't even tempt those fates. Zach says, you know who always signs and takes pride in his signature? Tom Brady. Damn right. Ham here says, what's up, guys? Why are we allowing Eric to talk? Eric waxes poetic about random nonsense. I forgot what he was talking about halfway through that
He's
conversation.
busy.
Just telling lies.
Rage says, because evidence. If you look at the autos across the sport 20 years ago, mostly full SIGs. Last 5 years, all initials. I feel like I don't know how. Eric, it's an ST, not an R, in relation to your pronunciation.
Mm-hmm.
Justin is getting into his beer. Eric looks like a kiss bouncer. Sure.
I don't
Sometimes,
even.
and you all wonder. So hold on, and you all wonder why Eric has lost Justin's link. It's fine in the chat. In the chat, we just leave it there. Anyway, Yannick's the one in charge of giving him a link anyway. So sorry, it is what it is. Yannick's distracted tonight, so it happens. Paul here says, when TV money became more important than ticket price money, it was no longer needed for players to have a good autograph. Yes, pretty much. Rage is saying, agreeing with you. Eric, this is the way it should be. I remember my grandfather and mother saying that when I was signing my first paycheck, it's like, take your time. That's your ink fingerprint. Now, important thing, though, we did touch on that. The legal signature and what you do in an autograph are not the same. I think Rage earlier was making the point about that. It's like, here's the thing. They have nothing to do with each other. If you try to forge their signature from an autograph, a lot of these players is like, yeah, that's not their legal signature. On all their paperwork, that's not going to match. It's not even close. And actually, for some players, that's probably better for them. Why would you make your autograph the same as your legal signature to allow someone to forge things that you don't want forged? No, you keep it a little different. That's why Eric, for many years, for the entirety of his life, basically, since he became an adult, he's been signing Booby-Or. The problem is he literally writes Booby-Or and no one is fooled. But he always writes it that way. All the time.
OAR is how I spell OR on it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of that too. Exactly.
But it's like, I was talking, one of the people I asked was Ray Bork, and he's like, yeah, and I don't put my number on it or anything. I write it this way, and he kind of showed me. Didn't let me keep it though.
Oh,
Indeed.
saga.
Ham says, Eric, are you going on a boat? Eric's always going on a boat.
Eric is on a boat.
Yep.
At all times.
Why am I on a because I'm wearing a vest?
I think he's trying to send you on a boat so that you have an accident, and then your wife is fair game without even worrying
Didn't
about
tell
it.
you we ran it.
Pretenses are gone.
Maybe.
Ham's trying to get rid of you.
We ran a boat. Oh,
Wow. So wait. So you got a boat. Ham's planning a boat. You brought an extra copy of a manual in space. You're offing Eric, aren't you?
Hmm. Those
Not even the mayo will protect him now. Moving on. Bob Uzzle says, I signed the Undertaker to get out of blackmail payments. Fair. Seems valid to me.
Trying to get his autograph. From what I understand, he is a really hard autograph, and it's very, very expensive.
Who? Calloway?
Undertaker.
Undertaker?
Get the Undertaker.
He's been doing a little bit more for Panini. He has signed some stuff for Panini, and he's got a pretty decent signature on some of that stuff. Again, it depends. Your mileage may vary. But on a couple of items, like there's some nice cards that they put together for Immaculate and some of those brands where he does sign on there. It looks good. It's a good signature.
So, Carlos,
Again,
would you say
it's
that
character.
wrestling stars have better autographs than the hockey stars or baseball?
Well, minus Pax that I just showed you,
Oh,
and Roman Reigns, the RR. There are some that do have decent autographs, but it depends on the character. Like some of them,
True.
again, it's a character, so you have an option. That's why it's always odd to me. It's like you're a character name. You have options on how you want to do it.
True.
But some of them have a little fun quirk. I always enjoyed Bret the Hitman Hart because he's like Bret. I think it's the Hitman ... Like it literally puts the nickname in the middle and then Hart to kind of finish it off. But he's consistent on it. Like he does it all the time that way. Mick Foley has his signature. He does some stuff with it.
he has 4. So
yeah.
we had Brett and Mick in the shop at different times.
Yeah, but that's for different characters.
Right. So Mick has 4, right? He's got his Mick Foley, Mankind, you know,
Cactus Jack,
and
Do Love.
Right.
Do Love.
So he's 4 different ones. So depending on what 8x10 you put in front of him, he has to change. And it's a lot of swirls and moving around. You can't make any of it out. I sat with him for, a couple of hours watching him do this. And I'm like, that you can't make any of those things out. I mean, I have a copy of it. I have a copy of his autograph around here somewhere. And you can't make it out. It says Cactus Jack on it, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. So in a certain point, it used to be the case. Some of those characters do a pretty good job of it. I would say Ted DiBiase has a decent one, just because he's got his Ted DiBiase $1 Million Man thing. But then, like, there is actually a card that I saw that's going to be one of the new products. I want to say Impeccable or Immaculate, one of them. They actually have a tag team insert. One of the tag teams is Money Inc. Money Inc. is Ted DiBiase and Erwin R. Shyster, IRS. Well, Ted DiBiase signs Ted DiBiase with like the dollar sign for the $1 Million Man and all that. So that's kind of his deal, what he does with his signature. But the other side, literally, he wrote IRS. And I'm like, dude,
Really?
come on. Like, dude, come on.
Shit.
You can write Irwin. like, do like the bare
Obviously
minimum.
not.
I'll see if I can find it.
How about if you just write Mike Rotundo then, you jerk?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you've got options. You could. There's a couple of things you could do that would it would still be like the bare minimum. You could do it, and it's not that bad. But I just died of laughter. It made me laugh so hard when I saw it. I was like, "Come on, dude, you're killing me." All right, hold on here. I got an example that I can show here. This is a different product, but the same general idea. So here, I'll share this one. I just died of laughter when I saw it on that dual signature, and I was like, all right, Money Inc. would be pretty sweet. I remember that tag team, but it was just kind of sad. Check it out.
Oh my God, really?
He probably taught Pax how to do it.
Jesus. What a loser.
Hashtag team no effort. So and Mike Rotunda's not a young man. He's an older school guy. So take that, Eric.
Yeah.
Now what's funny is there is an Immaculate. There is actually a Mike Rotunda card as Mike Rotunda. And he does sign Mike Rotunda on that one.
Weird, eh?
I thought it was not Mike Rotundo. It's Rotunda.
It's Rotunda with DA, yeah.
All right. I always thought it was an O, but
Like
okay.
Target.
That's right. Here it is. So that is the Mike Rotunda.
There you go.
There's a little more to it, at least. There's something involved.
Yeah.
Is it great? Not really, but there it is. It's something.
Kind of read it a bit.
Yeah, the pen has at least hit the paper, the sticker a couple of times.
I think IRA works out better.
IRA would be a different thing. That'd be the Irish one. the IRS one. But I was just like, you really just wrote IRS? It's Erwin R. Shyster. You could just write Erwin RS or something. Like, there's a compromise. Erwin RS. Just go with it. Or Erwin RS squiggle. You don't even need to write the Shyster. We'll let you off on that one if you at least give us the Erwin and the R. But yeah, so I would say no, Bobby. Some of these they're not even trying.
At least they're not Irish. That's good.
it's across the board now. It's basically everybody's in the same boat. They're just not even trying with it.
No.
So I don't get it.
I
Let's
mean,
see here.
this is who we're seeing tomorrow. This guy's like 90. Okay, that's his autograph. The guy's 90.
Who is it?
Willie O'Ree.
Now, Eric, have we actually at any point? Now, I would probably suggest not doing this yourself, but here's a question: have you not considered the possibility that Willie O'Ree didn't even know that was an option?
Maybe.
I'll ask him.
What if somebody said, it's like, Willie, you do know, like, what do you think about all these folks that sign like these initials or whatever to save time and they don't even want to put too much effort into it? And Willie O'Ree's like, you can do that?
Yeah.
Really?
And now, from now on, it's
W-O.
Willie O'Ree. Whoa. Whoa. W-O. Fuckers.
That's it.
Apostrophe O.
And just to make things, just to be serious for another quick second, and just to make these younger guys feel more like shit, not that they care, because of Willie's age, he can only do a handful of autographs at a time, and then he has to take a break. You know, because his hand hurts or his back hurts. I mean, you know, but he'll do maybe 10, 15 autographs in a row, and then I have to take a break.
Really?
Sure, whatever you need, no problem. You take as much time as you want. And he takes a few minutes and he talks to people. Then he's like, all right, I'm ready to go back. And he'll go back and do another 10 or 15. And then he's got to take a break again. He's dealing with that at like 90 years old, only being able to do 10 or 15 at a time. And that still comes out looking nice like that. He's still giving his best effort, although it is difficult for him. Where a 20-something-year-old kid is showing no effort with no difficulty. It's just
what I'm hearing is that no kind soul told this poor man that whoa would have been fine.
I'll tell him tomorrow.
Well, it's okay now. It's accepted.
All of a sudden, he's like, oh my God, I could have signed like 10,000 of these things by now. Vroom, 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 gone. See you, suckers. He rolls out. Willie O'Ree out.
Roll, he flies away.
That's right. He's like, you saved me. We're done. Telling you, man. All right, hold on. We got a couple of comments here. I'll touch on this. Let me go back here. Copernicus. Dr. Copernicus says, what are your gents' holy grails of non-sports cards? I appreciate that you spelled it right. So, Eric, go ahead. Boston Bruin card, go.
That's not nice.
Said non-sports.
That's not nice.
Stick to non-sports.
That's you not being nice. I have a John Wayne card from, I don't know. It's in the closet. I can't go get. I got too much stuff in the way.
Don't you have a KISS card?
I have KISS cards. I got tons of them. I got KISS cards. I got a lot of non-sports stuff. I got Marvel cards, DC cards, but my favorite card is a Dutch gum card of John Wayne.
So the question was your gents' holy grails. So is that card that you own your holy grail, or is there something you do not have that would qualify?
Oh, I thought it's something like I don't even know what that would be. I don't think I've ever really thought about that.
A KISS card, a KISS card signed by Gene Simmons, where the inscription is, "All right, the money is too much. I've gone too far." And
that would be awesome.
That would be like a deathbed confession for him. He'd be like, "I've gone too far. I may have gone too far."
That's my holy grail. Then
it's
Is
like,
that
I'll
a
admit
Holland
it.
card or a Dutch card?
What was that?
It's
Is
a
it
Dutch.
Holland or Dutch?
It's a Dutch.
The Dutch.
It's called the Dutch gum card, and I'll dig it out. It's in a PSA holder and stuff. It's in a box in the closet somewhere.
I'm strongly disliking this Dutch.
Is it by
direction we've been
Maple
getting
Leaf
here.
Gum?
No, it's not by Maple Leaf. It's from Holland. It's Dutch gum. It's not Maple Leaf gum.
Maple Leaf Gum is out of Holland anyway, so.
Oh, I don't know. No, it's Dutch gum company. I don't know. I can't go get it. It's too packed away. But it's a John Wayne card. It's a still from one of his movies. And It's probably one of my favorite non-sport cards that I have.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I misunderstood the assignment. It was what my grail would be for non-sport. So Carlos came up with a good one. A mint 1978 Gene Simmons Topps card with the autographed with the inscription of I've gone too far with the money.
I was just saying the inscription is what would
Wow.
really sell it. That's kind of the key. I was trying to think about this because
I am right now.
it's tough because there's all these different sets and these different ones. Because I've started to pay attention a little bit to it. There's some that I would think would be funny. Holy Grail almost has a different connotation though. It's not so much a gag gift. If I was gonna go with the gag, it'd probably be something Sharknado because that amuses me. that's been a running joke for a while
True.
on the channel. There's some movies though. There are some ones that would be kind of fun, but some of that stuff doesn't exist. Like a Fight Club thing themed card would be interesting, depending on what it
That would have
is.
been great.
That would be cool. I love the Usual Suspects. Like if they did something cool with that,
Yeah.
like the Kaiser Soze thing, that'd be a kind of one sign with Kaiser Soze and then the signature. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah.
That would be, but as far as I'm aware, that doesn't exist. But I think that would be really cool because I love that movie. Something like that would qualify. That'd be a non-sport item that to me would be more of a holy grail because I love the film as the way itself and the ending and everything with it. So that'd be kind of fun for me. The rest of it would be just some of the wrestling stuff. There's some stuff on there that would be fun for me. I consider that non-sport. I'm not calling that sport. I consider that non-sport. But there's some ones that could be fun in there as well. But I think the Kaiser Soze inscribed like a Usual Suspects card of some kind with Kaiser Soze thing in there, that'd be cool.
Mm.
I don't know how well that would sell, but for the
It'd be very niche. It's super niche. When you're talking about one film like that, it's not like a series. It would be super niche.
Well, maybe it would be Allen and Ginter would do something like that, right?
It would have to be something
Like a collective.
or if Leaf decided to do a set, one of those celebrity sets, but they actually used a couple of different ones.
Movies, yeah.
You could probably make that work because then you're not relying on one thing for the whole set. You're actually doing a set that has a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, true.
So then
You can get away with that.
champions to kind of do that type of like
What was that? Sorry.
upper deck champions doesn't do that type of pop culture and like sports, non-sports, all that stuff.
Yeah, Goodwin Champions.
Goodwin champion, sorry, yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. But Allen and Ginter is one that does it. So Allen and Ginter from Topps was the one that has the Topanga card, and Chuck Norris and stuff like that. So they've done stuff like that where they've got celebrities that will sign their stuff. So obviously they are capable of doing it. Goodwin Champions, to your point, Upper Deck has done stuff like that. I think either one of them could get away with it. Leaf though is more open ended in the sense they've literally done some pop culture sets specifically, so they could do that. But yeah, Allen and Ginter or Goodwin Champions, sure, it's
I'm
possible.
just surprised they haven't done a Jefferson
An autograph.
yet.
An autograph that I saw today that blew my mind with the price was a guy had some kind of a soprano showcase, the Sopranos and stuff. So he had he had actually 2 James Gandolfini autographs, and yeah, they were in the 4 figures.
Mm.
Just because he's deceased.
Yeah, I know, I get it, but
I can't imagine if he was still alive, they'd cost
Like,
that much.
I think they were like 2 or 3 grand. I was like, actually, I have no idea if it's closed or the guy's just fishing for crazy, but I don't know. Call me crazy, I guess.
Crazy.
Some of the pop culture
You're
stuff
crazy.
you don't know. Yep. Zach says 34 watching 16 lights is not acceptable, especially since it's a Black Friday sale. 75% off light buttons.
It's nothing
Yeah,
to
sure.
like.
Oh, there is a lot of things to like.
No, there's nothing to like. This is stupid, and no one should watch it.
We learned a lot of things tonight, Eric. We've moved on as a people. We have learned so much.
No, we haven't. This is stupid.
We the people.
Eric, stop trying to conflate this. You are stupid. The people are not. The show is excellence. It's par excellence. We've got Bobby in the garage of knowledge.
Yeah.
We've got multiple doctors, including one in the chat. Think about it.
Right. That is impressive.
Just saying. How many doctors are you hanging around with? You're hanging around with janitors. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
pretty much.
College
They are the Bob Collective. The Bob Borg. Man. It's a lot of Bobs.
You call worse.
Yeah, yeah.
Having yourself a moment there.
Yeah.
I can see that.
He touched me under the desk.
Uh-oh.
Well, on a scale of 1 to yes, how much did you like it?
You want the yes.
Smile.
That's all I'm saying. Abby Jab said, "Who knows Brian Hayward?" Think John Wayne ever hate signed the Duke? Maybe.
What was his name? Merriam Gum?
I have no idea.
Marion, yeah, Gum.
No, it was not Gum.
It was Marion.
His first name is Marion.
Well, let's look it up.
There you go.
Let's
Bob
see how
Jackson.
wrong you really
there.
are.
I'm trying to scan through the chat. We got Justin talking to himself. He's all over the place.
Pretty much. He's been
trying to
doing all night.
Yeah. Here we go. Paul says, yeah, because Eric plans sometimes to grease chickens while you're there. That is an issue with him.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him about
Is he
the chickens I keep out in the backyard that I go out and try to catch every morning.
Every morning. Rocky stuff.
Yep.
How much is
Yeah.
involved with the grease, though? What's the deal with the grease? Like, does he lather himself in grease? Is the chicken lathered in grease?
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's actually bicycle grease for the chain there. Kind of like he dips himself in a huge jar. And yeah.
I thought he escaped from
At that
KFC.
point, I don't want to see it no more. I just walk away and close the curtain.
I think he escaped from KFC.
And then the rest of the family just tells me, don't worry about it. That's normal.
Well, I just assume it's a situation similar to what happened during the Tyson fight. You know, Eric was so obsessed about Tyson's ass, and he's sitting there going like, "Damn it! I thought I was the only one that did that." And then now all of a sudden you have to deal with it yourself. It's very unfortunate.
That was a pillow fight.
Just asking questions, man.
And John Wayne's last name is Morrison.
Marion
There you
Morrison.
go.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Bob Jackson says, serious question. Yannick, what the hell has Eric been doing on the desk the entire time? Does he shuffle cards the whole stream every week? There's a lot going on. Eric, what people don't realize is that Eric has literally been shuffling the same large box of 1991 Fleer. Now, the thing is, these cards of 1991 Fleer, it's actually only Mike Greenwell. There is no other card. It's just Mike Greenwell. 5,000 Mike Greenwells.
No, it isn't.
Oh, but it is.
I'm not even doing anything. What have I been doing?
He's got a big screen under there with a GPS tracker, and it's going all over Florida. So I don't know.
My.
It's beeping.
It's
How many?
beeping.
Bob Jackson says, how many mayo packets have you hidden since you've been there, Yannick? This is valid.
Yes.
I will not disclose this information yet. I'll wait until I'm on the road on the Sunday. Next week, to be followed.
Baboozle says, welcome to my home. Let's watch Gladiator movies. Interesting.
Yes.
Actually, my wife, remember last night?
Yeah, Gladiator too.
She wanted to watch Gladiator movies last night. We didn't.
Bob Action says, it's not 91 Fleer, it's 70s hockey. He looks for one to show for the goofy card of the week. That is, he does go to that well quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
The last couple of weeks, I haven't.
Brendan Ryan says, when Eric tells you it's Kraft shaving cream, it's best not to argue or make eye contact.
Well, don't make eye contact, please.
Unbelievable.
The people are pretty much pegged you, Eric. Like, they understand. They know what's going on.
They get you.
Yeah. Like, they it's like they've looked deep into your soul and assigned you a number in which the order in which you joined.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild.
He's got
So, yeah, I
Bill
got
there.
86 Red Sox.
Yeah. 5,000 counts of Bill Buckner. No.
He's got all the Bill Buckners. No one
Well,
else can have them but him. He just does it out of hate. Just does it out of hate.
I hate them all. They
My
ruined,
favorite.
Every
Well,
night,
you
one
went-
card.
they ruined baseball for a little boy.
Yeah.
And
Royal
I'm back to my
Boy.
original. Yeah, Nick, have you been able to get to the bottom of this? Because I feel like this inconsistency is unacceptable. He says the 86 Red Sox ruined baseball for a little boy, and the entirety of the Boston Bruins history didn't? Really?
True.
All this time.
Like literal
Oh.
trash. Literal trash. Year after year, decade after decade. Please,
Mhm.
get out of here.
Is any baseball stuff here?
No,
None.
no. Why would I? It's
I'll
stupid.
find it.
Disgraceful.
Oh,
Disgraceful.
there you go.
There you go.
Now, here's another one.
He's got baseball. 2.
He found a baseball card.
He's got 2. 2 baseball cards.
Amazing. Amazing.
Football.
I don't know, Bobby. There's some serious questions we have about these individuals.
Oh knows.
I know. Very serious.
Flutie Flakes.
Flutie Flakes, yeah. Those are rare boxes.
I got one right up there somewhere in the
Like
closet.
I said,
There's a box of Flutie Flakes up in there somewhere.
There you go.
everybody's got one. Don't worry.
So actually, Bob Jackson's reminded me. It's a good point. I was going to mention it earlier, but it slipped my mind. I did put up the community post with the silly card of the week, so it is there. It was a little later this week because I had some other stuff going on, but I did manage to go. The community post is there, so you guys can vote on it if you want. It is the only democracy left in this world. All the votes are counted.
Just remember,
So it is
it
there.
is not about my maturity. It is about the fact that Baubles brought the show from here down to here with his immaturity, and now because the people voted for him,
You have to play his level.
okay, and he won with his immaturity. I'm just going for the win. All right, and it's not my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to
Well,
keep
right now I can tell you, Eric, on the current one, we do have 18 votes on the current one, and right now you're third.
Oh,
I don't
Tit
know.
going
We'll
down.
see.
If you go to a well too many times, Eric, it might backfire. I'm just saying.
Nobody puts tit in a corner.
I think that's exactly what's going on right now.
I'll make a comeback.
Here we go. I like this. Rage says Eric rips his mask off. He's really Tom Brady, Scooby Doo style.
oh no.
No, that's not nice. I don't
Same.
want Tom baby.
Tom Baby.
Bob Jackson says Bobbles stooped to Eric's level, and now Eric is using his expertise. This is true.
No, he did not stoop to my level. I have stooped to his.
Ooh, even worse.
You're pretty low level, man.
Tit will bounce back. You wait and see.
We'll be back.
I don't know. Here you go. He's sleeving up his Phil Plantier and Todd Van Poppel rookies.
Yes.
And Pop.
I-
Oh my God.
That's a name I haven't heard since the last time we brought it up. Phil Plantier's a new one, though. Todd
Well,
Van Poppel's definitely been
Phil
invoked a few times.
Plantier actually played for the Red Sox. I don't know if Todd Van Poppel did. I don't recognize that name.
Really?
Todd Van Poppel was the pitcher for the A's. He was one of those prospects that came out around 91.
Was it for the
91 is what's was that?
I thought it was for the Pirates, but
So Todd Van Poppel, I'll double check, but Todd Van Poppel I thought was the A's. Maybe I'm
I
mistaken.
mean, I'm not. Just trying to remember the card.
But Phil Plantier played for the Red Sox for a while in the 90s, I think.
Yep, I found it. It was Todd Van Poppel, a prospects card. The one I remember is 91 Upper Deck. That was the specific one that I remember. There were probably a few others as well. So let's see. Here's the Todd Van Poppel for you.
Probably wrong.
I couldn't tell you.
Here you go, Yannick. There's Todd Van Poppel.
There you go. You're right, Carlos. Sorry, man.
There's our boy. I remember this card specifically. That's one of those ones where you remember it visually and you're like, yes. So when I think of Todd Van Poppel, that is the card that I remember.
I think Brad mentioned he was another Alec Manoa for him.
Good old Alec Manoa. The Alec Manoa joke will always be awesome just because it's like he's gonna have that card for a very long time.
I think he had 4.
One day I'll probably work out a deal with Brad for one of them. I want to know. I do want to know.
I know. Listen, why don't you just send the money to me? Don't waste your money. Just send it to me.
Hello?
I refuse to send you any money. I'm going to send you an invoice is what I'm going to do.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't seem very nice.
I think it's fantastic. Justin here says, Carlos, we look deep into your soul every Friday. If you did that, Justin, you would have burst in flames by now.
Oh God, yes.
So I think you're a liar. Eric is making sure his 500 count box of Brian Taylor rookies is safe.
Yeah.
Facts. You all right there, Bobby?
Yep, I was just checking.
Brian Taylor.
I've never heard of that player. I don't know who that is.
Brian Taylor. So Brian Taylor was a prospect with the Yankees. He was one, and I think his deal was, I think he got in a fight and like broke his hand or something. It was something weird, and he was supposed to be this star, and that card went crazy for a little while. Like there was a moment in time. The Brian Taylor one was an interesting one. There's a few of those, but he was a famous one. Like it just didn't work out for him. Let's see. Can I find Brian Taylor? So he was supposed to be. Let me see. What was the specific incident? There was an issue. Brian Taylor. The Yankees offered Taylor a $300,000 contract to sign a minor league contract. However, he was with Scott Boras there, and he was a big high school prospect. Was the big deal. And based on the Todd Van Poppel contract, he actually negotiated based off of that. So Taylor signed for $1.55 million. And remember, this is like early 90s money.
Well, how many years then?
This was like a prospect contract.
Probably like
So it was
4
like-
years, 5 years.
Probably. But again, early 90s money, like that's massive.
Yep.
That's huge. So I'm going to see if I can find it. What was the specific thing?
One thing else was asking how much like burn prime that was.
Oh, here we go. In December 93, Taylor was injured while defending his brother in a fist fight. He confronted a man, and he suffered head lacerations during his fight. Once his brother suffered head lacerations, once he discovered his brother had been hurt, he and his cousin went to the trailer to confront him. So that caused an injury, and then that was kind of the issue. So he missed an entire season because of injuries related to that fist fight, and it never worked out for him after
I'm
that.
not sure for that.
Never does.
Yeah, here we go. He injured his shoulder in a fight and was ineffective after returning to baseball. So no one will ever know if he maybe could have made something of himself, but an injury kind of messes up the whole thing. So, but he was a great prospect. He was a big high school prospect and signed a big contract at that time. And then he's with the Yankees, so people look at it and Yankees, big prospect, the potential. A lot of people probably hashtag invested a lot of money back in the early 90s into Brian Taylor. Did not work out. That's how little it takes. We did not learn our lesson. We continue those mistakes into today. Let's see here. He was an autograph in the top set too. Yes. Got
Okay,
a ton
guys,
of
I'm gonna
references.
bow out. It's a little cool in here, and
Here's a holy grail quickly for me, sports, non-sports, but I would love to find a Paul Newman autograph related to Reggie Dunlop, but there's no such a thing really, from what I can, like he never signed anything really like related to that movie, from what
really, I'm sure he did.
Oh, I'm sure he did, but like we're talking like, and like the movie when it came out, anyway, it wasn't considered as it was like almost like a B series movie, but one of the greatest, probably like played in every hockey bus or on the road, or anyone that played hockey ever in their life know that movie. So anyway, that's one like pop culture / sport that I'd love to have. Even the Paul Newman autograph now is not necessarily rare, but it's pricey, and obviously he hasn't signed in a long time. So
Yeah.
There you go.
says to this day, like he said many times, it was his favorite movie of all of his movies.
Nice. So, Bobby, if it's getting chilly in the garage, go for it. That would be a good time because if it's chilly, I wouldn't want to be sitting around freezing for too long either.
I got a little bit of sniffle, so I'm sitting there going, "Okay, it's getting late and getting tired." And
Go for it.
that's
go
enough.
for it.
Okay,
We'll-
guys,
Have
Hey,
yourself a
buddy.
good night.
Hey,
Take
Bobby.
it easy.
we'll be talking.
Sounds good.
I don't know how to get out of here anymore.
Same problem last week. It's no joke.
I'll remove you from the scene for now, and then you can kind of figure out, and I can always bump it if we need to. So he'll figure it out.
Hot
So,
mic.
boys, so what's the plan for tonight? You got a marathon of Emmanuel in space, and then what?
No. Go to bed.
Amanda, we're going to watch Amanda's cast tonight. Another hour.
Bullshit.
So we got to make it to there. No?
No,
Okay.
it's 1:30 in the morning. It starts.
Eric, you don't sleep. What are you even worried about?
No, I need.
Sleeping is for the weak.
It's totally for the week. You're super weak. Get out of here. Why
That's
don't
right.
you take a nap?
I
Why
do
don't
have
you
a
take
big
a
day tomorrow. I gotta work tomorrow.
Well, Eric, like you know what would help you with that? Just imagine
Rude.
you need to think calm thoughts. You can start like
Top
counting
thought.
sheep, and then while you're
Uh-huh.
doing that, and then just imagine that at any moment, the moment your eyes shut fully, Yannick is there with full access to mayonnaise.
I'm more afraid of him like um, putting a pillow over my face or something while I'm sleeping. I'm more concerned about that this evening.
Watch
Well,
out for the
as you well know, like you got to remember, as a man of peace, I am here to advocate for Zen and peace in all its forms. And you just got to think that, the moment you sleep, Eric, you will die. So maybe you should just stay awake as long as you possibly can, including watching a non-sports podcast with Amanda, a British man, and Timmy Two Hats in the middle of the night. Take
I have a
notes.
whole list here of requests to what to do to Eric. I got like
Ooh.
tons of guys. I'm on it, boys. I'm on it.
All right. So what we should do is we should have like the most creative. This will be like Saw, except like tormenting Eric.
Uh-huh.
Is It's like what is the most elaborate like form that version that we
You know
could
what?
have? Like
Something in this room's gonna be missing, and then he'll reappear at home next week.
I'm
What
just
would
envisioning though Eric laying in bed trying to get to sleep, and then all of a sudden, Bobby Orr puppet dressed up in Chicago Black Ops garb starts mocking him from the edge of the bed, and he's like, this is even worse nightmare fuel than I thought." And he just mocks him, and he just throws in a bunch of things, and then at some point, then flash of mayonnaise from because it's all there, just above him in his head. He hasn't seen it yet. It's all there. It's just
gonna
whoosh.
sleep in this room now and never
Yeah.
leave it until Sunday?
Well, Yannick, I don't know if you remember. I think it was You Can't Do That on Television or whatever it was. That was like a Canadian series where it was like a kid show, and they would get like splashed with either water or slime. It's like there was a show where they literally the gimmick was that if they were playing these games, and depending on what happened, they could get hit with water or they could get hit with slime, and and that would be the whole premise of the entire show. Every single game, every single show, and the games they were playing. I think that could be a thing. We could play a little trivia, and if Eric gets it wrong, then things happen.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah, no.
Gallons and gallons.
No.
Costco industrial size mega mayonnaise.
Mega.
Yeah, buying mega size containers of stuff at Costco seems to be the in thing lately.
Well, just think about it, Eric. On the side of it, it just says meganase.
Meganase.
You don't get to
Listen, man, I'm just telling you. I don't know what to, like you keep speaking up this America. Well, the whole point of America is everything is supersized. God damn it!
That's right.
So you got to do that. And besides, Eric, this could be a moment for you to take a spiritual moment. It could be a religious experience for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it could get you closer to meeting your creator. Think about it.
Oh, good God.
Just
Nice.
imagine. And they pray.
I'm not looking.
And all they're praying for is that Eric gets his just mayo.
We appreciate the effort, whoever made this.
I'm not looking.
I have people. And the people, let me tell you, the people have been active working on this.
Yeah.
I've seen multiple iterations.
The people
Many
have
iterations.
spoken, Charles.
People suck.
People have spoken.
The people
What do you
suck.
want from me? Bob Jackson says, Eric, if there was a PSA 8 ore rookie at the bottom of a pool of mayo, would you retrieve the ore? You cannot empty the pool.
Nope.
He's
Nope.
like, PSA 8 ore, but at what cost? At what cost?
I'm good. I'm good. Leave it there. I'm good. Nope. Not gonna happen.
How about When the Pats Got Fleas by Alan Hainsworth for $90 million? Duels should have signed a contract with Ski
Oh
Mascot.
God, that was so bad. That was one of Belichick's worst moves ever. Plus, he was just a horrible human being. Not only was his career done, and he had nothing left in the tank, he was just a bad human being. So, it was like a lose lose. You have an absolute piece of human trash, and he sucks at football.
A
Wasn't
lot of these human trashes tonight, man. Jeez.
It wasn't a good move. No, he was a bad man.
So what are we talking about on the level of not swell fella here?
Like Brett Favre?
Like there are tiers of not swell fella. Like not everything's the same.
He's worse. He's worse than Brett Favre. If you look him
He
up,
stole from the welfare people.
I know he stole from the welfare people, but
They're poor, Eric. I don't have the button for this one. I can't do the because you're poor. They're literally are poor, and he stole from them.
I know.
But he got away with
But-
it now too.
I think Hainsworth did some worse stuff.
I'm just saying, if it sets anybody's mind at ease, Brett Favre, most of his autographs are decent. You got to pick and choose, but like there is letters to them. Like you can actually make up B's and F's and Favres. Like there's some stuff there. If you get a decent one, like there's some. I've seen some from Panini products on card, and they're half decent. Some of those autos are half decent. How many gajillion do the Dodgers now have in deferred payments? They have all the deferred payments.
Oh my god!
Yeah, they're locked that team for the next decade.
Well, it's the thing. Like they've acquired a lot of talent, as long as it works.
Yes.
Like with the amount of stuff if something goes wrong, it could go very wrong because they have those contracts forever.
But remember, and I'm not sure in the numbers anymore, but it hasn't been that long. Like the Dodgers, basically just their contract, their TV rights with Fox over there, it covers their payroll even before they sold a seat or anything.
Oh, the Dodgers are in no danger. The way they've structured their contract, they don't care. They literally don't care.
No, they don't.
The thing is that because they made it so long, they basically set the money aside and they're literally collecting interest on it. And then with inflation, by the time they pay off the rest of Ohtani's thing, it'll be like chocolate stick money to them. They won't care. Because they literally have the money. The money is accruing interest every year that goes by. For the entirety of his regular contract, they're paying him like $2 million a year. It's a pittance. And then it's backloaded. It's the second half of the contract where they have to pay the real money. They already have it. So they just set it aside and then just dole it out for the remainder of his contract. From a financial standpoint, it's not bad. And they were able to collect interest on the money in the meantime. So it's not the worst deal from their standpoint. But they are saying they're looking at it. They're taking like a 20-year time frame to figure it all out. So I was like, all right. When's the next baseball CBA? I don't remember. It's going to be a bit because the last deal they negotiated was for a decent amount of time because they don't want to run back to having to do it again. Look, we know what happens when we're talking about collective bargaining. Yannick and I don't have mail because of collective bargaining right now in progress.
No, man.
And there doesn't seem to be any urgency because Canada Post is literally losing less money by not doing anything.
Yeah, it's probably actually cheaper for them not running.
They're like, yeah, we'll see you next year.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be. I think somebody's going to have to force their hand.
Yeah,
Otherwise, they're not going to do it themselves.
Employees, they're not paying, insurance costs. They're not paying for the gas for the trucks, maintenance on the trucks, keeping the lights on at the post office, heat. Yeah, they're saving a lot of money.
Yeah, they're still losing, but they're losing less.
Yeah.
Yes, they're losing less.
So that's why there's no urgency on their standpoint. They're like, guys, we're literally losing less money doing it this way. And then when you guys come back, we're probably going to lay off a whole crap ton of you.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
I hope
let us know what you want to do. You let us know.
And then you lay people off. The mail will be even slower up there.
I don't think it's going to change too much, to be honest, because again, letter mail is the minority now. Most people aren't using letter mail anymore. It's parcels and packages, and they've got a service standard, but letter mail doesn't. Technically, letter mail is whatever. So, what's going to happen? Realistically, my guesstimate, is that now that a lot of people realize they didn't actually need Canada Post, when they come back, they're not even going to bother using it for a lot of the stuff. So they're actually going to have less volume. It'll adjust.
Me
Because,
personally, hasn't affected me whatsoever. None.
No shit. You
No,
get
but I
everything
mean,
sent here, you son of a bitch.
I know, I'm fucking smart.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, outside of that one card that was in Canada that I had shipped with the tracking, outside of that one card, which is annoying that's not
Yeah.
there, the rest of the stuff's going to ship my cards. And the next time I hit the button and say send it over, it's gonna be by FedEx, so it's gonna get to my door.
That's my ship, my cards right there.
Well, as long as he ships your cards.
He does.
So Rich says, I thought I was the only one who knew about Emmanuel's revenge on Skinemax as a kid. Listen, Eric's all about the Emmanuel.
Dude, there's like 30 Emmanuel.
I don't-
like
I-
50 of them.
You guys
Minimum.
are trying to tempt me to look it up, and I'm not gonna.
Bubbles
not
says, thank
dumb.
you, Emmanuel, for all your teachings.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I am not
Yeah.
gonna Google it.
Emmanuel.
In space.
With snakes.
Space. Eric, you do realize, much like Reggie template, printing plates that may wind up there at some point, allegedly, when you least suspect it. There's a good chance. Like, do not think that there is not an industrious world out there where we can find copies of Emmanuel in space that will find their way to you.
My God, that would be horrible.
It would be truly, truly
well,
awful.
I would put like oven mitts on, take it, and go throw it out in the trash.
Amazing. All right. So I think that's good. We actually had a pretty lively crowd. Some of it was, I have no idea what was going on. Talk amongst yourselves. You were doing a good job of that. I will give you that. I was looking at it, I was like, But anyway, so Rage has got it. Hainsworth was real POS, said Favre was an avid photographer. Yes, Eric is a big fan of his art.
Yes, everyone remembers that.
Yeah, he was an avid photographer.
Sending the text.
There you go, Bob Boozle. A YouTube copyright strike is worth the risk of streaming in manual in space. The upside is the ratings would go up.
We don't want another missing episode. Well,
I was gonna say, listen, we've lost officially one episode because of Memphis Hogan. Goddamn Memphis Hogan and that terrible accent.
I still
terrible.
remember how he was throwing around that guy, though. It was totally worth it.
It was so good. It was bad, but it was so good.
That
And I was
was
like
30 long.
lost in the sands of time. I told you, Eric, why I wasn't able to adjust that one to take the clip out.
I don't remember.
So basically, YouTube has the option to be able to edit inside of the tool itself. So you could technically cut out the clip, which would in turn get rid of the copyright, and that would fix the problem. The problem is that the YouTube editor has a 6-hour maximum, and that stream was like 6 hours and 5 minutes. For like 5 minutes, I can't do anything to it. I would literally have to I would have to download it and then re-upload it with the part removed. And I'm like, I'm not going through that much effort just to restore that episode. No way. No way.
Does that still affect the 1,000 episode count?
That's a good question. I'm at 1,000 either way. I don't know. I assume it's included in the count because technically it's a copyright block, but the episode aired and it had views and stuff. So
True.
like it was there. So I don't know. Maybe, well, at this point we're over 1,000 anyway. So either way, we've gotten 1,000 if we needed to again. So I'm not sure. So Robin's here saying I got cards stuck in bins from coast to coast and at the border. Yeah, probably.
Me too.
Yep. And Bob Jackson says, yeah, those movies are the breast, Eric. Exactly.
I see what he did there.
Just saying. See what he there.
I see what he did there.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. So, gentlemen, before we leave, before we call it bid everyone adieu, is there any words of sage wisdom you have with you two sitting in that room, Yannick preparing to do horrific things to Eric the moment he dares to fall asleep? It's a mistake, Eric. Don't fall asleep.
Do
The
not
clowns will eat you. The clowns will eat you.
I'm just gonna keep you company.
do not permit your wife to invite Canadians to American Thanksgiving. It's a bad idea. It doesn't go well,
What did she said yesterday?
And-
Like she wishes that,
and they won't leave.
right? What did she say?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you don't want to remember.
And they won't leave.
So Eric,
Been
what
here-
I'm hearing is that your wife wanted you to leave, and you're changing the story to fit your narrative.
Anything's possible at this point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, look on the upside. At least you've got
I'm
a little
not
time
sure.
left.
I'm not even sure she lives here anymore.
Oh, probably not. I think she's somewhere in Florida with Florida Man. The point is that at least now with Yannick there, you two can measure out a space to get the industrial size washing machine so that you can move to the next level of efficiency. I already explained it tonight. I've got a vision.
We're tearing
And that
that
vision. Yeah. Listen, that Yannick, that all you got to do is make some space. So you see that framed jersey there, the one, get rid of that shit. Burn it. Burn it. That'll exercise the demons, and after you get rid of it, then you can fit room for the washing machine. Just saying. Holiday fist fights, seasons beatings. Love it.
Don't touch that.
Bob Jackson. Yannick, how much you getting paid to dispose of his bicycles? Yes.
Ooh.
Don't you go near my bicycles. Yeah, he was out in the garage the other day looking around. I didn't like it. All my tires are going to be
I
flat.
was admiring your collection.
All my tires are going to be
Do
flat.
you know how many booby oars in that garage?
Oh, listen, we've already discussed that this worthless sack of shit. I say it with love, Eric. As a worthless sack of shit, basically has all these trash bicycles because Lord knows the man not only hurts himself on these bicycles, he pays for the privilege. He goes, let me get a more expensive bicycle so that I can crash with the quickness. Even it's more aerodynamic. I can crash faster.
The whole family yesterday was thankful that he's not in a cast or wheelchair right now. So
That was, yeah, we did a little like, what are you thankful for? And it may have been mentioned that they're thankful that I'm not bedridden. I happen to be bedridden a lot.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Or Eric, what are you going to do if he goes near your bicycles? I don't think he's going to do anything. I think Yannick can take him.
They're booby trapped.
Just saying.
he could stop
There you
me. if he wanted.
Bob Bozo, Goodwill frustrated by all these damaged donated bicycles. I know. All right, Dr. Copernicus, last question of the night here. All right, Dr. Copernicus says, how much for you guys to rock a Billy Ray Cyrus level mullet for 1 year?
Ooh.
You don't have enough money for me. I don't need it. But I don't know, you boys, how much is it going to cost? What are we charging? Eric would have done it for free in past life, but what are you going to do for it now?
I'll probably like $20.
Like American or like another currency? Aussie dollars? Like, what are we talking about?
Venezuelan. I don't know, whatever. Sounds like a good time to me.
1 Bitcoin.
Well, Bitcoin's pretty strong right now. That's pretty good. That's pretty strong. I like it.
Okay. Half a Bitcoin. How about that?
I was gonna say, holy shit.
$20, I'll achy breaky for a year.
Wow.
There you go.
Hang on.
I like it.
Hang on. I'm sure
I
there's
like it.
dollars right there. There you go. $20.
Amazing. There you go. Bob was achy breaky,
fine.
$8,000.
That's Canadian. That's like 25 cents. That doesn't count.
I'll give
Listen,
you.
you'll change your tune when that's all that's left, and your inflationary dollars are worth shit.
I'll give you the quarter
Look
for
at
the
this.
20.
Look at this fake nonsense. I mean, that woman's dead. Come on. Who's
Literally
this guy?
literally
that guy?
everyone on your money's dead.
Who's this guy?
It's Wilfred Laurier,
What the hell do you do for a living?
Prime Minister.
Oh.
More than you.
Look at this. Look, I can see through it. This isn't real.
You sound jealous. Eric with the Joe Dirt mullet would be classic, maybe.
I'm Joe Dirt.
It's all about the plastique they've got out of there. Emmanuel rented the Star Trek studio film to film in space.
Oh my good God.
Babuzo, we need living people on our money. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah. America.
Like at the rate you're going, if you decided to go, if you decided to put living people on your money with what you got going on over there, Lance Armstrong will be on your $20 bill.
Yeah.
Integrity.
With the needle going in his arm.
Integrity.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all I'm saying. See, there we incorporated your bike. Enjoy.
I do have a Trek road bike. Just like him.
There you go. You guys should dress up as Wayne and Garth. It's getting closer all the time.
Ooh, I like that.
Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth.
If you spew.
Wow. I could literally let him here. See, if we kept this going on long enough, Amanda's live stream would actually start. I just switch over to it.
That's still like an hour and a half away.
That's the problem.
No.
Whoa. An hour, almost 10 minutes away.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's utterly ridiculous.
Party on, Eric.
Wow, now he's linked it. Emmanuel
I'll
Schwinn.
get another coffee.
That's barely even a warm-up, bro. It's like, I'm sorry. Like, this is easy shit. I'm sorry. The TB2 hats thing, I actually don't believe for 1 second he'll make it. I don't buy it. I don't. I think he'll keel over well before that.
Oh,
We'll see.
We'll
See if he can hang in there.
He was
Anyway, all right. Anyway, all right, so that's it for us. I'm going to include a link in the description to the Smarter Collector article on the player collector thing. I will include that in there because it was actually a pretty good, worthwhile thing. I'm trying to think, was there anything else that was worth linking? The 79 case, we're not going to worry about that. We'll talk about it when it concludes. By the next episode, it'll conclude, so we'll figure it out. There will be a podcast episode this week. We'll move on to it. We'll move on to see what's coming on this weekend. And Packers won, so I love that. On Thanksgiving, I was thankful for the Packers winning. I needed them to get to 9 wins, so that was good. By the way, real quick before we go, did you see the Chicago Bears thing? I cackled.
Yep.
Everyone cackled.
Yep.
And that's why the coach got fired today.
No, you know what was my favorite thing on the Discord there, Eric? I know you're not on it, but I want to share with you my favorite thing on the Discord. Neo is, he's based out of Ohio. He's a Cleveland Browns fan. So he's used to pain. Speaking of pain, he's used to pain.
A lot of pain.
He lives it. He was born into it. He just embraces it into his soul at this point. He literally wrote, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, I've been a Cleveland Browns fan for decades. And that was still the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And then right after, underneath, I go, that is low-key the greatest insult that has ever been levied on this Discord. Yeah. When a Cleveland Browns fan is saying, that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
And they've seen shit.
Damn. It's like, you're paying Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
There are levels to this, guys. That is an insult and a half.
That fella right there.
That is an insult and a half right there. So I don't know, man. All right. So here you go. But actually, I'm going to leave that as the last word. So bear is going to bear, for Paul C. says it. Love it. There you go. Bob Boozle.
I like it.
And then last comment here. This is the last one tonight. Eric's World, Mayo Time. Excellent. I love it. Beautiful. Good job, folks. On your way out, if you can hit the like button, it is 75% off for Black Friday. Enjoy. Those of you on the West Coast, it is still Friday on the West Coast. East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your week. By the way, folks, it's December soon. Real close. We're getting real close. Next week, it is December.
Christmas, all that shit.
Yep. It's coming. Eric's all excited. It's going to be a big moment. So anyway, by the time we get to the next live stream is going to be in the month of December, first one of December. So get yourselves ready. Christmas episode is coming.
To everybody in the chat, and anyone who might be watching this on replay, vote TIT. Vote TIT. Remember.
TIT.
Emmanuel in space is all I'm hearing. All right, folks, have yourself a good night. We'll catch you in the next one. And if you do want to go check out the, you saw Amanda earlier tonight. If you saw it in the chat, there is going to be a live stream there. Eric will be there with bells on.
Eric will be there live.
No, he won't.
I'll make sure of that.
Nope, going to bed.
Have a good night. Take it easy. Catch you in the next one.
People start shows at 3